Chapter 85. Sword Trace. Tyrant Style, First Form. At this moment, something strange happened. The blue crystal sword in Ling Xiao's hand was no longer shining with a golden light, but a ball of raging flame. The flame was like a dragon, blasting out one after another. The entire place was covered in flames and scorching hot. The black devouring ants were dark attribute spirit beasts, so they were most afraid of fire attribute attacks. The flame that Ling Xiao blew out burned their bodies. All of the black devouring ants screamed and struggled. Out of the dozens of black devouring ants, only 3 were left. The 3 black devouring ants didn't even dare to look at the food they were carrying. They let out strange cries and disappeared into the darkness. What's going on? Ling Xiao blankly looked at everything he had caused. He didn't understand why he could use fire attribute attacks. When Ling Xiao broke through to the Mystic Knight rank at the age of 15, he already knew that his attribute was metal. Now that he broke through the Mystic Knight rank again, being able to use a metal attribute attack wasn't strange in the slightest. However, this sword scar of his was a fire attribute attack. Moreover, the attack energy wasn't any weaker than the metal attribute. This meant that both his metal and fire attributes were equal. He just didn't understand why he could have fire attribute. Could it be a mutation that happened after he transmigrated? Ling Xiao sunk into deep thought. Normally, people only had a single attribute. Even if they had 2 attributes or multiple attributes, they would only have one attribute that was especially pure. It was rare to see 2 attributes or multiple attributes that were equally pure. If the 2 attributes or multiple attributes were equally pure and all of them were extremely pure, then this type of constitution was extremely rare. Moreover, it was almost invincible within the same rank because they could attack their opponent regardless of attribute, catching them off guard. However, this kind of constitution had a big drawback. The higher the rank, the harder it was to break through. It was several times harder than a single attribute fighter. Why was this said? This was because when a martial artist reached the spirit master level, their body would change to cultivating spiritual power. To advance to the spirit master level, one needed to accumulate spiritual power of the same attribute. A martial artist with a single attribute only needed to absorb spiritual power of a suitable attribute to advance. As for a martial artist with 2 or more attributes, they needed to absorb 2 or more attributes at the same time to advance. Naturally, the time needed would be much longer than normal martial artists. As for whether it was good or bad, let's not talk about it for now. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and a flash of understanding flashed in his mind. Could it be because of the 3 parts returning to origin chi? If that's the case, then I'll at least have ice and wind attributes. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao put away the blue crystal sword and punched out with his bare hands. Shio! A layer of silvery white frost appeared on his fist and flew out. Boom! A deep hole covered in frost was blasted out of the cliff beside them. There really is an ice element. Ling Xiao exclaimed with a wild laugh. Then he used the wind god's kicks, wind catching shadow. The shadows of his legs gave off a sharp gust of wind, cutting the nearby soil and the corpses of the black devouring ants into pieces. The 3 parts returning to origin chi actually cultivates 3 elements at the same time. They are the cloud-pushing force's fire element, the heavenly frost chi's ice element, and the wind god's art's wind element. Adding on my original metal element, I now have 4 elements. When I fight with others, I can change my element and surprise my enemies. Suddenly, Ling Xiao laughed out loud, feeling extremely proud of himself. At this time, there was a burst of noise from the darkness not far away. It was obvious that more black devouring ants were coming. Let's get the beast core first. Ling Xiao noticed the commotion and quickly took out the lightning eagle's beast core. With a wave of his hand, a sharp wind blade flew towards the lightning eagle's head. Poof! The lightning eagle's head was cut open, revealing a fist-sized beast core. This beast core was clearly twice the size of the Golden Wolf King's. The main reason was that the Golden Wolf King hadn't broken through to the 3rd rank, so the beast core was a bit smaller. Ling Xiao went down to retrieve the beast core. Just as he was about to leave, the black devouring ants arrived. This time, there were actually over 10 of them. They formed a dense black mass that filled the entire valley. Fuck, is there a need for such a large formation? Ling Xiao couldn't help letting out a strange cry when he saw this group of black devouring ants. He felt his hair stand on end. The majority of these black devouring ants were at the high level of the first rank. Only the two at the front had reached the low level of the second rank, and they were already 2 meters tall. The two black devouring ants at the front let out two strange cries, and the group of high-level first-rank black devouring ants behind them crazily charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just about to turn and run, but then he thought that if he ran back, he would definitely draw these black devouring ants to the cave entrance. That would bring disaster to Yunmingqi. Come, let me kill to my heart's content. Ling Xiao took out his blade, a powerful battle intent surging within him. Just as the first wave of black devouring ants was about to reach him, Ling Xiao's blue crystal sword shot out, once again using Sword Scar. Countless flaming sword shadows slashed at the black devouring ants. At the same time, the silver ghost blood saber in his other hand slashed out with a chilling glare. A frosty saber shadow slashed forward. The two moves were used at the same time. Flames soared into the sky and ice flashed. More than a dozen black devouring ants were killed. Quite a few of them were instantly killed by the fiery light. Their corpses were even set ablaze and emitted a foul stench. Quite a few of them were cut in half with sparkling snowflakes on their corpses. The power of the Mystic Knight rank is actually not ordinary. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. If he was still a high-level profound practitioner, it would already be pretty good if he could kill two at once. Not to mention that the defense of these black devouring ants was not weak. Now that he was at the Mystic Knight rank, the killing power of his moves had also increased by more than 10 times. Because the black devouring ants were especially afraid of fire attribute attacks, after the first wave was killed, the other black devouring ants did not dare to move forward. The two black devouring ants at the very front waved their antennae, as if they were communicating with each other. Ling Xiao did not have time to waste with them here. His battle intent was surging, and he directly charged towards the two rank 2 black devouring ants. As the saying goes, to catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. If he killed these two black devouring ants, the rest should retreat. Ling Xiao brandished his sword and blade, and a dazzling golden light swept towards the two rank 2 black devouring ants. These two rank 2 black devouring ants were not as easy to deal with as high-level first-rank ones. They could already use profound energy to attack. Thick black fog revolved around their antennae, and immediately after, 4 rays of black fog flew towards Ling Xiao's golden light. When the golden light reached the black fog, it was actually corroded, and it still flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao saw this and retreated, and exclaimed, "Dark attribute attack, and it also carries a corrosive poison. Looks like I can only use fire attribute attacks." Ling Xiao put away the silver ghost blood blade, and only used the blue crystal sword to attack the two black devouring ants with a sword trace. The two rank 2 black devouring ants once again used their antennae to attack. Unfortunately, their dark attribute was countered by Ling Xiao's fire attribute. The black fog that flew over was directly burned by the flames, and the fire sword chi even attacked the antennae of the two black devouring ants. The two black devouring ants were slow to react, and before they could retreat, their antennae were chopped off by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's killing intent rose, and he only used fire attribute attacks. Streams of fire instantly flew towards all the black devouring ants in front of him. There were many black devouring ants, and it seemed like they could not be killed. "Come, I'll kill as many as you come." Facing the swarming black devouring ants, Ling Xiao shouted. He finally used the second form of the tyrant style, Sword Flowing Cloud. Sword Flowing Cloud, the sword chi was melodious like flowing water. It was different from the overbearing force of the sword trace, and this move was very suitable for a battle where the few could win against the many. Streams of flames continuously flew towards the swarm of black devouring ants, and everywhere they went, the black devouring ants would be injured by the flames. These black devouring ants would immediately start burning the moment they came into contact with the flames, and they would let out miserable cries. For a moment, the entire place was filled with an especially unpleasant burning stench. After a round of killing, most of the black devouring ants were killed by Ling Xiao, but there were a few that took advantage of the chaos to escape. Stopping his attacks, Ling Xiao took in deep breaths. After this battle, his profound energy consumption was especially large. Without thinking, he threw the last of the qi-nurturing pills into his mouth to recover his profound energy. In this harsh environment, if he used up all his profound energy, it would be an extremely dangerous thing to do, because he did not know when another strong spirit beast would appear to attack. Ling Xiao did not dare to stay in the same place and hurriedly ran back. Who knew that after walking a few steps, he would see a black shadow on top of a withered tree on a cliff that was a few meters high. What's that? Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant. Taking a closer look, it was actually the corpse of the green-winged crane that was hanging on the withered tree and had not fallen. You really made me look for it. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and with a wave of his hand, a wind blade flew upwards. The withered tree was cut in half, and the withered tree branch and the green-winged crane fell together. Ling Xiao immediately jumped over and carried the giant green-winged crane's corpse. Then, without stopping, he immediately ran back to the cave he came from. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the cave, Yun Mingqi's scream could be heard. Ling Xiao could not help but become anxious. He raised his speed to the limit and instantly arrived in front of the cave entrance. He saw another 2 black devouring ants moving rocks in front of the cave entrance. It was obvious that they had discovered Yun Mingqi's location and wanted to go in and capture her. Damned thing! Ling Xiao threw the green-winged crane to the side and instantly unsheathed the blue crystal sword. A fiery light flashed. The 2 black devouring ants were immediately beheaded. Ling Xiao moved the remaining rocks away and ran into the cave. Mingqi, don't be afraid, I'm back. When Yun Mingqi saw that Ling Xiao had returned, she actually ignored the pain on her body and threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace, crying bitterly. It was obvious that she was scared out of her wits. Ling Xiao's heart was melted, and he immediately patted her back and comforted her. I'm sorry, it was my fault. It's fine now, don't be afraid. After crying for a while, Yun Mingqi gently pushed Ling Xiao away and stammered, I'm fine now. Chapter 86. Ling Xiao knew that Yun Mingqi was embarrassed and didn't point it out. He immediately said, You should feel much better after taking the pill. Let's roast some food and then change places. There are many black devouring ants nearby, so we can't stay here for long. Yun Mingqi was like an obedient wife and lightly nodded her head. After Ling Xiao comforted Yun Mingqi, he went outside the cave to roast the green-winged crane's corpse. The green-winged crane's body was huge, and aside from its feathers, there was still quite a bit of meat left. It was enough for the 2 of them to maintain for a while. Ling Xiao roasted some of it and brought it into the cave for Yun Mingqi to eat. Come, I'll feed you. Eat more and you'll feel better. Ling Xiao knew that Yun Mingqi's limbs were inconvenient, so he immediately fed her. His tone was as gentle as coaxing a child. Yun Mingqi hesitated for a moment, but she still ate the meat that Ling Xiao brought over. Ling Xiao happily watched Yun Mingqi eat. He smiled and said, You look so beautiful when you eat. Yun Mingqi's face was slightly red, and she ignored Ling Xiao and continued to eat. After a while, a large piece of meat fell into her stomach. Do you still want to eat? There's still a lot outside, Ling Xiao lightly asked. Thank you, but no need. Yun Mingqi gratefully replied. That's good. I'll go eat a bit and then we'll leave. Ling Xiao said and then left the cave. Yun Mingqi couldn't help but smile as she watched Ling Xiao's departing figure. Her beauty was incomparable. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't have the fortune to see it. After Ling Xiao was 70% full, he roasted the rest of the crane meat dry. Then he took off the last piece of underwear on his upper body and divided it into 2 halves. One half wrapped around the crane meat, and the other half wrapped around the spirit herbs and the beast core that he had obtained earlier. Then he returned to the cave. This time, when Yun Mingqi saw Ling Xiao's appearance, although she was worried, her reaction wasn't as intense as before. However, her eyes were still filled with vigilance. Ling Xiao shook the bag in his hand and explained, "Clothes are used to wrap dried meat." Only then did Yun Mingqi relax her guard. She lightly said, "Put it on." Yun Mingqi was talking about the beast's skin wrapped around her body. This was originally given to her by Ling Xiao. "I'm fine, my body is very strong." Ling Xiao patted his sturdy chest, then squatted down and said, "Can I carry you out of here?" Ling Xiao asked in a pleading tone. He didn't want to offend the beauty again. Yun Mengqi had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. Following this, Ling Xiao carried the nimble Yun Mengqi on his back. The soft and fragrant scent on his back made his heart flutter. Although he had already carried Yun Mengqi on his back twice, the first time, he didn't have the mood to enjoy it. He only cared about escaping. But now, he truly felt the refreshing feeling of having a beauty on his back. Yun Mengqi, who was on Ling Xiao's back, also felt a strange impact. Her body became more and more limp. She discovered that this man of the same age as her had sharp and resolute edges, and his skin was as smooth and tender as a young girl's. His entire person seemed to be extraordinarily handsome. At this moment, she quietly developed an inexplicable feeling for this man who had saved her time and time again. A deep sense of dependence made her calmly accept his care and frivolity. For a moment, she felt that her life seemed to be a lot more substantial. Facing this unknown environment didn't feel that it was so scary. Between the deep ravines, there was only a wide path. There was no choice but to go forward or backward. Ling Xiao knew that there was a black devouring ant swarm behind him, so he naturally didn't dare to go back. He could only go forward, hoping to find light and water. Of course, it would be better if he could find a way out, but the possibility was almost zero. The two of them hadn't gone far when they heard an impatient sound behind them. Needless to say, the black devouring ant swarm was chasing after them. Just now, Ling Xiao didn't kill them all, and he sent a few back to get reinforcements. This time, there must be even more black devouring ants. Ling Xiao's footsteps gradually quickened. Yun Mengqi said softly from behind, "How about, you put me down and run by yourself?" "Bullshit, even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you." Ling Xiao scolded very firmly. He instilled the wind attribute into his feet, and coupled with the cloud shadow footsteps, he ran faster and faster. Yun Mengqi, who was on Ling Xiao's back, didn't look down on Ling Xiao because of Ling Xiao's vulgar words. Instead, she felt a warmth in her heart. The two of them didn't know how long they had been running for. They could no longer hear the black devouring ants behind them, but the evil wind they were facing was getting heavier and heavier. Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of profound energy, and felt that the front seemed to be even more dangerous, so he stopped moving forward. "You sit first, I'll open a hole." Ling Xiao put Yun Mengqi down, and then with a few elemental attacks, he opened another hole in the cliff. This hole was wider and deeper than the previous one, to make it more convenient for the two of them to stay in. Yun Mengqi looked at Ling Xiao's elemental attacks and couldn't help but ask, "You broke through to the profound night level?" Before the two of them fell, Ling Xiao's strength was only at the peak of high level, and now that Yun Mengqi had lost all of her spirit energy, she couldn't see through Ling Xiao's true strength at all. She only saw Ling Xiao's fist techniques and exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I broke through by luck." Ling Xiao nodded disapprovingly. To be honest, if it was in the past, he might have shown off a bit. However, Yun Mengqi was the same age as him, yet she already had the terrifying strength of a spirit master. This made him, a genius that only appeared once in 100 years in Meteor City, feel inferior. How could he still show off? Ling Xiao carried Yun Mengqi and put her in the hole, and like before he found a few boulders to block the hole, and then climbed in himself. After entering the hole, Ling Xiao felt a bit warmer. He was currently naked, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had just broken through to the profound night level, he would have probably been frozen to death by the increasingly dense wind evil qi. "I still have some pills here, eat one to recover your profound energy," Yun Mengqi said faintly. After speaking, her charming face blushed, as if remembering the scene where she was taken advantage of by Ling Xiao. "I'll leave it for now, the situation here is very bad, so I'll save some if I can. I'll be fine after meditating for a bit." Ling Xiao said, and then entered into a meditative state. The two of them didn't know that their situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Under the endless chasm, the Yin wind evil chi surged, and the dense Yin wind evil chi soared into the sky. In the tens of meters wide ravine, there was a group of black spirit beasts walking. These spirit beasts were like an army, lined up neatly, and their numbers were terrifying. They advanced in a single direction, and along the way, they made chirping sounds that were extremely ear-piercing. These thousands of spirit beasts were the black devouring ants. In the middle of this group of black devouring ants, there was an especially large one. When it stood up, it was actually over 3 meters tall. Two soft and thick antennae that were like spirit snakes constantly swayed, and its lantern-sized eyes were filled with a cold and fierce light. Without saying, this was the black devouring ant king, a high-level spirit beast that had already reached the low 3rd rank. Beside it, there were tens of 2-meter-tall 2nd-rank black devouring ants. These tens of black devouring ants majestically guarded the black devouring ant king's side. In front and behind, there were 1st-rank black devouring ants opening up the path and bringing up the rear. Not far away from this group of black devouring ants, there was a cave that was blocked by rocks. Within it, there was a man and a woman. The man was currently sitting cross-legged, cultivating, while the woman was staring at the man, her beautiful eyes occasionally filled with confusion. Weren't they Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi who were in dire straits? Those damned black devouring ants are following us. Ling Xiao cursed as he awoke from his meditation. Don't tell me we're going to keep advancing? Yun Mingqi faintly asked. If we don't advance, are we just going to wait for death? From that sound, I'm afraid there's a large group of black devouring ants. This time, they must have come out in full force. Ling Xiao helplessly sighed. Yun Mingqi glanced at the entrance of the cave and revealed a poignant smile. Perhaps we won't be able to escape death in the end. Ling Xiao looked at the forced smile on Yun Mingqi's face. Her gaze and her smile were both filled with a melancholy radiance. It was just like a poem from the ancients. Once a city is toppled, then a country is toppled. Perhaps Ling Xiao felt that the word toppled wasn't enough to describe Yun Mingqi's celestial beauty. Ling Xiao's heart ached, and hot blood rushed to his head. He hugged Yun Mingqi, and his thick lips pressed down on her jade lips. Boom! Yun Mingqi felt as if she had temporarily lost the ability to think. She only knew that she had been disrespected. Suddenly, Ling Xiao pushed Yun Mingqi away. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His lips were stained with blood, and it was obvious that he had been bitten by Yun Mingqi. If you continue to disrespect me like this, I'd rather bite my tongue and commit suicide. Yun Mingqi was extremely resolute. Although she had gradually changed her view of Ling Xiao, she still couldn't change her traditional way of thinking. Moreover, she still couldn't say that she loved Ling Xiao. It was just that this was the first time she had gone through thick and thin with a man, and she had an inexplicable feeling towards him. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Who told you to be as beautiful as a fairy? Ling Xiao revealed a sincere expression as he apologized. Yun Mingqi coldly snorted and turned her face away. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils. She couldn't help but be curious as to what it was that was so fragrant. She only saw Ling Xiao take out an embroidered box from his bag. He opened the box, and inside was a small green flower. This flower was only the size of a pinky finger, and it was as dark as ink. It was as clear as water, and it was exceptionally eye-catching. This is a water blue flower. With a single glance, Yun Mingqi recognized what the spirit grass in Ling Xiao's box was. The water blue flower was a high-grade 2nd-level water attribute spirit grass. It had the effect of strengthening muscles and bones, and was extremely beneficial to water attribute martial artists. It could allow water attribute martial artists to comprehend water attribute martial arts at a faster rate. It was comparable to a low-grade 3rd-level spirit grass, and was an extremely rare spirit grass that was hard to find even with tens of thousands of gold. Chapter 87. This aqua blue flower was the one Ling Xiao had found in the pool where he had killed the dark-striped leopard when he first entered the mountains. He had always carried it with him and had never lost it. He also had a dozen or so level 2 spirit herbs on him, all of which were harvested in the mountain range during this period of time. That's right, this is the aqua blue flower. Ling Xiao nodded his head and then handed it over to Yun Mingqi, saying, "Eat it." You want to give it to me?" Yun Mingqi asked in surprise. Ling Xiao said with certainty, "Of course, right now you really need it to heal the wounds on your body. Otherwise, it won't look good for a long time." Ling Xiao didn't take out the aqua blue flower before, mainly because he didn't think that he would have such a healing spirit herb on him. If he hadn't seen it when he took off his clothes to wrap his flesh, he wouldn't have remembered. On the way here with Yun Mingqi, he had already thought of giving this aqua blue flower to Yun Mingqi. This way, it would speed up the healing of her wounds and not leave behind any future problems. It would also make it easier for them to escape together. Ling Xiao was a person who cherished flowers. The value of a level 2 spirit herb was not ordinary, but how could it compare to the smile of a beauty? Yun Mingqi gratefully looked at Ling Xiao, then picked up the aqua blue flower and put it in her mouth to chew. "Today's kindness, I will return it tenfold in the future," Yun Mingqi said to Ling Xiao after she finished eating. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. "This is something I am willing to do. It doesn't matter if I return it or not, I just hope that you will give me a chance to pursue you." Yun Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and didn't say anything else. The medicinal effect of the potion began to take effect. A wave of pure energy began to spread throughout her body, and a faint blue light appeared. The wounds on her body began to heal at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As expected of a level 3 spirit herb, this healing speed was truly astonishing. However, at this time, the black devouring ants had already arrived near them. An ear-piercing sound made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Hearing this voice, Yun Mingqi involuntarily shrank back. Ling Xiao gestured for them to be quiet and held his breath, hoping to avoid being noticed by the black devouring ants. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao still underestimated the senses of the black devouring ants. Their antennae were even better than their eyes. They had discovered them just before they walked past the entrance of the cave. "Looks like we can only go all out." Ling Xiao noticed that there were already black devouring ants moving the rocks at the entrance of the cave. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "How about you leave first?" Yun Mingqi faintly said. "I said I won't leave you unless I die." Ling Xiao shook his head and said firmly. Yun Mingqi's heart trembled. She didn't know why, but when she looked at Ling Xiao again, there was a change in her heart. At this moment, a surge of pure energy flowed into Yun Mingqi's body. She felt her entire body relax, and the spiritual energy in her body could circulate freely. "I have spiritual energy now," Yun Mingqi happily said. She hadn't thought that the aqua flower would not only heal her wounds, but also activate her spiritual energy. Who would have thought that after she cried out, the spiritual energy in her body would once again stop absorbing? "How do you feel?" Ling Xiao vigilantly looked at the entrance of the cave and asked Yun Mingqi. "I rejoiced for nothing. I can only recover the strength of a low-level cultivator." Yun Mingqi unhappily replied. She had thought that her body would completely recover, but who would have thought that with just a few surges of spiritual energy, she would recover a bit of her strength and the medicinal effect of the aqua flower would be exhausted. "Not bad. Catch the sword, we'll kill our way out." Ling Xiao replied and threw the blue crystal sword to Yun Mingqi. At this time, the black devouring ants finally entered the cave. But the entrance was extremely small and only 2 black devouring ants could enter at a time. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and chopped down with his silver ghost blood blade. The cold blade light killed the black devouring ants that entered the cave. "Oh no, there's so many black devouring ants." Ling Xiao pulled Yun Mingqi with one hand and ran out of the cave. Who would have thought that when he saw the black mass outside, his heart would go cold? How were they supposed to fight? Once the other side surged forward, they would be crushed to death. The 2 of them had no choice but to retreat back into the cave. "What do we do?" Yun Mingqi was at a loss. "Don't worry, I'll hold them off for a bit." Ling Xiao stood at the entrance of the cave and replied. The silver ghost blood blade in his hand continuously chopped out of the cave. All the black devouring ants that entered the cave were killed by Ling Xiao one by one. But there were just too many black devouring ants, as if they couldn't be killed all at once. Ling Xiao's hands were tired from killing them. At this time, he suddenly saw an extremely large black devouring ant and tens of smaller black devouring ants heading towards the cave entrance. Balls of poisonous black fog shot out. As long as you were touched by it, you would be eaten. Ling Xiao consecutively sent out tens of flames, temporarily dispersing the black fog. Then he turned and grabbed Yun Mingqi's hand, chopping towards the cave wall. He only hoped that they could dig deeper into the cave and prolong their survival. This time we're dead for sure. Ling Xiao continued to attack forward. Dirt and stones continuously fell from the cave, making his entire body a mess. The black devouring ants swarmed in one by one, as if they would only stop after eating the two of them. Mingqi, it looks like we'll have to die together. Ling Xiao knew that he had no power to reverse the situation, so he turned around to protect Yun Mingqi behind him. At this time, Yun Mingqi stepped forward and grabbed Ling Xiao's thick palm. She lightly said, If there's a next life, maybe I can give you a chance to pursue me. With those words, I'm willing to die. Ling Xiao replied. He snatched back the blue crystal sword from Yun Mingqi's hand and swung it towards the black devouring ants. Shadowless blade, leaving scars. The sparkling blade light intersected with the fiery sword light. The black devouring ants that entered the cave were either chopped to death or burned to death. The smell of burnt flesh was suffocating. Ling Xiao's blade and sword were in his hands. He was like a god of death as he stood in front of Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao's imposing back, her heart constantly trembling. In such a hopeless situation, he was willing to die for her, to block everything for her. Even someone with a heart of stone would be melted by his love. Ling Xiao threw caution to the wind. With a loud roar, he charged towards the black devouring ants, brandishing his blade and sword. The saber light and the sword radiance shot out in all directions. The surrounding rock cliffs were blasted open one after another. Sand and pebbles were sent flying, but not splashing. One by one, the black devouring ants died under Ling Xiao's blade. Ling Xiao's body was drenched in sweat. Just as Ling Xiao was about to exhaust his strength, the cave entrance suddenly began to shake. Boom boom, boom boom. Suddenly, the cave began to shake, as if it was about to collapse. Rocks began to fall. Not good. Ling Xiao's expression greatly changed. He turned around and pushed Yun Mingqi to the ground, using his body to protect her. At this time, a large boulder fell from above, directly pressing down on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao let out a heart-wrenching scream. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto Yun Mingqi's face. Yun Mingqi's eyes were filled with tears. This was the second time this man had sprayed blood on her face. Moreover, each time it was to save her. The blood was hot and intense, as beautiful as summer flowers. Yun Mingqi was truly conquered by Ling Xiao's sincerity. At this moment, she was hopelessly in love with this man she had just met. She silently prayed in her heart that if there was a next life, she would marry him. The ground of the cave suddenly caved in. Countless rocks fell. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi also caved in. Boom boom. Above the abyss, a simple and honest young man with grass and vines tied to him was slowly climbing down. This was Yun Mingqi's senior apprentice brother, Shi Tianhou. He had been weaving vines here for 3 days and 3 nights. In order to go down and find his junior apprentice sister, he had become extremely haggard. His eyes were bloodshot, his body was filled with a stench, and his hair was messy and unsightly. Shi Tianhou was an honest and righteous person. Like all of his fellow apprentices, he liked their junior apprentice sister. But he knew that he was not worthy of her, so he always treated her as his own little sister. Moreover, his junior apprentice sister had a transcendent status in the sect. Even if he could not find her alive, he would only be satisfied after finding her corpse. Just as he was descending tens of meters, waves of yin qi blew over, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. But his heart was firm. He clenched his teeth and slowly climbed down. At this time, Two people suddenly appeared in the sky. These two people did not have mounts. Instead, they flew over. If anyone were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. Because this was something that only those who had reached the king stage or above could fly. In Meteor City, there had never been a king stage expert. Only the Ling clan's Grand Elder could take that step. It was just that no one knew if he had succeeded or not. The two people in the air were both old men in their 50s or 60s. One was dressed in a black robe, tall and thin, with a long black sword on his back. His eagle-like eyes emitted a bright light, and his whole body was filled with a fiery aura. The other was dressed in a gray robe, slightly shorter than the black-robed old man. He was slightly plump, with a heavy saber tied to his back, emitting a yellow light. His aura was not any weaker than the old man beside him. "Senior apprentice brother, the place that Yi Feng said is nearby, right?" The gray-robed old man asked the black-robed old man beside him. "I think so." The black-robed old man lightly nodded. "Okay, let's go down and take a look." The gray-robed old man replied. The two of them began to descend. Suddenly, the two of them saw Shi Tianhou, who was climbing down. "Tianhou." The gray-robed old man's expression lit up. Without hesitation, he flew towards the descending Shi Tianhou. The black-robed old man also followed. Shi Tianhou paused for a moment. He wiped his sweat and continued to climb. However, at this time, on the cliff that he was climbing down, a black snake as thick as a human quickly scuttled towards him. Shi Tianhou was in a daze. He did not notice that the black snake was opening its bloody mouth and biting towards him. "Evil creature, die!" A cry of alarm rang out. An earthen yellow light shot over. Chapter 88. Shi Tianhou's mind shook as he saw the black snake biting towards him. Just as he was panicking, the black snake's head exploded and it fell into the abyss. Shi Tianhou let out a sigh of relief before looking up. "Master!" Shi Tianhou looked at the gray-robed elder in the air and excitedly called out. "Come up!" The gray-robed elder pulled the vine slightly and Shi Tianhou was once again pulled back to the edge of the cliff. Shi Tianhou quickly respectfully bowed to the two elders and said, "Disciple greets master and martial uncle." The two old men nodded lightly in response. The gray-robed elder walked in front of Shi Tianhou and lightly patted his shoulder. "What do you think?" This elder was obviously very close to Shi Tianhou. Shi Tianhou heavily knelt down and mournfully said, "Master, junior apprentice sister Shi, don't say any more. Your 8th senior apprentice brother has already told us. This isn't your fault. I'll go down with your martial uncle to take a look. You stay up here," the gray-robed elder said indifferently. 8th senior apprentice brother he. Shi Tianhou wanted to say something but stopped when he saw the black-robed elder. He only replied, "Master, martial uncle, you have to be careful. The Yin wind is extremely heavy down here. Even the green wind crane doesn't dare to fly down." "Master knows." The gray-robed elder replied and then nodded to the black-robed elder. At the same time, they flew down into the abyss. However, when the two of them flew close to 100 meters, a surging Yin wind attacked their bodies, forcing them to use the dark protection force to protect their bodies. "Senior apprentice brother, there must be something strange down there." The gray-robed elder's expression was grave as he spoke to the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder nodded in agreement. "The Yin wind is so heavy. There must be something evil down there. Then could Meng Qi?" The gray-robed elder guessed. Yi Feng said that Meng Qi used a forbidden technique before falling. She has already lost all of her spiritual energy. Falling from such a height, I'm afraid. It doesn't bode well for her, the black-robed elder replied with an ugly expression. "This is a great loss for our sect. If the sect master comes out, I'm afraid he'll be furious." The gray-robed elder shook his head and sighed. The black-robed elder nodded and the two of them continued to descend. The two of them flew from top to bottom for nearly 1,000 meters before finally landing on the ground. What a heavy Yin wind and baleful aura. There's definitely something evil here. The black-robed old man's body glowed with a dense fiery light as he looked at the dark cliffs around him. He became cautious. The gray-robed elder's body released an earthen yellow light as well, and he nodded with a serious expression. This place is comparable to a place of extreme een. There might even be dark attribute beasts above the third stage. The two slowly walked forward and suddenly saw the corpse of the black devouring ant in front. The two slowly walked forward and suddenly saw the corpse of the devouring ant corpse. There are traces of frost and fire. Did someone else fall here? The gray-haired old man speculated. That's right. The black-robed old man said. Yi Feng said that there was a young man who was only a high-level profound practitioner who fell with Meng Qi. Obviously, he wasn't the one who caused the commotion. Maybe it was the battle between the spirit beasts. No, senior brother. These are blade and sword marks. The gray-robed elder looked carefully and immediately denied the black-robed elder's words. The black-robed elder also seriously looked around and suddenly saw a soft sword not far away. He raised his hand and the soft sword immediately flew towards him. Meng Qi's water silkworm soft sword. The black-robed elder immediately saw that the sword was Meng Qi's personal item. The two elders looked at each other and their expressions became even uglier. It was obvious that they had already prepared for the worst. They nervously continued to fly forward. They passed by a cave and went in to take a look. Senior brother, there really was someone here. The gray-robed elder said. I just don't know if Meng Qi will be blessed by the heavens. The black-robed elder replied. The two of them didn't stop and continued forward. The strange cries of the black devouring ants sounded out non-stop. The two elders arrived at the front and saw the thousands of black devouring ants. They felt their scalps go numb. Looks like Meng Qi won't be able to escape. The black-robed elder looked at the black devouring ants and shook his head. The black mass of black devouring ants in front of him would even exhaust a spirit master to death. Only a king tier would have a chance of survival. But, senior brother, if you work together to kill these black devouring ants, it can be considered as revenge for Meng Qi. The gray-robed elder sighed. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and the ground immediately cracked. Dozens of black devouring ants were swallowed by the cracks. The black devouring ant king and the second-rank black devouring ants in the middle all spat out a black mist at the two elders. Layers of black mist curled up and a corrosive aura filled the entire valley. This kind of fiend land really did give birth to this kind of evil spirit beast. The black-robed elder shouted. He raised his hand and a large sea of flames bloomed. The intense flames were many times stronger than the ones Ling Xiao had released. The black mist was instantly incinerated by the flames and the black devouring ants were incessantly crying out in pain. The gray-robed elder didn't mind and continued to form hand seals. Between the ground and the cliff, rocks rolled out and crushed the black devouring ants into meat paste. With the two king-level experts working together, the thousands of black devouring ants were instantly killed. The king-level methods were truly terrifying. Let's go, senior brother. The black devouring ants shouldn't be the only spirit beast in this place. I feel an extremely powerful aura over there. Even if the sect master personally came, it would be difficult. After killing the black devouring ants, the gray-robed elder frowned. Yes, this place is too evil. Perhaps there are even higher-level things here. It's best if we don't provoke them. The black-robed elder nodded in agreement and the two of them flew up. Returning to the cliff, the gray-robed elder picked up Shi Tianhou and said, Foolish child, let's go back. Shi Tianhou was stunned for a moment and then asked, Master, junior sister, Shi, everything is set in stone. This matter ends here. When you go back, forget about this matter and focus on your cultivation. Don't come out until you reach spirit master level. The gray-robed elder faintly replied. After Shi Tianhou heard this, his expression became silent. He had already prepared for the worst, but hearing it again now, his heart still felt extremely uncomfortable. Junior sister, goodbye. Shi Tianhou turned his head to look at the mountain range that was gradually getting further and further away as he thought to himself. However, they didn't know that after they left, there was still a slight movement in the abyss. In the endless mountain range, lush green trees that reached the sky, spirit beasts were roaring. In the abyss between the outer and inner areas, a group of dead black devouring ants emitted the stench of rotting corpses. Not far from the corpses of the black devouring ants, there was a man and a woman pressed on top of a rock. The man protected the woman under his body. A huge rock was pressing on his body, causing his waist to become deformed. It looked like he was almost dead. At this time, the young girl who was being pressed down by the man slowly woke up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, her pupils contracted and she wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, she was firmly pressed down and couldn't move. Ling Xiao, wake up, don't scare me. The young girl continuously cried out in alarm. Her delicate hand lightly patted Ling Xiao's shoulder, hoping to wake Ling Xiao up. Right now, she only had the cultivation of a low-level profound practitioner. It wasn't enough to push Ling Xiao and the huge rock away. After calling out a few times, she saw that Ling Xiao didn't respond. Tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes and she said, Ling Xiao, didn't you say you wanted to chase me? I'll give you a chance now. As long as you wake up, I'll give you a chance to chase me. I just want you to wake up, okay? Yun Mingqi's heart was filled with despair. She guessed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to survive. She was also being pressed down and had no way to recover her spiritual energy. Within a few days, she would definitely die here as well. Forget it. Maybe the heavens want us to die together. Yun Mingqi's beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow and despair. She couldn't help but think back to the short period of time she had spent with Ling Xiao. She didn't know why, but her heart felt very fulfilled. Mingqi, don't worry, we won't die. A weak voice rang in Yun Mingqi's ear. Hearing this voice, Yun Mingqi felt as if she had been electrocuted. She hurriedly said with joy, Ling Xiao, you're still alive. That's great. With great difficulty, Ling Xiao raised his head. His face was deathly pale. Looking at Yun Mingqi, he indifferently said, Don't worry. Wait for me to recover. We'll definitely be able to escape. Yes, I believe you. I believe you, Ling Xiao. Yun Mingqi cried tears of joy. She nodded repeatedly and then slightly raised her head to kiss Ling Xiao's thick lips. Boom. This time, Ling Xiao was stunned. It was as if his entire body was filled with happiness and sweetness. He suddenly felt that happiness had come too suddenly. After a long time, their lips finally separated. Yun Mingqi's face was completely red. She turned her face to the side and closed her beautiful eyes, not daring to meet Ling Xiao's gaze. Ling Xiao blankly stared at the beauty in front of him. That red jade-like face, that bright light in her eyes, and that tender and alluring appearance made him unreservedly fall in love with Yun Mingqi. Mingqi, can we do it again? Ling Xiao licked his thick lips, unsatisfied. It was as if he had already forgotten about the huge boulder that was pressing down on him. The wounds all over his body seemed to have become insignificant. Yun Mingqi's shrunken eyelashes trembled a few times. She didn't reply to Ling Xiao's words, but her face became even redder. She was simply too beautiful. Seeing that Yun Mingqi didn't move, Ling Xiao wanted to forcefully kiss her like last time. But after a moment of hesitation, he rejected this idea. He didn't want Yun Mingqi to be scared away by him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to circulate his energy to recover, Yun Mingqi once again raised her head and kissed Ling Xiao's cheek. She shyly said, "Greedy ghost." Hee cough cough. Ling Xiao laughed happily. Blood once again flowed out of his mouth. Chapter 89. Don't be agitated. How do you feel? Yun Mingqi looked at Ling Xiao with a pained expression. I'm fine. I won't die yet. It's just that my internal organs have been injured. I just need to circulate my energy to heal myself. Don't move. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then leaned against Yun Mingqi's shoulder and closed his eyes. His current situation was worse than ever. His internal organs had been displaced, and he was bleeding profusely. Even if the 3 parts returning to origin technique and the Vajra 5 transformation art were able to heal themselves, without any medicinal energy to absorb, the healing speed was extremely slow. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to circulate the 2 great profound arts within his body. His healing speed gradually increased. But this was still not enough to stop his injuries from worsening. His spine had been crushed, and his internal organs had been ruptured. If it was anyone else, they would have died long ago. But Ling Xiao was lucky enough to not die. This was all because of the Vajra 5 transformation art. He had previously cultivated it to the middle realm of the second transformation, and the toughness of his body had long since surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. That was why he was still able to hold on without dying. "Old Lu, if you don't come out and help me, I'm really going to die." Ling Xiao continuously called out to Lu Weng in his mind. Right now, he wasn't broken. His hands and feet couldn't move, and he couldn't take any medicinal pills or spirit herbs to eat. Just relying on this method to heal himself wasn't a solution, so he had no choice but to call Lu Weng. Right now, Lu Weng definitely knew his situation. Last time when he fell from a high altitude, if it wasn't for Lu Weng providing him with energy, he would have died long ago. Lu Weng was his only hope right now. Sure enough, not long after Ling Xiao called out to him, strands of green light filled with spiritual energy slowly surged out from his consciousness. The 3 parts returning to origin technique and the Vajra 5 transformation art instantly rushed forward to snatch it. With the transfer of energy, Ling Xiao's injuries were under control. The miraculous effects of the 2 great profound arts began to take effect. The 3 parts returning to origin technique continued to absorb energy into his dantian, allowing Ling Xiao to gradually recover his profound energy. This time, the Vajra 5 transformation art absorbed twice as much energy as the 3 parts restoration chi because it was about to evolve. The green energy cleansed the tendons one by one, and the originally broken tendons were restored one after another. Furthermore, the tendons gradually became twice as wide as before. In the end, the tendons actually turned from an ordinary green to a golden color. Each of them was like a golden chain, appearing extremely tough. Each of the tendons shone like gold, faintly exuding a noble aura. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao's entire body was emitting a golden radiance. His entire person looked incomparably holy. Yun Mingqi's jade-like lips were agape, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What kind of mysterious technique is this? Yun Mingqi thought to herself. How did it recover so quickly? She clearly sensed that Ling Xiao's aura was gradually rising, and the golden light was dazzling, faintly revealing a divine aura, making her feel like she wanted to bow down to him, as if she had seen a noble king. She really couldn't figure out why Ling Xiao's body would have such a mystical, mysterious technique. Could it be a green or blue rank technique? Yun Mengqi guessed. Cultivation methods were generally divided into the following categories: gray, yellow, cyan, green, blue, red, purple, brown, and black. Gray and yellow cultivation methods were the most common, and cyan-ranked cultivation methods were extremely precious. In Meteor City, only the 3 great clans each had a cyan-ranked cultivation method. As for the cultivation methods above the green-ranked, they had never seen or heard of them. Yun Mingqi came from a large sect, so her vision was naturally higher. But she still couldn't see through what kind of cultivation method Ling Xiao was using. What made her even more puzzled was that Ling Xiao was clearly able to use ice and fire cultivation methods, but now he was using a metal cultivation method to repair his body. This caused her to be unable to wrap her head around it. She couldn't understand what was going on. Just how many attributes did he have? At this moment, Ling Xiao was immersed in the wonderful feeling of his recovery. His tendons and meridians were like waves of gold, filled with an indescribable amount of energy. After all the tendons and meridians in his body had been repaired, his Xian energy began to nourish his internal organs. The second transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation technique had actually been cultivated to the large success stage. The third transformation, organs refinement, was quietly being activated. Below the roots of the small tree in his sea of knowledge, strands of green energy were being extracted. The small tree actually began to tremble, causing Lu Weng's expression to become gloomy. Just how did this brat cultivate? He sucked away all the energy I just obtained. This won't do. If he continues to suck away my old life, I'll die here, muttered Lu Weng. In the beginning, it had only needed a few strands of energy to bring Ling Xiao back from the brink of death. But now it had already transferred all the energy it had obtained to Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao was like a bottomless pit, sucking away his energy without letting go. Seeing that even his life essence was about to be sucked away, Lu Weng had no choice but to cut off Ling Xiao's sucking. But just as it was about to cut off its connection with Ling Xiao, the power of the sucking suddenly increased and was about to pounce on it. Damn, it actually dares to retaliate. Lu Weng's body shook slightly and he waved his hand. A green netherguard force immediately forced the sucking back. This brat is truly strange. It seems that I should be more careful in the future. Otherwise, I might be sucked dry by this brat before I recover. That would be terrible. After muttering to himself, Lu Weng closed his eyes and began to recover his yuan qi. Ling Xiao didn't know any of this. All he knew was that the Vajra transformation art's circulation seemed to have increased by several times. Furthermore, his body was gradually transforming. His internal injuries were gradually recovering, and his internal organs were also slowly healing. Furthermore, they had become much more resilient. Half a day later, the Vajra transformation art stopped circulating and the golden light on Ling Xiao's body gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly, and the boulder on his back didn't seem very heavy at all. At this time, he could clearly feel that the soft body he was pressing down on was extremely flexible. His heart was in chaos and his blood began to boil. Ling Xiao, how are you feeling? Can you shake off the boulder? Yun Mingqi asked weakly. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms, he suddenly had the urge to do something to her on the spot. No, I can't do this to her. I want her to willingly give me her body. Ling Xiao struggled in his heart. In the end, he decided not to take advantage of her. Boom! Ling Xiao's Xian energy gathered on his back and he bent over, turning the boulder on his back into powder. This young master will definitely have good fortune after surviving such a disaster. Ling Xiao jumped up and let out a light cry. Then he began to laugh complacently. This time, he really had profited from a disaster. He had successfully cultivated the second transformation of the Vajra transformation art, refining tendons, and had even stepped into the third transformation, refining viscera. He really hadn't expected that the energy Lu Weng had provided him would be so powerful. It had allowed him to advance 2 realms in one go, and the 3-part origin returning qi had also gained quite a bit of benefits. Originally, he had over 50 meridians, but now he had broken through 60. He had taken another small step towards breaking through 365 meridians. At this time, Yun Mingqi had also crawled up, but her body was still weak. She anxiously said to Ling Xiao, "Hurry and see if there's a snake." "There's a snake? Where is it?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, "Are you all right? Did you get bitten by a snake?" Yun Mingqi worriedly asked. "I'm fine. I'll be right back," replied Ling Xiao. Then he suddenly thought of something and looked around with wide eyes. What is this place?" He clearly remembered that he and Yun Mingqi had fallen into the cave together, and then he had lost consciousness. However, this place seemed to be an underground cave. Aside from the place where they had fallen, there were quite a few rocks piled up. The surroundings were completely empty, and the place was abnormally wide. Ling Xiao hurriedly separated the rocks and then found his bag. He took out the crystal he had obtained from the illusory demon and lit up the cave. It was impossible to see how deep this cave was. The 2 sides of the cave were smooth and tidy, as if they had been carved out by the ghost axe divine art. On the walls, there was a groove every 2 or 3 meters, and there seemed to be something covered by a rag. Ling Xiao walked over to remove the rag. "Be careful, don't move." Yun Mingqi spoke out to stop him. She was worried that he might trigger some sort of mechanism. Ling Xiao turned around to look at Yun Mingqi, and then went to pick up the sword and blade on the ground. Then he walked over and used the blue crystal sword to pick up the rag. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance blossomed from the groove. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands. This is a millennium luminous pearl," exclaimed Ling Xiao as he looked at the fist-sized pearl in the groove. A Millennium Luminous Pearl was an extremely valuable and rare jewel. It was said that it had the ability to calm one's mind, and expel evil spirits. Such a large Millennium Luminous Pearl could be sold for at least 100,000 gold coins. Following that, Ling Xiao continued to remove the rag in the groove. The 8 Millennium Luminous Pearls were extremely bright and dazzling, illuminating the entire cave. Chapter 90. Who would be so extravagant as to use 8 Millennium Luminous Pearls as illumination? Could this be a secret? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the pearls. Ling Xiao's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Yun Mingqi's scream. Ling Xiao quickly turned around and asked, "Mingqi, what's wrong?" Yun Mingqi shrank back and pointed to the front. There's a skeleton. Ling Xiao turned around and saw a skeleton in front of him. The skeleton was sitting cross-legged as if it had died. The most surprising thing was that this skeleton was not silver like normal skeletons, but blue. "Don't worry, it's just a dead person." Ling Xiao walked to Yun Mingqi's side and gently held her hand as he comforted her. Actually, Ling Xiao was a bit speechless. Yun Mingqi was already a spirit master. How could she be afraid of a skeleton? Actually, this couldn't be blamed on Yun Mingqi. Ever since she fell into this bottomless abyss, she had lost all of her spiritual energy and was no different from a normal person. She was also abused by the black devouring ants. She was just a young girl, and after experiencing so many shocks, her mental state had become a bit weaker. Being held by Ling Xiao, Yun Mingqi began to struggle a little. However, Ling Xiao held her hand firmly, so she could only let him do as he wished. Her heart was filled with a strange feeling. "Let's go take a look. This might be a secret realm." Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he looked at the blue skeleton in front of them. Originally, one of the reasons for entering the mountain range was to find the secret realm. Now that it was right in front of him, how could he not be excited? However, he really couldn't understand how someone could discover such a hidden existence. If it wasn't for them accidentally, they wouldn't have discovered the existence of a secret realm in this bottomless abyss. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Could it be that Wei Dyer's map wasn't a map of the secret realm, but a map of the Yin Windgrass? That's right, that must be it. Lone Eagle had once presented him with a Yin Windgrass. At first, Lone Eagle said that he had obtained it by chance, but when Ling Xiao asked him again in the mountains, he admitted that he had obtained the Yin Windgrass from a mercenary in the Cold Snake mercenary group. However, he could not recognize that it was a Yin Windgrass, so he presented it to Ling Xiao. As such, the Cold Snake mercenaries must have been the first to discover the location of the Yin Windgrass. However, due to the presence of the Type 3 Lightning Eagle, they were only able to obtain a single stalk. Most of the mercenaries had lost their lives to the claws of the Lightning Eagle. The Green Wolves mercenaries had somehow managed to obtain this information and had chased after the few mercenaries who had managed to escape from the claws of the Lightning Eagle. They had stolen the map, while the mercenary with the Yin Windgrass had been killed by Solitary Eagle. After that, Wei Dyer killed the mercenaries of the Green Wolf Regiment and snatched the map. No one knew the whole story. They kept guessing that it was a map of the arcane realm, which led to the series of events that followed. At this time, Ling Xiao was finally enlightened. However, he had indeed found the true location of the arcane realm because of this map. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi walked over, and only then did they get a clear look at the skeleton's surroundings. It was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, and beside it were 3 small bottles, a blue long sword, and a scroll. Looking at these items, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with greed. Needless to say, these were pills, weapons, and Xian techniques. Yun Mingqi, who was standing to the side, also had a look of disbelief in her eyes. She muttered to herself, This is the skeleton of an Earth Emperor." "What?" Ling Xiao asked, his body trembling. "This is definitely the skeleton of an Earth Emperor," Yun Mingqi said with determination. "Why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked, not understanding. "Look at the color of this skeleton, it's all blue." Yun Mingqi pointed at the skeleton. "I know that. How can you say that he was an Earth Emperor when he was alive?" Ling Xiao was speechless. He had already seen that the skeleton was blue. Only an Earth Emperor can cultivate to the point that their bones are the same color as their body. These bones are called Emperor bones. This skeleton is all blue, so it's certain that he was a water attribute Earth Emperor when he was alive. Yun Mingqi said with certainty. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao replied, but his heart was in turmoil. This was the resting place of an Earth Emperor rank powerhouse. Ordinary martial artists were divided into martial disciple, Xian scholar, spirit master, king, Earth Emperor, sky sovereign, Xian emperor, saint, and god. In Meteor City, martial disciples and Xian practitioners were the most common, and Xian practitioners were called experts. Spirit masters were already super strong experts. As for king level, they had never seen one, and as for Earth Emperor level, they were simply unreachable existences. They could already be regarded as gods. How could Ling Xiao not be shocked and excited by the place where such an expert died? The things that were left behind here were absolutely rare and abundant. Ling Xiao's heart sped up as he thought about it. He impatiently walked to the side of the stone bed. He first picked up the 3 small bottles and then opened one of them. Ling Xiao thought that this was some kind of high-level medicinal pill that would emit a strong medicinal smell. He didn't think that it would only emit a corrosive smell. Ling Xiao shook the bottle angrily, and a mass of black powder poured out. It can't be outdated, right? Ling Xiao was speechless. You don't need to waste your time. No matter what level the medicinal pill is, it can't withstand the erosion of time. Looking at the environment here, it seems that no one has come here for at least several hundred years. These medicinal pills are definitely gone. Yun Mingqi said as she picked up the scroll and opened it. Blue Tear Water Technique, Gentle Tides Overlapping Waves. Yun Mingqi's beautiful eyes shone with an enchanting light as she exclaimed. Blue Tear Technique. Ling Xiao gulped. Ling Xiao, can you give this technique to me? Yun Mingqi didn't look down and directly held the scroll in front of her chest. She looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression as she asked. Everyone knew how tempting a blue tear technique was. If they were brothers, they would probably turn against each other and become enemies. Moreover, the two of them had only known each other for a few days. Although it was said that a friend in need is a friend indeed, no one knew if they would turn against each other when faced with such a choice. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said indifferently, You can take it. This is a water-type technique and isn't suitable for me. Moreover, this secret realm was discovered by the two of us. Naturally, we'll split the things here. Ling Xiao, you're the best. Yun Mingqi was overjoyed and immediately kissed Ling Xiao on the cheek. This caused Ling Xiao to rub his face and laugh to himself for a while. So what if it was a blue tear technique? Even if it was a red tear technique, as long as he could win a beauty's smile, he was willing to part with it. There's also a sword here. It shouldn't be anything ordinary. I'll give it to you. Yun Mingqi pointed to the sword beside her. Ling Xiao nodded and reached out to take the sword. This was a blue sword that was about 1.2 meters long. The scabbard hadn't lost its brilliance because of the passage of time. On the hilt of the sword, there were mysterious spirit inscriptions that made it seem simple and unadorned. When he held it in his hand, he could feel a wave of spiritual energy flowing into his palm. It made him feel very warm and comfortable, without the slightest bit of roughness. Ling Xiao pulled the sword away. What? A faint blue light flashed and a sharp sword chi shot into the air. The two of them seemed to see a water attribute spirit beast leap out from the sword, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This is definitely a high-level profound weapon. Ling Xiao looked at the blue sword. On the body of the sword, there was a water attribute spirit beast engraved in the air. It looked extremely lifelike. Needless to say, this was definitely a profound weapon. Otherwise, how could it produce such a strong sword chi? Ling Xiao lightly stroked the body of the sword. Looking at the joint between the sword and the hilt, there were 3 ancient words, soft-tide sword. For a moment, his excitement was once again deflated. It was very obvious that this was a water attribute profound weapon. It was a set with Yun Mingqi's profound skill. He believed that this was the Earth Emperor stage expert's profound skill and profound weapon when he was alive. What's wrong? This is at least a 4th or 5th level profound weapon. It's not any worse than my cultivation technique. Yun Mingqi said in a puzzled tone. She had thought that Ling Xiao was dissatisfied with this profound weapon. Don't worry, I'll also give it to you. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and handed over the soft-tied sword to Yun Mingqi. This is really for me? Yun Mingqi excitedly asked. Of course. Isn't what's mine yours? Take it. Ling Xiao very generously said. This soft-tied sword was not bad, but it wasn't very useful to him. He might as well be more generous and give it to Yun Mingqi. In reality, his heart was bleeding. He had discovered this secret realm, but he hadn't obtained any benefits from it. This was really too unbearable. Ling Xiao continued to look around to see if there was anything else he could discover. At this time, the skeleton behind him suddenly released a blue light that shot towards Yun Mingqi, who was holding the profound skill and profound weapon. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked worriedly as he turned his head to look at Yun Mingqi, who was enveloped by the blue light. I don't know either. Yun Mingqi also didn't understand. It's this skeleton's doing. Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the blue skeleton and prepared to destroy it. Ling Xiao, don't move. It seems to be imparting an inheritance to me. Yun Mingqi spoke out to stop him. At this moment, she only felt that after being enveloped by the blue light, there was something gradually appearing in her head. Only then did she think that this skeleton might be imparting her memories or profound skills. Imparting an inheritance. Ling Xiao exclaimed with his mouth wide open. Long ago, he had seen records of secret realms in the Ling family's inner courtyard. He knew that the most precious thing in a secret realm wasn't the pills, profound weapons, or profound skills, but the inheritance within the secret realm. The inheritor would obtain the inheritor's lifetime cultivation experience and knowledge, and could even obtain the inheritor's lifetime's worth of skills. What this represented was something that anyone could understand. Right now, Yun Mingqi had already sat down cross-legged and closed her beautiful eyes, entering the true inheritance. Ling Xiao enviously looked at Yun Mingqi and couldn't help but feel depressed at his own luck. He had experienced many dangers to arrive here, but he hadn't obtained any benefits at all. If it was anyone else, they would feel extremely uncomfortable and go crazy. Just as Ling Xiao turned around to see if there was anything else, he suddenly saw a ring under the blue skeleton's kneecap from the corner of his eye. Chapter 91. This ring wasn't very dazzling, its light silver color not much different from an ordinary ring, but it deeply attracted Ling Xiao's eyes. It's not bad to keep this as a souvenir. After all, it belonged to an Earth King stage master. Ling Xiao carefully picked up the ring and played with it. Then he put it on his middle finger. He looked at it and felt that it was just right. He felt that it was not bad, so he talked to himself to comfort his disappointed heart. Ling Xiao didn't know how long it would take for the inheritance to end. He walked to the place where he fell and moved all the rubble away. He found the dried meat and the rank 2 spiritual herbs that he had accumulated in the mountain range. Then he began to walk towards the cave, looking for a way out. When he came to the front, the cave entrance was blocked by a huge boulder, probably sealed by the Earth Sovereign before he died. Ling Xiao tried to push the boulder away. He had thought that this boulder would be difficult to move, but who would have thought that after using half of his strength, the boulder would move a little, and a strong gust of cold wind would blow in from outside. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes that had been blinded by the wind, and used a bit more strength to move the boulder away, allowing Ling Xiao to make his way out. Outside, gusts of cold wind blew in, the killing intent thick and strong. It was at least twice as strong as the wind in the black devouring ants' territory. What the hell is this place? It's even more uncomfortable than the illusory valley. Ling Xiao shrank his body, and couldn't help but circulate his fire attribute foundation to resist the waves of cold wind, preventing it from invading his body. Looking at the darkness in front of him, where not even a blade of grass grew, Ling Xiao didn't know how to find a way out. Perhaps the only way to leave this bottomless abyss was to climb up. But the cliff here was extremely steep. How was he going to climb to the top? He was afraid that before he could climb more than 100 meters, he would fall again. Didn't they say that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on? Why doesn't a path of survival appear in front of me? Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a sigh. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the cave, he saw some grass growing on the cliff not far away. Damn, so many wind grass. Ling Xiao's jaw dropped as he looked at the small patch of grass. It was all stage 3 wind grass. Sure enough, one who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune later on. With so many wind grasses, I'm rich, rich. Ling Xiao continuously rubbed his hands, and his eyes shone as he muttered to himself. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to act rashly. With so many wind grasses, there might be wind beasts guarding them. Just like the 3 shady wind grasses on the cliff, they were protected by the lightning eagle. But there were so many shady wind beasts in front of them. Maybe there really were shady wind beasts. They were powerful spirit beasts of the 3rd rank or 4th rank. They were many times stronger than the lightning eagle. Ling Xiao was only at the mystic knight rank and was completely unable to withstand a single blow from a high-level spirit beast. Ling Xiao vigilantly looked around, then picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it towards the wind grass. The wind was still blowing, but there were no spirit beasts pouncing out. Maybe there really aren't any spirit beasts guarding them. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He couldn't help but embolden himself, then carefully walked forward. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach the wind grass, a beast roar sounded. Oh my god, it can't be for real, right? Ling Xiao strangely cried out and instantly ran back to the cave entrance. Something's wrong. This sound seems to be coming from the front. Ling Xiao saw that there were no spirit beasts in front of him. Only then did he remember that the roar didn't come from nearby. Immediately after, there were a few more beast roars, and there were also sounds of explosions mixed in. Could it be that there's a spirit beast war? Ling Xiao was puzzled for a moment, then he slowly walked towards the beast roars. After walking for a while, the beast roars were getting closer and closer. The wind evil chi was also getting thicker. Let me see what kind of spirit beast it is. Ling Xiao held his breath and continued to walk forward. He didn't walk too far before he arrived at a circular area. The surroundings were filled with wind grass, causing Ling Xiao to be dazzled. Boom! Suddenly, a bright red flame smashed onto a patch of wind grass, burning nearly 100 stalks of wind grass. Ling Xiao's heart ached, then he shifted his gaze to the place where the flame shot from. He saw a small beast whose entire body was scarlet red was facing off against a round gray giant beast. This scarlet red beast was only 1.5 meters long, but its entire body was emitting a powerful flame. It looked majestic and extremely strong. It had a pair of antlers, a lion's body, tiger's claws, and a ponytail. It was actually the legendary Qilin mythological beast. In the middle of its forehead, there was a very short sharp horn. There was even a dark red halo revolving around it, making it look extremely noble. And the gray giant beast that was facing off against it was especially ugly and disgusting. Its body was like a barrel with rolls of fat rolling on it. There were no fangs in its big mouth, and its lower jaw was constantly dripping with saliva. Gusts of wind blew out from its bull-like nostrils. This lunar wind beast didn't seem to be just a rank 3 lunar wind beast. It was very likely that it was a rank 4 lunar wind beast. It turned out that the wind grass was not without the protection of the lunar wind beast, but the lunar wind beast was fighting with the young Qilin. The young Qilin spat out another ball of flame towards the lunar wind beast. The lunar wind beast shrank its big belly, and then spat out a gust of wind from its mouth, which bounced back the flame. Then, it roared loudly and rolled its huge body towards the young Qilin. The young Qilin reacted very quickly and dodged the rebounded flame. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws towards the lunar wind beast. Its sharp front claws were aimed at the head of the lunar wind beast. However, it was still very small, and was simply not a match for the lunar wind beast. It was sent flying by the huge palm of the lunar wind beast. Boom! The young Qilin crashed into a rock, and the rock was smashed into pieces by its body, causing dust to fly everywhere. Shwa shwa. The lunar wind beast spat out several wind blades towards the position of the young Qilin. The rock was cut into countless pieces by the wind blades. A fiery figure jumped out from the rock, and a ball of flame attacked the side of the lunar wind beast. The lunar wind beast couldn't dodge in time, and the flame burned its body, causing it to let out a strange cry. Its body kept rolling on the ground in order to extinguish the flame. The young Qilin seized the opportunity to pounce on the body of the lunar wind beast and bit it. Oh, oh. The lunar wind beast was bitten by the young Qilin, and it was in great pain. After a while, the lunar wind beast turned its body over, and its huge claws fiercely slapped the body of the young Qilin. The young Qilin was once again swatted away like a fly. Balls of gray liquid flowed out of the body of the lunar wind beast. It was enraged for the whole night, and its body kept shrinking and expanding. Then, a huge ball of splitting wind blade was spat out from its big mouth. The surrounding rocks were all blown into the air, and the ground was scratched by the wind-splitting baleful blade. Boom! The place where the young Qilin fell was hit by the splitting wind blade, and the rocks splashed in all directions. Ling Xiao was lying on the side of a protruding rock, and he looked at the shocking battle in front of him. The lunar wind beast was at least at the 4th rank, and the young Qilin looked so small, but it was able to fight with the lunar wind beast and even injure it. Unfortunately, it was still smashed into the cliff by the last powerful blow of the lunar wind beast, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. However, seeing that the lunar wind beast was still vigilant, could it be that the young Qilin was still alive? From the dozens of meters deep pit that was created by the lunar wind beast, a figure staggered out. Sure enough, the young Qilin was still alive, but it didn't seem to be in a good condition. The flames on the body of the young Qilin had dimmed a lot, and there were several hideous wounds on its body, and fresh blood was flowing out crazily. Its swaying body looked like it could fall down at any time, and it seemed that the move just now had caused it to suffer very serious injuries. This poor little guy. Ling Xiao looked at the noble young Qilin from the side, and he felt pity for it. This reminded him of the inexplicable fate between the wind god, Nye Feng, and the fire Qilin. In his previous life, he especially worshipped the wind god, and he also cultivated the wind god's legs. Naturally, he had a feeling of resonance with this young Qilin. The lunar wind beast used a powerful move just now, and its body was injured in many places, and its breath was clearly much weaker than before. When it saw the young Qilin appear, it shot out another sinister wind blade. The young Qilin raised its eyes and struggled to move its body, but it was still not fast enough, and its body was hit again, and it flew more than 10 meters away. Ling Xiao held his sword and saber tightly, and he had an impulse to rush out and kill the lunar wind beast, but he knew that he would definitely die if he went out now. Even if the lunar wind beast was injured, it was still not something that a mystic cultivator like him could deal with. At this time, the young Qilin actually climbed up with difficulty again, and it let out an unwilling cry, and the sharp horn in the middle of its forehead emitted a dark red halo. Seeing this, the lunar wind beast couldn't help but roar again, and its body kept shrinking to accumulate the sinister wind evil chi, preparing to give the young Qilin a final blow. The two spirit beasts were accumulating energy, and the surrounding atmosphere became distorted. Only the whistling sinister wind evil chi not far behind the two spirit beasts was still blowing, and it seemed that the two spirit beasts couldn't affect that place. After accumulating energy, the young Qilin shot out a dark red flame from its sharp horn, and this flame was like a fire dragon, surging and roaring towards the lunar wind beast. The lunar wind beast also spat out a level 10 hurricane, which was much more terrible than the previous blow, and the surrounding rocks were blown away, and the air was cut by the wind blade, making a sharp sound. Ling Xiao tightly held the huge rock in front of him, and his body was hurt by the sinister wind evil chi. If it wasn't for the fact that he had practiced the Vajra 5 transformation incantation, and his body was much stronger than before, he would have been seriously injured. So scary, this is the power of a level 4 spirit beast. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at the battle in front of him, and his face was covered with cold sweat, and he was very frightened. He could imagine that if he entered the atmosphere of the two spirit beasts, He would be crushed into meat paste before the opponent made a move. The dark red flame and the hurricane collided together. Boom! A series of explosions rang out incessantly. Chapter 92. However, the young Qilin was still a bit weaker than the lunar wind beast. After its flame was swallowed by the hurricane continued to attack the young Qilin. The young Qilin had no more spiritual energy left, so it could only fall to the ground and accept its fate of defeat. Just when the lunar wind beast thought that victory was in sight, a small dark red flame pierced through the hurricane and hit its body. The moment the lunar wind beast came into contact with the small flame, it immediately let out a painful cry and rolled on the ground. Just when the young Qilin was about to be swallowed by the hurricane, Ling Xiao shouted and used the Cloud Phantom technique. All the wind attribute in his body gathered under his feet, and he flew towards the young Qilin. Boom boom. The hurricane engulfed Ling Xiao and the young Qilin. The cliff was also blasted into a 100-meter deep ditch. This was the power of a 4th-rank spirit beast. It was comparable to a martial artist or a king-level human, maybe even stronger. The lunar wind beast didn't have a good time either. The flames on its body seemed to be inextinguishable. No matter how hard it rolled, the flames couldn't be extinguished. After a while, a large part of its body was burned by the flames. Deep white bones could be seen. It let out a series of miserable cries, and even after circulating its dark protection force, it was unable to extinguish the fire. In the end, it had no choice but to run towards the place where the Yin Qi was the strongest. In the 100-meter deep ditch, Ling Xiao and the young Qilin were on 2 sides. One man and one beast had avoided the most violent attack of the hurricane, but they were still injured. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was covered in blood. One of his arms had been cut by the hurricane. His arm was hanging down powerlessly as if it was useless. Ling Xiao's face was pale as he said to himself, "Fortunately, the bones are not broken. Otherwise, I would have been crippled." He didn't think that he would be so hot-headed as to rush out to save the young Qilin. Fortunately, he was fast enough and didn't get hit by the strongest attack. Otherwise, he would have died. Fortunately, these injuries could be healed by the Vajra 5 transformation technique. The recovery speed of the Vajra 5 transformation technique was several times faster than before. Ling Xiao didn't notice that the blood on his arm slowly flowed down to the ring on his middle finger. The ring quietly absorbed the blood on the ring, and then flashed a silver light, and then returned to normal. Ling Xiao clutched his arm as he used the Vajra 5 transformation technique to repair the broken muscles and tendons on his arm. Then he slowly walked over to the young Qilin. The young Qilin laid on the ground with a dark expression in its eyes. Thick blood flowed around its body and its fangs were still bared, as if it didn't want to let down its guard at all. "Little guy, are you okay?" Ling Xiao didn't dare to get too close, so he asked carefully. However, after he said these words, he really wanted to slap himself. Wasn't this nonsense? His entire body was covered in bloody scars. How could he be fine? The young Qilin blinked its eyes as it panted heavily through its nostrils. Blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth again. "How can I save you?" Ling Xiao looked at the young Qilin and became anxious. He didn't want anything to happen to this mighty and handsome young Qilin. He kept asking himself how he could save it. That's right, there's still the black Ganoderma. In his anxiety, Ling Xiao remembered that he still had the middle stage, second stage black Ganoderma from the black bear. He gave one to Lone Eagle and one to the bear cub. He still had 2 left for Lone Eagle to bring back to his father. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and walked to the young Qilin's side. "Little fellow, I don't have any bad intentions. I'll bring you out of here. I think I have a way to save you." The young Qilin seemed to understand Ling Xiao's words and blinked its large eyes. Just as Ling Xiao was about to carry the young Qilin on his back, something strange happened. The young Qilin actually gradually shrunk by a few times. Finally, it turned into a spiritual beast that looked like a lion cub that had just been born for a few months. Its body was covered in scarlet fur, and the fluffy fur made it look very cute. Even its 2 antlers had shrunk back, and only the single horn on its forehead remained. Fuck, it can still transform. Ling Xiao was startled by the young Qilin's transformation and couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Then he picked up the young Qilin with one hand and ran out of the trench. That big fellow disappeared. Ling Xiao poked his head out of the trench to see what was going on. He didn't see any lunar wind beasts, so he ran back to the entrance of the cave. Ling Xiao carried the young Qilin into the cave and then looked at Yun Mengqi, who was still receiving the inheritance. He could feel her aura gradually recovering. The skeleton had already shrunk by half and the blue light was continuing to give Yun Mengqi the inheritance. The inheritance really is extraordinary. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Then he picked up his bag and opened the box with the black lingji inside. 2 bowl-sized black lingji appeared in front of him. Although the black lingji wasn't some kind of miracle medicine, it could increase profound strength, relax the muscles, and extend one's lifespan. Seeing the young Qilin on the verge of death, Ling Xiao had no other choice. He could only hope that the black lingji would be able to help the young Qilin recover some of its strength and allow it to heal on its own. Each black lingji was worth close to 10,000 gold coins. Ling Xiao's heart ached when he took one out. Ling Xiao carried the young Qilin and the black lingji as well as his own bag out of the cave. He didn't want to disturb Yun Mengqi receiving the inheritance. Little fellow, eat it. That way you'll get better quickly. Ling Xiao placed one of the black lingji in front of the young Qilin. The young Qilin raised its eyes slightly and then used its nose to sniff the black lingji in Ling Xiao's hand. Just when Ling Xiao thought that the young Qilin would eat the black lingji, he discovered that the young Qilin actually closed its eyes again and didn't eat the black lingji. Little fellow, don't be naughty. Hurry up and eat it. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on. But who knew that the young Qilin would only pant and didn't eat the black lingji? It can't be that it doesn't suit the taste, right? Ling Xiao was speechless. Then he opened his bag and took out all the low second-level spirit herbs and placed them in front of the young Qilin. Come take a look. These are all delicious things. Be good, eat them and you'll recover. Ling Xiao spoke as if he was coaxing a child. The young Qilin raised its eyes once more. Just as it was about to close its eyes again, it suddenly struggled up and bit towards a brocade box. Don't. Ling Xiao hurriedly tried to stop it, but it was already too late. The contents of the brocade box had already been swallowed by the young Qilin. F***ck, you little fellow, aren't you trying to kill me? Ling Xiao said as he sat down with a pained expression. What the young Qilin had eaten was the 3rd-level Lightning Eagle's beast core. This beast core was more precious than all the spirit herbs here. He didn't expect that the young Qilin would not eat spirit herbs but instead swallow the beast core. This made his heart ache. The young Qilin that had swallowed the beast core finally began to react. The beast core was the essence of any spirit beast. It contained the spirit beast's lifetime's energy. Most martial artists who wanted to absorb the beast core did not dare to directly swallow it. That was because the beast core's energy was extremely explosive. If they were the slightest bit careless, their body would explode and they would die. Hence, most martial artists who wanted to absorb the beast core would mix it with spirit herbs to refine it into a medicinal pill before they dared to consume it. This way, they could avoid the dangers of absorbing the beast core. But right now, the young Qilin had directly swallowed the 3rd-level Lightning Eagle's beast core. While Ling Xiao's heart ached, he was also breaking out in cold sweat for it. This little thing was too impulsive. Ling Xiao took half a step back, not daring to get too close. If he got caught in the crossfire, it would be even worse. However, the young Qilin did not explode and die like Ling Xiao had imagined. All he saw was that after it swallowed the beast core, its body flashed with a ball of energy and it returned to its original state. The wounds on its body healed at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye and its breathing gradually stabilized. After a while, the young Qilin glanced at Ling Xiao, yawned and immediately fell into a deep sleep. What does this mean? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and mumbled to himself in confusion. However, seeing that the young Qilin's condition had stabilized, he didn't think too much about it and once again wrapped up his spirit herbs. Then he carried the young Qilin back into the cave. After Ling Xiao placed the young Qilin to the side, he looked at Yun Mingqi, who was receiving the inheritance. He noticed that her breathing was getting stronger and stronger. She had probably recovered to the peak of the mystic night level. She looked even more holy and beautiful. I wonder if you'll be unfamiliar with me after you recover your strength. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that this was a world that worshipped the strong. Being handsome didn't mean that you could pick up girls. As long as you had the ability, no matter how ugly you were, you could find a beautiful woman to be your wife. On the other hand, no matter how handsome you were, if you didn't have the ability, nobody would look up to you. This world was just that realistic. Ling Xiao shook his head and tossed aside his distracting thoughts. He sat down and activated the Guardian's 5 transformations technique to heal his injuries. The Guardian's 5 transformations technique had already entered the 3rd stage, organs refinement. His recovery speed was obviously many times faster than before. Not long later, all the small wounds on his body were healed. The broken arm was also gradually recovering. After another hour or so, the broken arm was completely healed. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This Guardian's 5 transformations technique was truly too heaven-defying. It was not inferior to the 3 parts origin qi. Ling Xiao glanced at the young Qilin and Yun Mingqi. Seeing that they wouldn't wake up for a while, he once again walked out of the cave. Looking at the small patch of Yin wind grass not far away, he muttered, I don't know where the Yin wind beast ran off to. I'll take this opportunity to pick these Yin wind grass first. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with a scorching light. His body flashed and he appeared in front of the Yin wind grass. Immediately after, Ling Xiao picked all the Yin wind grass without any anger. However, just as he picked a few dozen stalks, a mournful beast roar sounded out, scaring him into throwing the Yin wind grass on the ground and running away. However, he discovered that the beast's roar should be coming from the circular area in front of him. The Yin wind beast's roar is so pitiful. Could it be that it was also heavily injured? Ling Xiao stopped and thought doubtfully. After hesitating for a moment, he once again walked towards the circular area. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's curiosity was very strong, and he was also very bold. If it was someone else who knew of the Yin wind beast's existence, they would run as far as they could. However, he dared to go back and check the situation. Chapter 93. Ling Xiao held his breath and carefully returned to the place where the lunar wind beast was fighting with the young Qilin. However, he did not find the lunar wind beast. Could it be hiding? Ling Xiao was suspicious and vigilant. At this time, the lunar wind beast's roar came from the place where the Yin Qi was the heaviest. It sounded like it was in great pain. Is that the nest of the lunar wind beast? Ling Xiao tightened his grip on his sword and went forward again. Waves of Yin Qi blew on Ling Xiao's body and made him feel pain. Strands of Yin Qi were trying to invade his body. Ling Xiao quickly used the fire attribute to expel the Yin Qi from his body. His complexion became more and more serious. Every step he took was extremely difficult. The Yin Qi here was 10 times stronger than the outside. The deeper he went, the denser it was. Just when Ling Xiao was about to give up, he saw the lunar wind beast lying on the ground. Most of its body had been burnt, and the sinister white bones were extremely frightening. Above its head was a strange bead. This bead was only the size of a thumb and was dark gray in color. It spun in the air and emitted a very sticky evil wind. Like a black demonic cloud, it surged around it. It was as if one would be corroded to death if they came into contact with even a little bit of this black demonic cloud. Is this the beast core of the lunar wind beast? It can't be this small. Ling Xiao looked at the bead in front of him in confusion. Just when Ling Xiao was in a daze, the lunar wind beast suddenly looked at him. Obviously, it had discovered his existence. Then it dragged its injured body and crawled up. It roared at Ling Xiao. I've been discovered. Ling Xiao immediately retreated. Unexpectedly, the dark gray bead flashed, and a black, chilly wind swept toward him. Not good. Ling Xiao's face paled when he saw the snake-like black wind, and he ran away as fast as he could. Unfortunately, how could he be faster than the black Yin Qi? In the blink of an eye, he was bound by the black Yin wind. Damn it, what is this thing? Ling Xiao was horrified, and he used his fire force to disperse the wind. Unfortunately, the wind seemed to be solid, and it wasn't affected by his fire force at all. Instead, it pulled Ling Xiao back toward the dark gray bead. When the lunar wind beast saw that Ling Xiao had been captured, it immediately raised its huge palm and attacked Ling Xiao's head. I'm dead. Ling Xiao looked at the incoming palm and closed his eyes, waiting for his death. Unexpectedly, the dark gray bead shot out a gust of black Yin wind and bombarded the lunar wind beast. Boom! The sinister wind beast was blasted away by the black sinister wind. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. What's going on? Ling Xiao couldn't figure out the situation. However, the worst situation had just begun. The dark gray bead emitted clouds of black Yin qi that wrapped around Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao felt as if his entire body was being invaded by the Yin qi. It felt as if his entire body was being corroded and his nervous system was gradually becoming numb and out of control. From a distance, he looked like a huge black cocoon. The small tree in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seemed to realize something and began to tremble slightly. Lu Weng's expression became serious. Just where did this brat come from for the Yin qi to be so dense? Forget it. If something happens to this brat again, I'll have to find another place to recover my vitality. This brat is truly too good at causing trouble. Lu Weng shook his head. He had already helped Ling Xiao twice. This time, he decided not to help him anymore. Otherwise, his vitality would be exhausted by this brat before he could recover. At this moment, the Yin qi had already invaded Ling Xiao's limbs and organs. His meridians, blood, flesh, bones, all of them were dyed black by the evil wind. Once it corroded his heart or his sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao would definitely die. However, at this critical moment, the 3 parts origin returning qi began to display its miraculous power. It began to circulate on its own and directly devoured the Yin qi. The Yin qi was actually dissolved into Xian energy and was directly channeled into his dantian to strengthen the Xian energy there. The 3 parts origin returning qi became abnormally excited after obtaining the benefits. It once again increased its devouring speed. It was like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey as it devoured the Yin qi one by one. Ling Xiao's dantian grew larger and the Xian energy it emitted became denser and denser. Once it was saturated, the Xian energy was channeled from his dantian to his meridians. In an instant, a few more meridians were broken. The Yin qi surged unceasingly into his body and the 3 parts origin returning qi was happily absorbing it. In just a short quarter of an hour, the original 60 over meridians in Ling Xiao's body had broken through 150 over meridians and it was still increasing. As long as the Yin qi was not exhausted, it shouldn't be difficult to break through the second stage of the 3 parts origin returning qi, opening meridians. In 1 hour, Ling Xiao's meridians had already broken through 200 over meridians and was not far from 365 meridians. His aura had advanced from low-leveled to middle-leveled, and it seemed to be getting stronger. The dantian in his body was 1/2 bigger than before and it looked even more condensed. The dark gray pearl on top of Ling Xiao's head seemed to be aware of the situation and retracted all the Yin qi that it was emitting. All of a sudden, the black wind around Ling Xiao's body was sucked into the bead, and so were all the evil spirits around it. With the dark gray bead as the center, a giant whirlpool was formed. The evil spirits around it were like swallows flying back to the sky, rushing towards the bead. The sky above seemed to have suddenly changed color and it looked extremely spectacular and terrifying. Not long after, most of the Yin qi was actually absorbed by the dark gray pearl. If there was someone on top of the chasm, they would definitely discover that the abyss that had always been shrouded by the Yin qi gradually became peaceful and brighter. All the Yin qi was heading towards the depths of the abyss. Ling Xiao, who was under the dark gray pearl, was not affected at all. He was using his strong, profound energy to truly break through to the middle level. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, only to find that his surroundings had become exceptionally bright. Those distant rocks and cliffs, the dust on the ground, the third stage Yin Wind Grass. Everything was clear to him. Where was the Yin Wind Baleful Qi? What the hell is going on? Ling Xiao was confused. Could this be an illusion again? Just as he was puzzled, the dark gray pearl above his head directly fell towards his head. What is this? When Ling Xiao raised his head to look, the dark gray pearl directly entered his sea of consciousness through his forehead. After the dark gray pearl entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it found a corner and calmly floated there without making any strange movements. However, the small tree at the side was shaking incessantly. Inside the small tree, Lu Weng stared at the dark gray pearl with his old eyes wide open. This is the innate Yin Wind Pearl. How could this brat obtain its approval? This is too inconceivable. Lu Weng muttered to himself with a face full of disbelief. He moved the small tree away from the dark gray pearl as much as possible, clearly extremely fearful of it. Ling Xiao stared blankly for a long time before using his hand to touch his forehead. However, he found nothing strange, and his body didn't feel anything wrong either. For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around this. What the hell? Could it be that this was all an illusion? Ling Xiao shook his head, completely at a loss for what had just happened. Who cares? This is a blessing in disguise. I broke through to the middle level so quickly, ha. Ling Xiao was a cheerful person and didn't think too much about things that he couldn't understand. Ling Xiao felt the surging energy in his body and was extremely excited. With his middle-level strength, he could probably fight a high-level mystic cultivator, and with his Xian techniques, he would definitely win. That's right, where is the lunar wind beast? Ling Xiao suddenly came to a realization and looked around, but didn't find any traces of the lunar wind beast. Seeing that the lunar wind beast wasn't found, Ling Xiao quickly ran back to the cave dwelling. Just as he passed by the circular area, he saw a deep hole in the cliff. Upon closer inspection, he found that the lunar wind beast was actually in the deep hole. Ling Xiao's expression changed, and just as he was about to run away with all his might, he couldn't sense the lunar wind beast's aura and couldn't help but stop. Could it be that the lunar wind beast is dead? Ling Xiao looked at the big hole and the huge body that was squeezed against the cliff, and couldn't help but wonder if the lunar wind beast was dead. Ling Xiao went closer to check, and sure enough, the lunar wind beast was dead. Not only was Ling Xiao unhappy, but he also became serious. Did the bead kill the lunar wind beast? Ling Xiao was enveloped by the black wind, and he only knew that the lunar wind beast was sent flying by the black wind, and that one blow had directly killed the injured lunar wind beast. From this, it could be seen how powerful the black wind was. The lunar wind beast was a 4th-level spirit beast, which was comparable to a human king stage expert, but it was killed by such a blow. It wasn't hard to imagine how magical the lunar wind bead was. Ling Xiao sensed the surroundings and didn't find anything wrong, so he walked towards the lunar wind beast and said, "This big guy's meat should have a lot of energy, but I don't know if I can eat it. Right, its beast core is mine." Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a wind blade cut towards the lunar wind beast's head. Swoosh! A black wind blade that contained a strong evil aura fiercely attacked the lunar wind beast. The lunar wind beast's body was instantly cut into pieces, and its flesh was directly corroded by the black wind. Only a beast core that was the size of 2 fists was left behind. What's going on? Ling Xiao stared blankly at what he had done, and he didn't understand how his wind blade could emit such a strong evil aura. Could it be that the 3 parts restoration chi absorbed the black wind, and so my wind attribute has the evil aura? Or is it because of the strange bead? Ling Xiao couldn't understand, and he couldn't help but think of these 2 reasons. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao went forward and put away the beast core of the lunar wind beast. He grinned and said, "The evil aura of the innate evil aura is really cool. Even a high-level mystic cultivator would be corroded if they were hit by it, huh?" Chapter 94. Ling Xiao hadn't obtained any benefits inside the secret territory, but he had obtained innate Yin Wind evil chi outside the secret territory and had even broken through to the mid-level profound realm in a short period of time. This really made him feel very happy. Moreover, there was a large field of Yin Wind grass in front of him. The Wind beast was dead, so these Wind grass had become ownerless. If it wasn't his, then whose would it be? But there are at least 1,000 stalks of Wind grass here. Even if I pick them all, I don't have a storage box. What a headache. Ling Xiao scratched his head, feeling distressed. With so many Wind grass, if he didn't have a storage box, it wouldn't take long for his spiritual qi to run out and their medicinal efficacy to disappear. At that time, there would be no use in picking them. The Wind grass could allow a wind-attributed martial artist to increase the purity of their wind attribute, and also give them the opportunity to condense the Wind evil qi. But now that Ling Xiao had the Xiantian Wind evil qi, these Wind grasses were not essential to him. But if he took these high-grade spirit grasses back to the auction house, he feared that they would fetch a sky-high price. This was an opportunity to make a fortune. What's more, Solitary Eagle also had some wind attribute spirit grass that he could absorb. If his comprehension ability was strong enough, condensing a bit of Wind evil qi would be enough for him to enjoy endless benefits. However, with so many Wind grass in front of him, even if Ling Xiao wanted to pick them all, he didn't know how to store them. Damn, if I had the legendary space ring then I wouldn't have to worry so much, Ling Xiao cursed. Just as his thoughts turned, the ring in his hand flashed slightly. Suddenly, something seemed to appear in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. In his mind, there was an empty space of more than 10 square meters. There was a scroll, an ancient beast-skin scroll, and a few small bottles floating in it. In another corner, there were some spirit herbs and beast cores. Ling Xiao's face was filled with shock, his eyes slowly moving to the ring he was wearing. His pupils shrank, he actually saw the same thing on the ring as in his mind. Ling Xiao used his consciousness to think of the scroll, and then the scroll immediately appeared in his hand. This is a space ring. Ling Xiao swallowed and said to himself. Then, holding the scroll in his hand, Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha, ha. My luck really isn't random, this is definitely an Earth Emperor rank space ring. I knew it, how could an Earth Emperor rank space ring be an ordinary ornament? Looks like even the Wind grass won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao once again used his spiritual sense to summon the space ring, and the scroll in his hand immediately returned to the space ring. He only felt that the space ring had a flesh and blood relationship with it, as if it was a part of his body. As long as he willed it, it would accept his will. As expected, it's convenient. No wonder the books say it's so miraculous. Just a dozen square meters is enough for me to store many things. In the future, I won't have to carry it on my back all the time. Since Meng Qi has obtained the inheritance, it's not a loss for me to obtain this spatial ring. Ling Xiao looked at his spatial ring with satisfaction. Putting away the Wind beast core, he began to harvest the nearby Wind grass. It took Ling Xiao half an hour to harvest nearly 1,000 Wind grasses in the vicinity. Ha, I've struck it rich this time. Ling Xiao laughed with satisfaction and prepared to return to his immortal cave. Boom! In an instant, a series of explosions rang out, and the ground began to crack and shake. Not good, Meng Qi. Ling Xiao almost lost his footing when he suddenly thought of Yun Meng Qi in the immortal cave. He couldn't help crying out in alarm and rushing towards the immortal cave. However, before Ling Xiao could even get close, the entrance to the immortal cave had been completely sealed off by the falling boulders. The situation inside the immortal cave was unknown, and the only thing that could be seen was a cloud of dust. The shaking stopped and everything returned to normal. No, Meng Qi is still inside. Meng Qi, you can't have anything happen to you. Ling Xiao's expression became tense. His heart was abnormally uncomfortable, and his sword and saber slashed at the boulders in his hand. Boom boom. Those boulders were sent flying by Ling Xiao's saber and sword qi. It was a pity that there were too many falling boulders, and they were large and hard. Based on his strength as a middle-stage mystic cultivator, it was impossible for him to destroy all these boulders in a short period of time. Even so, he still used all his strength to attack with all his might. At this time, there was also an explosion sound from the collapsed immortal cave. Boom! It was even louder than what Ling Xiao had done. The boulders at the entrance of the immortal cave were blown away by the energy that came from inside. Ling Xiao was also pushed back a dozen steps by that powerful aura. After the entrance of the immortal cave was broken through, a ray of fire shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his sword and saber and was about to meet it when he realized that it was the young Qilin that had turned into a small lion. The young Qilin immediately scuttled into Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao hugged it and stroked its crimson fur. "Little guy, are you all right?" The young Qilin did not respond to Ling Xiao's words. Instead, it bared its sharp fangs and looked towards the entrance of the immortal cave. Its eyes were filled with hostility. At this time, Yun Mengqi walked out of the immortal cave. She was surrounded by a blue light that was as clear as water. A powerful aura caused the surroundings to feel extremely pressured. It was obvious that her strength had not only recovered, but had also improved. Her delicate face was even more perfect and pure, and her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable feeling. It was like a pool of quiet and serene water, clear and deep, making it even more difficult for people to see through her thoughts. Her snow-white skin was filled with a jade-like luster, and her entire person became even more beautiful and peerless. At this moment, Ling Xiao was completely stunned by Yun Mengqi's charm. "Damned bastard, you dare to break my inheritance. I'll kill you." Yun Mengqi looked at the young Qilin in Ling Xiao's arms, her beautiful eyes flashing with killing intent. The young Qilin in Ling Xiao's arms roared at Yun Mengqi, not the slightest bit afraid of her. How could a young Qilin that could fight against a high-level 4th-level lunar wind beast be afraid of a spirit master human? Crap. Ling Xiao's expression jumped. He knew that the young Qilin had definitely caused trouble. The inheritance had been broken. To Yun Mengqi, this was an inestimable loss. No wonder she was so angry. "Throw it over and let me kill it." Yun Mengqi's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao as she spoke. Her voice was filled with indifference, as if she had completely changed from before. "Mengqi, it was me who saved it. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I don't think it did it on purpose." Ling Xiao comforted Yun Mengqi. Could it be that you don't know that I'm in the middle of accepting the inheritance? Do you know how great my loss is? If I had more time, I would definitely have been able to take another step forward." Yun Mengqi looked at Ling Xiao angrily. How could Ling Xiao not know how important it was for people to break through to the martial tier? Not to mention that the higher the martial tier, the more difficult it was to break through. Sometimes it would take several years, or even tens of years to break through. But now, Yun Mengqi had obtained the inheritance that everyone dreamed of, but in the end, it had been broken by the young Qilin. You couldn't blame Yun Mengqi for being so angry. But, since things have come to this, I think we should just let it go. Look at how cute this thing is. Could it be that you have the heart to kill it? Ling Xiao exonerated the young Qilin. Yun Mengqi angrily glared at Ling Xiao. Coldly snorting, she turned around and once more returned to the cave. "AI, little fellow, you've caused a huge disaster. I'm afraid this young master's happiness will be ruined by your hands." Ling Xiao rubbed the young Qilin in his bosom. However, to be honest, even though Yun Mengqi's strength had increased by a lot, he didn't think that Yun Mengqi would be a match for this little fellow in his arms. This little fellow's strength was at least at the 3rd or 4th level, comparable to a human king stage expert. The young Qilin stared at Ling Xiao for a moment before closing its eyes and going back to sleep. It seemed to be especially confident in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carry it back to the cave residence. Ling Xiao entered the cave and placed the young Qilin to the side. Then he saw Yun Mengqi was currently burying the skeleton that had already turned to blue ash on the ground. "Mengqi, I'm really sorry. I didn't think things would turn out like this." Ling Xiao very sincerely apologized. After burying the blue ash, Yun Mengqi respectfully bowed 3 times towards the burial ground before lightly replying, "I'm also in the wrong. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to live until now, let alone obtain senior's inheritance. I should be satisfied." Since Yun Mengqi had said this, Ling Xiao didn't continue to explain. However, He could feel that there was an invisible barrier between him and Yunmingqi. He didn't dare to flirt with her like he did before. Let's go. We should be able to find a way out. The Yin wind and baleful qi have all disappeared. Ling Xiao couldn't help but change the topic. At this time, Yun Mengqi turned around to face Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao. If we leave this place, our fate will end here. Ling Xiao felt a burst of pain in his heart. This woman was truly fickle. She had clearly fallen for him after he saved her, but now that she had recovered her strength, she became arrogant and disdainful of him. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He felt as if he had been cheated. All right. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't care and spread out his hands. He had a forced smile on his face. Then let's go. If we really can't find a way out, we'll climb up from here. Yun Mengqi hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so carefree. I see. Why don't you leave first? I want to stay here for a few more days. I feel like the scenery here isn't bad. Ling Xiao looked left and right, pretending to be enjoying the scenery. Anyone could see that this reason of his was extremely strong. Other than rock cliffs, there was only rock cliffs. How could there be any scenery here? Yun Mengqi's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated light. She nodded and said, All right, then I'll leave first. After speaking, Yun Mengqi really did start walking out of the cave. Looking at Yun Mengqi's alluring figure, Ling Xiao's face contorted as he clenched his fists. In his heart, he encouraged himself, Yun Mengqi, one day you'll regret your choice. Just as Yun Mengqi reached the cave entrance, she stopped and said, If you really like me, then use your actions to prove your ability. If one day you can surpass me, then maybe I'll really consider being with you. Chapter 95. With that, Yun Mengqi left the cave. Ling Xiao looked up at the departing Yun Mengqi and clenched his fists even tighter. Then he heard Yun Mengqi's voice from afar. I'll wait for you at the Purple Sky Sect. The Purple Sky Sect? I'll go. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with light as he confidently said to himself. After hearing Yun Mengqi's words, he knew that Yun Mengqi wasn't completely uninterested in him. Perhaps she had her own difficulties. After all, the difference in strength between them was too great. Even if she was willing to put down her pride and be with him, the power behind her would definitely not allow them to be together. On top of the cliff, Yun Mengqi looked back in the direction of the cave, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance as she muttered to herself, Ling Xiao, I'm doing this for your own good. If one day you can really come to the Purple Sky Sect and obtain their approval, then we might be able to be together. Otherwise, this will only cause you to be killed. Goodbye, I hope you can come to the sect as soon as possible. I'll wait for you. With that, Yun Mengqi's figure spread out and she continuously leapt upwards. Every time she leapt, she would rise tens of meters in height. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast, as if the steep cliff didn't affect her at all. It could be seen that her current strength was no longer the same as before. Inside the cave, Ling Xiao found the 8 Millennium Luminous Pearls and placed them in his spatial ring. According to him, this secret realm had already been abandoned, and he wouldn't be coming back in the future. It would be a waste to leave them here, so it would be better to take them all. Outside the cave, Ling Xiao looked at the cliff that was thousands of meters high and became distressed. With his strength of a mid-stage profound disciple, how could he climb up? There were no hooks to climb up, and if he accidentally fell, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Ling Xiao wandered around the vicinity, and after confirming that there was no other way out, he dejectedly returned to the cave entrance. What should I do? Do I really have to climb up? Right at this moment, the young Qilin that was lying not far away woke up. It slowly crawled up, then discovered Ling Xiao, and jumped towards Ling Xiao. The little guy woke up so quickly? Ling Xiao said as he rubbed the young Qilin's head. The young Qilin licked Ling Xiao's hand and then let out a low cry, as if it was sending some kind of message to Ling Xiao. What's wrong with the little guy? Are you hungry? Ling Xiao guessed. He didn't expect that the young Qilin could really understand human speech. It revealed a human-like expression and nodded lightly. It stuck out its tongue and panted lightly, as if it was really extremely hungry. You little guy, you almost made me fall out of love, you know? You still have the nerve to ask me for food. I really admire you. Ling Xiao said to the cute little thing teasingly, and then opened up the dried meat wrapped at the side. Don't be picky. This is all I have. I don't have any more beast cores for you to eat, Ling Xiao said as he handed the meat to the young Qilin. This time, the young Qilin wasn't picky and directly bit down on the dried meat. In just a few bites, that large piece of dried meat was almost completely eaten. Ling Xiao only turned his head to look at his dried meat. The last bit had almost been swallowed by the young Qilin. Hey, leave some for me. This is the last bit of dried meat I have. Ling Xiao quickly reached out to grab the dried meat. Unfortunately, his movements were still too slow. The young Qilin opened its mouth and swallowed the last bit of dried meat. Damned bastard! Ling Xiao was filled with hatred and raised his hand to attack the young Qilin. But when he thought of the young Qilin's shocking combat strength, he couldn't help but pull back his hand. He bitterly said, "Aren't you going to starve me to death?" The young Qilin ignored Ling Xiao and yawned before running out of the cave. Hey, where are you going? Ling Xiao called out to the young Qilin, but when he saw that the young Qilin ignored him, he said, Forget it. Let this troublemaker go. I'll rest up and see if I can slowly climb up. Ling Xiao found a clean place and lay down to sleep. He planned to rest up and climb up himself. Otherwise, there was nothing else he could do. After sleeping for about an hour, Ling Xiao felt something wet on his face. He couldn't help but open his eyes. You little guy, why are you back? Go play to the side and don't disturb my sleep, Ling Xiao said to the young Qilin in front of him. But the young Qilin continued to lick his face as it kept on making low cries. Ling Xiao covered his ears and turned his face to the side, ignoring it. The young Qilin had no choice but to bite at Ling Xiao's pants and pull. Little guy, what the hell are you doing? Ling Xiao said impatiently as he sat up. Following that, he saw that in front of him was an enormous rank 3 flaming tiger. This flaming tiger was already dead, and fresh blood was still flowing from its neck. It was obvious that it had just died. You got this? Ling Xiao asked the young Qilin in surprise. The young Qilin nodded and pulled at Ling Xiao's pants again. It was obvious that it wanted Ling Xiao to eat this flaming tiger. At least you know what's good for you, little guy. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together and walked in front of the flaming tiger. With the blue crystal sword in hand, he immediately began to dissect the flaming tiger. This flaming tiger had a lot of good stuff. The most precious was, of course, the beast core, the tiger's skin, the tiger's tendons, the tiger's penis. When Ling Xiao divided out the usable materials, he realized that the beast core had disappeared. He immediately looked at the young Qilin and saw that its entire body was emitting a strong fiery essence qi. It seemed to be much more energetic than before. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart, if I knew this would happen, I would have kept the beast core. What a prodigal! After eating the roasted tiger meat, Ling Xiao absorbed the dissolved Xian energy. This feeling was really great. Little guy, seeing that you're so filial to me, I'll give you a name. From now on, I'll call you Prodigal, Ling Xiao said as he rubbed the young Qilin's head. He paused for a moment, then said, Prodigal, quickly bring me to see how you caught this flaming tiger. Ling Xiao had checked and there were no spirit beasts nearby. He really couldn't understand how the young Qilin could catch this flaming tiger. He thought that he might be able to find a way out. The young Qilin trembled as it walked out of the cave. Then it turned back to look at Ling Xiao. It was obvious that it was leading the way. Wait, there's still a lot of meat here. We can't waste it. Ling Xiao kept the rest of the flaming tiger's meat before following the young Qilin out of the cave. Then he saw the young Qilin return to its 1.5 meter size. Its entire body was emitting a strong fiery aura. It looked majestic and cool. Prodigal, I know you're very handsome and cool, but I want you to tell me where you caught this flaming tiger, Ling Xiao said. At this moment, the young Qilin actually flew into the air and headed towards the cliff. Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it. He didn't expect the young Qilin to have the ability to fly. This was too miraculous. Prodigal, quickly come down and bring me up. I can't fly. Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted upwards. He was extremely excited. He could finally leave this place where even birds wouldn't shit. The young Qilin descended once again with a very pleased expression. It was obvious that it was very pleased that Ling Xiao had a request for it. Without another word, Ling Xiao directly jumped onto the young Qilin's back and shouted, "Prodigal, quickly bring me up. It's really worth it for me to risk my life to save you." The young Qilin didn't seem to have any difficulty carrying Ling Xiao. With a single step, it directly flew upwards. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the young Qilin's back, felt a burst of joy. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I'm finally out. I'm finally out." It was no wonder that he was so happy. There were a few dangerous situations and he almost died here. If it was anyone else like him, they would probably be even more excited. The first thought that came to Ling Xiao's mind was to find the Golden Wolf King. This was the first spirit beast that he had subdued. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to it. He had to nurture it well. However, before that, he still had to wander around the cliffs to see if there was any possibility of finding the spirit grass. Ling Xiao didn't think that he would be delayed in order to find the spirit grass. When he saw the Golden Wolf King again, it almost died. This made him furious, and a great battle was about to break out. Ever since Ling Xiao fell into the abyss, the Golden Wolf King and the Blue Flame Wolf had been walking around the cliff. Every day and night, there would be a period of time where they would mourn towards the bottom of the abyss. The Golden Wolf King knew that its master wasn't dead, or else it wouldn't be alive. It was subdued by Ling Xiao, and the beast core had a drop of Ling Xiao's blood essence. Its loyalty to Ling Xiao was absolute, so it waited for its master to appear every day. The Golden Wolf King and the Blue Flame Wolf, one at the upper stage of the second level and the other at the middle stage of the second level, were considered very powerful existences in the outskirts of the mountain range. However, ever since the Mystic Illusion Valley's fog dispersed, the boundary between the outskirts and the inner periphery became no longer mysterious. Many mercenaries and adventurers could come here to search for spirit grass and kill spirit beasts. Furthermore, no one knew who spread the news that there was a mystic realm's existence in this area between the two worlds. For a moment, the big and small forces in the city all wanted to try their luck, to see if they could find the existence of the mystic realm. Hence, the boundary between the two worlds became bustling. Apart from those mercenaries and adventurers, the three great families in the city also sent people out to search for the mystic realm. The other small families also didn't want to miss this golden opportunity, so they also joined the ranks of the search. Just a few days ago, they saw a huge change under the chasm between the two worlds. The Yin wind and baleful qi completely dissipated for a moment. This was another shocking change after the disappearance of the Mystic Illusion Valley. Hence, everyone was even more certain that there must be a mystic realm nearby. Everyone exerted themselves and started to carry out a carpet search in the vicinity. However, the nearby spirit beasts were mostly rank 2 and above. There were even quite a number of rank 2 spirit beasts, and there were also herds of spirit beasts. If the human warriors searched like this, it would be difficult for a rabbit to fight with the spirit beasts. Hence, a large number of human warriors with insufficient strength died under the claws of the spirit beasts, and many spirit beasts became materials for the human warriors to fight over. As a result, the Golden Wolf King and the Blue Flame Wolf were inevitably discovered by the human warriors. Some of the weaker mercenaries and adventurers died under the claws of the two spirit beasts. However, these two spirit beasts also attracted the attention of others because of this. Firstly, the Li and Lan families wanted to make a move on these two spirit beasts. Chapter 96. Ever since Ling Xiao killed the daughter of the Li family, Li Qingqing, and the young master of the Lan family, Lan Guangxing, the head of the Lan family expressed goodwill towards the Li family. The two families formed an alliance, and the Lan family followed the Li family's lead. This time, the leaders of the two families were Li Qingqing's father, Li Yuanlong, and Lan Guangxing's father, Lan Dingshan. Of the two of them, one had lost his daughter, and the other had lost his son. They took the opportunity of finding the secret realm to relax and find trouble with Ling Xiao. This was because the news of Ling Xiao's appearance in the mountain range had reached the ears of the Li family and the Lan family. Their goal this time, other than finding the secret realm, was to kill Ling Xiao in the mountain range and take revenge for their daughter. However, the two families did not find the secret realm or Ling Xiao. Instead, they encountered two wolf spirit beasts at the edge of the cliff. Thus, they planned to surround and kill the two spirit beasts so that they would not return empty-handed. This time, the Li family sent out 20 experts. Each of them was a deacon of the Li family, and they all had the cultivation of low to high-level mystic cultivators. The Lan family had fewer people, but they still had 8 mystic cultivators and 5 high-level Xian cultivators. The two families had a total of 33 people, and they were the largest group in this mission. At this time, Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan gathered together. The two of them had the strength of peak mystic cultivators, and as long as they had the opportunity, they would have the chance to step into the ranks of spirit masters. Brother Li, how about we go kill those two spirit beasts together? Lan Dingshan asked Li Yuanlong. I know Brother Lan is itching, but before we find the secret realm, we should preserve our strength. After all, the Ling family and Luo family have sent out many people. Li Yuansheng disagreed. Brother Li has thought it through. Then let me go. Lan Dingshan nodded in understanding. That gold-winged wolf belongs to our Li family. Li Yuanlong said to Lan Dingshan. Lan Dingshan didn't mind. He nodded and said, of course. We'll take that cyan flame wolf. The people from the Li and Lan clans arrived near the two spirit wolves and surrounded them. Immediately after, Li Yuanlong sent out 2 mystic cultivators, one with advanced cultivation and one with intermediate cultivation. Lan Dingshan also sent out 2 mystic cultivators, both with intermediate cultivation. Li Yuanlong said, Li Ming, Li Jun, you two work together to kill this golden-winged wolf as soon as possible. If you let it escape, I'll deduct half a year of your salary. 2 mystic cultivators from the Li family stepped out and responded to Li Yuanlong, yes. On the other side, Lan Dingshan also said to his family's mystic cultivators, did you hear that? You can't weaken our Lan family's momentum. Yes. The 2 mystic cultivators of the Lan family raised their heads and answered. Following that, the 4 of them dashed toward the 2 spiritual wolves. The movements of the Li and Lan families attracted the attention of all the mercenaries and adventurers. Look, the Li and Lan families are going to attack those 2 spirit wolves. What's so surprising about that? With the strength of the 2 families, these 2 spirit wolves should be easy to capture. That's true. It's just that these 2 spirit wolves are really special. Now that there's such a big commotion nearby, they still dare to appear here. Aren't they courting death? Spirit beasts don't have thoughts. What do they know? For a moment, the surrounding mercenaries and adventurers were all discussing. In another place that belonged to the Ling family's camp. The leader of the Ling family was a middle-aged man who had never appeared before, but he looked somewhat similar to Ling Zhao's father, Ling Zhan. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was the commander of the Ling family's 24 tiger guards, Ling Yuan. At the same time, he also had another identity, which was Ling Zhao's uncle. This time, Ling Yuan had been ordered to bring 24 tiger guards to search for the secret realm, which showed how much importance they attached to it. One had to know that the 24 tiger guards were famous in Meteorite City. Only those who had reached the mystic level and were absolutely loyal to the Ling family were qualified to be tiger guards. As the commander of the 24 tiger guards, Ling Yuan's ability was self-evident. He still had 5 tiger generals with strong abilities under him. They were Hu De, Hu Er, Hu San, Hu Si, and Hu Wu. These 5 people had the ability of a high-level mystic cultivator. The rest of the tiger guards had the cultivation of a low-level mystic cultivator to a mid-level mystic cultivator. Ling Yuan looked at the Li and Lan families not far away and squinted his tiger eyes, saying to himself, Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan have come together. It seems that they really think highly of my Xiao. However, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to take my Ling family son's life. On the other side, the Luo family had also sent out many experts. There were no less than 20 mystic cultivators, only slightly weaker than the Ling and Li families. In the Luo family's territory, there was actually a young girl wearing a scarf and red satin. She was gorgeously dressed and dazzling. At this moment, she looked at the movements of the Li and Lan families, and her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of worry. Next to her stood an old man with a hunched back. The old man held a cane in his hand and wore a cloak on his head, so it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. "My good daughter, you've come all the way here for Grandma. You really want Grandma's old life," the old man wearing the cloak said to the girl in red next to him. From her voice, it seemed that she was an old woman. The girl shook the old woman's hand and said coquettishly, "Grandma, your body is very strong. You can live for at least 1,000 years. The old woman smiled and said, "Silly girl, if Grandma can live for a few more years, I'll be satisfied. At that time, I can also see my great-grandson born." "Grandma," the girl said shyly. It was obvious that the girl was extremely shy when it came to the matter of having children. "Did Grandma say something wrong? Didn't you bring Grandma out for your lover?" The old woman said faintly. "Who said I have a lover? I just wanted to see the spirit beasts in the mountains and gain some knowledge for my future training." The girl immediately denied. "Hee, that's good. If the Li and Lan families find your lover, don't blame Grandma for not helping you." The old woman teased. "Grandma, I'm ignoring you," the girl shouted, stomped her feet, and jogged a few steps forward to watch the Li and Lan families kill the spirit beasts. There were a total of 4 mystic cultivators from the Li and Lan families. With weapons in hand, they attacked the Golden Wolf King and the Blue Flame Wolf. One of the mystic cultivators from the Li family was of the metal attribute, and the other was of the fire attribute. The two of them used powerful mystic techniques to attack the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King bared its fangs and spat out a golden light towards the high-ranking mystic cultivator. "Die obediently, beast." The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator shouted and waved a second-tier mid-tier saber at the golden light that the Golden Wolf King was spewing. Boom! The two golden lights collided and dissipated. The high-ranking mystic cultivator from the Li family took the opportunity to shoot a fire snake towards the stomach of the Golden Wolf King. Fire countered metal. The Golden Wolf King didn't dare to take it head-on and used its agility to dodge. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the mid-ranking mystic cultivator. So fast. The mid-ranking mystic cultivator was shocked and quickly shot out a few more fire rays towards the Golden Wolf King. The high-ranking mystic cultivator from the Li family gathered all his strength. Rays of golden light shone on his heavy sword. After he finished gathering his strength, a seemingly solid golden sword ray slashed towards the back of the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King reacted quickly and gave up on the mid-ranking mystic cultivator. It spat out a few golden lights to block the golden sword ray. However, the high-ranking mystic cultivator seemed to be very strong. The golden sword ray was not damaged at all and continued to slash towards the Golden Wind Wolf. The Golden Wind Wolf wanted to dodge, but the mid-ranking mystic cultivator shot out a dozen more fire rays to block its escape route. The mid-ranking mystic cultivator used this move and drained all his Xian energy. His goal was to let his partner kill the Golden Wolf King in one move. As expected, under the cooperation of the two, the Golden Wolf King was hit by the golden sword ray and was sent flying for a dozen meters. A deep wound appeared on its abdomen. The physical body of a spirit beast is really tough. It's actually able to survive my attack. Lian, hurry up and consume the medicinal pill. We'll attack again. The high-level profound practitioner spoke, and once again charged towards the Golden Wolf King that was crawling to its feet. On the other side, the Green Fire Wolf was being attacked by 2 mid-ranking mystic cultivators from the Lan family. Because the 2 mystic cultivators from the Lan family were water element martial artists, they just happened to restrain the fire element of the Green Fire Wolf. It didn't have any advantage in elemental attacks. After only resisting for a while, the Green Fire Wolf had a few more wounds on its body. Blood flowed everywhere and it looked very pitiful. However, it still bared its ferocious gaze and fangs, ready to fight to the death. The Green Fire Wolf was attacked by 2 mid-ranking mystic cultivators from the Lan family. Its elemental attacks were also restrained. There were many wounds on its body and its attack power dropped by a few times. Let's see how long you can resist. One of the mid-ranking mystic cultivators from the Lan family was addicted to killing. He laughed wildly and shot out a few blue rays towards the stomach of the green fire wolf. The green fire wolf's reaction was already slow. However, its eyes were filled with ferocity. It looked at the golden wolf king, who was also forced into a difficult situation, and let out a howl. Chapter 97. The blue flame wolf was stabbed a few times by the Lan family's mid-level mystic cultivator, and after flying a dozen meters, it fell into a pool of blood. It died so quickly, how boring. The mid-level mystic cultivator didn't seem satisfied and walked towards the blue flame wolf, intending to carry the wolf's corpse back. Just as the mid-level mystic cultivator came to the side of the blue flame wolf, the fallen blue flame wolf suddenly opened its eyes and jumped up, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards the mid-level mystic cultivator. The mid-level mystic cultivator didn't expect the blue flame wolf to still be alive and couldn't react in time, so his head was bitten off. The girl in red who was watching from afar turned pale with fright and couldn't help but close her beautiful eyes. The old woman wearing a cape came behind her and said, "The law of survival is the survival of the fittest. But don't be careless when you're stronger than others. A little carelessness will still lead to a tragic end." The girl in red looked at the fight again, and her beautiful eyes flashed with understanding. She nodded and said, "I understand, Grandma. I will be careful in the future." After the blue flame wolf bit off the Lan family's mid-level mystic cultivator's head, the other mid-level mystic cultivator roared and slashed at the blue flame wolf's head with his long sword. The sword fell and hit the blue flame wolf's neck. A stream of bright red blood splattered out, and the body fell onto the grass again, unable to get up. The golden wolf king had already sensed that the blue flame wolf was killed and immediately howled towards the sky. Its golden needle-like fur emitted a strong light, and its fangs revealed a bloodthirsty savagery. At this moment, it returned to its true nature as a wolf king, and a strong bestial nature was emitted. Before the Li family's high-level mystic cultivator's sword slashed down, it pounced towards the slightly weaker mid-level mystic cultivator. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it arrived in front of the mid-level mystic cultivator. "Li Jun, be careful," the high-level mystic cultivator warned. Li Jun had just used his full strength to block the golden wolf king's path, and used up 80% of his Xian energy. Although he had taken a medicinal pill, his absorption speed wasn't that fast, and his reaction speed had decreased. With his companion's warning, he continuously waved his hands and attacked the Golden Wolf King. However, the Golden Wolf King was determined to kill one person first. It displayed its wind element to the extreme and dodged the attacks one after another. Its pair of giant claws clawed at Li Jun. Li Jun dodged extremely quickly, but his arm was still scratched by the Golden Wolf King's huge claw. He immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Half of his bloody arm was gone, revealing the deep, white bone inside. Damned beast! The high-level mystic cultivator of the Li family chased after him and slashed at the Wolf King repeatedly. Immediately, the man and the wolf started fighting. Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan, who were watching from the side, had ugly expressions on their faces. They had underestimated the two spirit wolves. Li Shenglong once again ordered, "Li Tianbao, go and help Li Ming kill this golden wind wolf." Li Jun, return. The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator nodded, and moved towards the Wolf King of the mystic cultivator. The mystic cultivator from the Li family who had a crippled arm took a few pills and dragged his crippled arm back to the camp. Immediately, a few people from the Li family helped him to treat his wounds. Another fire elemental high-level mystic cultivator from the Li family joined the battle against the Golden Wolf King. Even though the Golden Wolf King was able to dodge many attacks by relying on its wind attribute, it was still forced into a difficult situation by the combined attacks of the two martial artists. In particular, the martial artist with the fire attribute almost restrained the Golden Wolf King's metal attribute, greatly weakening its attack power and even burning its golden fur. The Golden Wolf King howled twice and prepared to flee in a certain direction. The Golden Wolf King was a mutated three-eyed wind wolf. It could already condense a beast core at the upper tier of the second tier. It had already developed intelligence and knew what fear was. It knew that the other party wanted to kill it. If it didn't escape now, only death awaited it. Not far away, Li Yuanlong seemed to have sensed that the Golden Wolf King was about to flee, so he said with a gloomy face, "Shrink the encirclement and kill this beast together." Hearing Li Yuanlong's command, the mystic warriors of the Li family gathered together, wanting to kill the Golden Wolf King together. The Golden Wolf King's escape routes were all sealed off. Beams of colorful energy blasted in all directions. Boom! Deep pits appeared on the ground from the bombardment of these profound energies, and many trees were smashed into powder by the blade shadows and sword beams. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King had the wind attribute and its reaction speed was extremely fast. It managed to dodge the attacks several times. However, there were still a few strands of profound energy that struck its body, causing it to scream miserably. Ling Yuan, who was not far away, watched the battle and muttered to himself, "This wind wolf's reaction is really agile. Under such a tight attack, it can still dodge more than half of the attacks. In the future, when it grows into a third-rank spirit beast, it will definitely be a terrifying existence." However, Ling Yuan still underestimated the Golden Wolf King's true ability. Even Li Yuanlong was the same. They thought that they had more people to win, and seeing that the Golden Wolf King was only at the end of its strength, everyone relaxed their vigilance. After the Golden Wolf King suffered a few slashes, more and more wounds appeared on its body, and more blood flowed out. It decided to escape the encirclement even if it had to, because it seemed to sense that its master's aura was getting stronger and stronger. As long as its master came, he would definitely be able to save it. It was very determined in its heart. The Golden Wolf King stopped and looked in the direction where the 5 people were surrounding it. The fur on its forehead slowly split open, and the third eye appeared. A strange golden light shot out from its third eye at an extremely fast speed. The 5 Li family mystic cultivators in front of it did not even know what was going on before they were hit. The golden light emitted a strange aura, and it directly affected the 5 people's fighting spirit. For a moment, they were all stunned, and their eyes became dull, not knowing what was going on. The Golden Wolf King saw the opportunity and used the last of its strength to charge towards the 5 people. Everyone saw this strange phenomenon. Li Yuanlong's mind shook, and he could not help but shout, "Quickly get rid of it." If they lost these 5 Mystic Realm deacons, they would definitely be punished when they returned. The Mystic Realm was the core strength of every family, and it was not easy to nurture a Mystic Realm. Lan Dingshan also shouted, "Everyone, surround and kill the Golden Wind Wolf." The Lan family was led by the Li family, so they naturally had to show their sincerity. Although they were not needed now, it was necessary to put on an act. The Golden Wolf King seized the opportunity and instantly appeared in front of the 5 mystic cultivators who had no fighting strength. The Golden Wolf King clawed left and right with its claws, and 2 big heads were instantly crushed. Just as the Golden Wolf King was about to kill the other 3 mystic cultivators, beams of light had already shot over. The Golden Wolf King could not escape in time, and its back and abdomen were repeatedly hit by the mystic cultivators of the Li family. Its body was sent flying dozens of meters away, and a few trees were broken by the Golden Wolf King's huge body. A sorrowful howl resounded throughout the entire valley. Is this wind wolf finally going to be killed? That beam of light shot out from the third eye was really terrifying. It could actually make 5 mystic cultivators lose their fighting strength. This is definitely a mutated wind wolf. Some time ago, a wolf king was born in Wolf Fong Valley. Could it be this one? The Li family lost 2 mystic cultivators and 1 crippled. In order to catch this wind wolf, they must have paid a high price. No one expected this wind wolf to be so terrifying, but it's finally over. The mercenaries and adventurers who were watching from afar were still discussing with lingering fear. At the Ling family's campsite, Ling Yuan was also shocked. It's actually a mutated 3-eyed wind wolf. How terrifying! But this is also good. It's time for the Li family to shed some blood, lest they don't know what's good for them. Another red-clothed girl heard the Golden Wolf King's sorrowful howl, and her heart was stirred with sympathy. She couldn't help but say to the old granny beside her, "Granny, this golden wind wolf is so pitiful." What's there to be pitiful about? They originally evolved from wild beasts, and their wild nature is hard to tame. If you wander in the mountains alone, I'm afraid you'll be eaten by spirit beasts in less than 2 hours. Will those spirit beasts sympathize with you? The old granny reprimanded the red-clothed girl. The red-clothed girl still looked at the golden wind wolf with sympathy in her eyes, but she also knew that what her granny said was the truth. At this moment, in the deep chasm, a bare-chested youth was riding a scarlet young Qilin and playing in the valley. Wasn't this youth Ling Xiao? Ever since he sat on the young Qilin, he didn't immediately head up the cliff. Instead, he let the young Qilin fly between the cliffs. On one hand, he wanted to enjoy the feeling of flight that the young Qilin gave him, and on the other hand, he wanted to find some rare spirit beasts that lived on the cliffs. After a few days of wandering, Ling Xiao had indeed picked 5 low-tier second-grade spirit herbs, 3 mid-tier second-grade spirit herbs, and 1 high-tier spirit herb. This income could be said to be no less than what he had earned in the mountain range, and this made Ling Xiao extremely happy. After Ling Xiao had picked a low-tier second-grade spirit herb, he wanted to continue searching. However, his mind suddenly had a bad premonition, and he seemed to hear the Golden Wolf King's cry for help. These days he had fallen into the chasm, and because he was too far away, he had lost contact with the Golden Wolf King. Now that he was out, he immediately sensed the Golden Wolf King's presence. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed and he immediately yelled, "Wastrel, fly up at full speed." The young Qilin listened to Ling Xiao's words, and after hearing Ling Xiao's instructions, it quickly flew up. "Xiao Jin, hold on, I'm back to save you." Ling Xiao sent a message to the Golden Wolf King in his mind. At this moment, Ling Xiao's brows were already furrowed. He definitely didn't want anything to happen to the Golden Wolf King. On top of the cliff, Li Yuanlong wanted to personally end this damned Golden Wind Wolf, or else he wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. "Damned beast, today I'll let you have a taste of being cut into pieces." Li Yuanlong held the glittering dagger in his hand as he arrived in front of the dying Golden Wolf King and said viciously. Even though they had lost 3 mystic cultivators, 2 mystic cultivators had died and 1 was crippled for a wind wolf. His heart was bleeding, and he was filled with hatred. Why did they have to provoke these 2 wind wolves? Even if they killed this wind wolf, it wouldn't make up for their losses. Chapter 98. With that, the dagger stabbed towards the golden wolf's abdomen like a bloodthirsty fang. The Golden Wolf King's body was pierced by the dagger, and it once again let out a shocking cry. It wanted to struggle and escape, but its body was already weak and covered in wounds. It was only able to last until now because of its powerful body. Li Yuanlong pulled the dagger out, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. "Ah, damned beast, this is your fate for daring to kill members of my Li family." Li Yuanlong laughed heartily as he looked at the struggling Golden Wolf King. His words seemed to be warning everyone that if anyone dared to kill members of his Li family, their fate would definitely be the same as this golden wolf, a horrible death. Li Yuanlong seemed to have gone mad. The dagger in his hand stabbed the Golden Wolf King's huge body 5 or 6 times in a row. Pillars of blood gushed out and beast meat flew everywhere. It made the surrounding people want to vomit. Nearby, the girl in red was so frightened that her face turned pale. "Granny, let's go back. This is too cruel." "What's there to be afraid of? It's just killing a spiritual beast. Only that brat from the Li family would think that his actions would serve as a warning." "How senseless," the granny said harshly. The girl in red didn't dare to go against her grandmother's words and continued to watch Li Yuanlong's cruel methods. The golden wolf had been stabbed more than 10 times, and it had lost quite a few pieces of flesh. A large pool of blood flowed out, dyeing the surrounding grass red. "All right, it's time to send you on your way." Li Yuanlong seemed to have finished venting and muttered to the dying golden wolf. He once again raised the dagger and stabbed towards the wolf's neck. The sharp edge of the dagger sparkled, and it looked like it was about to stab into the golden wolf's neck. Stop. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire family. A shocking roar rang out. A figure darted through the crowd at the same time. Everyone only felt a gust of wind blow past them, and they couldn't see who it was. Li Yuanlong stopped and turned around, shouting, "Who dares to spout such nonsense? Get out here." He had used cruel methods to torture the spiritual beast to let others know that the Li family was not to be trifled with. The spiritual beast was still alive, but someone had already dared to provoke them. This was clearly a slap to the Li family's face. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of the Golden Wolf King. "Xiao Jin, hold on. Master hasn't given you permission to die yet, so you're not allowed to die." This person was precisely Ling Xiao. He was half-squatting in front of the Golden Wolf King. Seeing it in such a miserable state made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although the Golden Wolf King was only his slave beast, Ling Xiao would never allow anyone else to trample on or humiliate anything that belonged to him. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the Golden Wolf King from the beginning. It was the first spirit beast he had personally landed, and it had been tortured to such a state by someone else. His heart was burning with a raging fire. However, it was more important to save the Golden Wolf King. Without saying a word, he immediately took out the muscle growth grass that he had just obtained from the cliff. Muscle rejuvenation grass was a mid-tier tier 2 spirit herb. Because it was a wood attribute spirit herb, it had the same effect as the aqua blue flower. However, the effect was much weaker than the aqua blue flower. It was the main ingredient in refining the tier 2 pill, the muscle rejuvenation pill. Ling Xiao ignored everyone's presence and stuffed the muscle growth grass into the Golden Wolf King's mouth. The Golden Wolf King looked at Ling Xiao with lifeless eyes and said, Master, if you don't come, Xiao Jin will die." "Bullshit, hurry up and eat this spirit grass for me." Ling Xiao scolded and took out a low-tier 2 spirit grass, Blood Star Vine. The Blood Star Vine was a low-tier tier 2 spirit herb. It was classified as a non-elemental spirit herb and had the effect of replenishing blood and nourishing energy. It was something that Ling Xiao and Solitary Eagle had obtained by chance in the mountain range. Ling Xiao appeared with 2 grade 2 spirit herbs in his hands. Everyone around him saw it clearly. Everyone was wondering who this arrogant kid was. How dare he insult a member of the Li family? How dare he insult a member of the Li family? Look, who is this youth? He has a mid-tier tier 2 muscle growth grass and a low-tier tier 2 blood star vine in his hands. He actually fed them to that spirit beast. Doesn't he know that these 2 spirit herbs are worth more than 10,000 gold coins? What a waste. Perhaps this youth is a savage. Look at his naked body, and he's filthy to the extreme. Have you ever seen a savage holding a sword? He's really stupid. Ling Yuan and the red-clothed girl, who were standing nearby, felt that this youth who had appeared was unusually familiar. His voice was also extremely familiar, but they couldn't be sure when they saw his filthy and messy background. "Stinking brat, you dare to ignore my Li family? I'll kill you." Li Yuanlong, who was standing to the side, seemed to have suffered an unprecedented humiliation. He hadn't expected that this savage brat in front of him would actually ignore his existence. He cursed and ruthlessly stabbed the dagger in his hand towards Ling Xiao's back. He used 50% of his strength in this strike. Even if it was a low-tier or mid-tier mystic cultivator, they would still fall under this strike. Nonsense. Ling Xiao's tiger-like eyes flashed, and with a loud shout, he flipped over and flew up, overturning clouds and rain. The third form of the cloud-expelling palm. Ling Xiao blocked Li Yuanlong's sword with one hand, and his palms turned into countless palm shadows that continuously bombarded towards Li Yuanlong's chest. His speed was extremely fast, and every palm was suffused with a fiery aura. The fiery palms flew, and each palm contained a fierce attack from Ling Xiao. Li Yuanlong was caught off guard, and in an instant, he took a dozen of Ling Xiao's palms. With a blood-curdling scream, his entire body flew backwards. "Sir!" The mystic cultivators of the Li family cried out in alarm and immediately swarmed towards Ling Xiao. In the Ling family's camp not far away, Hu Lu and Hu Qi, who were behind Ling Yuan, saw Ling Zhao's face clearly and immediately exclaimed, "Commander! Commander, it's young Master Ling Xiao." "What?" Ling Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Tiger Guards, listen up. Follow me to protect Ling Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly turned into a golden rainbow and flew towards Ling Zhao's direction. That speed actually exceeded the scope of an ordinary high-level mystic cultivator, and seemed to be even faster than a peak mystic cultivator. The other 24 Tiger Guards did not hesitate at all, and instantly ignited their shocking auras, and rushed over with Ling Yuan. Not far away, the girl in red saw Ling Zhao's appearance clearly, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety as she said, "Grandma, quick! Quick, save him." "Why do you want to save him? Could it be that this kid is your lover?" The old granny didn't seem to be anxious at all, and instead asked jokingly, "Grandma, if you don't want to go, then I'll go." The girl in red stomped her feet and wanted to rush forward. Who knew that the old granny would grab her delicate hand and say, "So many people from the Ling family are going over, why are you still going over to join in the fun? That kid should be fine." At this time, the girl in red saw that the Ling family's camp had actually all moved out, and her heart finally calmed down a little. "Grandma, I want to go over and take a look." The girl in red looked ahead, still wanting to go over and see Ling Zhao's situation. "All right, little girl, you've really been bewitched by him. Let me see what's so great about my future grandson-in-law, to actually be able to make my granddaughter so infatuated with him." After the old granny said this, Bai An's figure swayed slightly, and she pulled the girl in red and actually appeared near the Li family's camp. This speed was simply several times faster than Ling Yuan's. If someone noticed this, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. This old granny was definitely an expert of the spirit master level. Ling Xiao held his saber and sword horizontally, and looked coldly at the Li family mystic cultivators that surrounded him. His entire body was surrounded by a ball of golden light, and it was as dazzling as the sun. His ink-black hair flowed like a waterfall, and his aura rose steadily. "Master, little flame is dead." The Golden Wolf King weakly transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. After it consumed 2 level 2 spirit herbs from Ling Xiao, all the wounds on its body gradually healed, and its condition was considered stable. When Ling Xiao was here, he couldn't detect any traces of the blue flame wolf, and he had long sensed it. "I know, someone will die with it." Ling Xiao nodded, and a strong killing intent flashed through his tiger eyes. He didn't think that he would encounter such a troublesome matter as soon as he escaped. Luckily, his strength had greatly increased, or else he really wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of so many mystic cultivators. Li Yuanlong, who had been sent flying by Ling Xiao, bounced up from the ground and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His face felt hot. He was a direct descendant of the Li family, a genius that could possibly ascend to the position of Li family patriarch in the future. Now that he was sent flying by a brat of unknown origin, he really lost too much face. He decided to tear this brat into 1,000 pieces. "Sir, he is the Ling family's Ling Xiao." Li Jun, who had lost an arm, looked at Ling Xiao and said to Li Yuanlong in astonishment, "He is Ling Xiao." Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan said in shock at the same time, "He is the Ling family's young master Ling Xiao? His aura is so strong? Didn't they say that he was only an intermediate mystic cultivator a while ago? I'm afraid he's already at the mystic realm. Just now, every palm of his contained an elemental attack. Isn't that so? From the looks of it, he should be training hard in the mountains." A 17 or 18-year-old mystic cultivator is considered a first-class genius in the city. I heard that he broke through to the mystic realm at the age of 15, but 2.5 years ago, his meridians were destroyed. Now that he's recovered his strength, he actually made Sir Li suffer a loss. I reckon there's going to be a good show to watch. Stop arguing, the Ling family's people are coming. The mercenaries and adventurers around them began to discuss in low voices. "I've really worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching. Today, I will take revenge for my daughter." Li Yuanlong's body emitted a powerful fire elemental light, and a scarlet fire sword appeared in his hand. His eyes revealed a strong hatred. Lan Dingshan, who was at the side, took out a long spear and shouted coldly, "Why do you need Brother Li to make a move? Let me personally get rid of this arrogant brat and avenge my son." Lan Dingshan was one step ahead of Li Yuanlong. His long spear was like a snake, emitting a green light as it pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao in one move. Chapter 99. Lan Dingshan used 80% of his Xian energy right from the start. He planned to kill Ling Xiao in one blow without giving him any chance. "Don't you dare touch my nephew!" An earth-shattering roar was heard, and a golden light as sharp as a blade appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Boom! The green ray was blasted into pieces by the golden ray and did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. Then, a stalwart figure stood in between Ling Xiao and Lan Dingshan. Ling Xiao looked at the person who helped him and his heart jumped. He immediately bowed to the person and said, "Xiao, greets uncle." Ling Xiao did not have a deep impression of his uncle, but he recognized him as the commander of the 24 Tiger Guards at a glance. His uncle had a very high prestige in the family. Together with his father and the sons of several elders, he was a popular candidate for the position of clan leader. However, this uncle did not care much about the position of clan leader. On the contrary, he was very loyal to cultivation, so he chose to be the commander of the 24 Tiger Guards and wanted to take on the heavy responsibility of protecting the Ling family. Ling Yuan looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe and suddenly laughed. Good, very good. I didn't expect that not only did you become a mystic again, but you also broke through to the middle level. No wonder you are a rare genius in our Ling family." Ling Yuan's hearty voice spread through the surrounding valley and reverberated in everyone's ears over and over again. Everyone revealed a look of shock, and soon after, another round of discussion sounded. What did a 17-year-old middle-level mystic mean in Meteorite City? The word genius could no longer describe his existence. This kind of tenbin could be called a demon. A rare genius in Meteorite City in 100 years finally broke out with a super-fast speed of advancement again. In just half a year, not only did he recover his status as a Xian cultivator from a cripple, he once again advanced triumphantly to become a middle-level mystic. This was really too shocking. If Ling Xiao was allowed to continue to grow like this, he would definitely become a leading figure in Meteorite City in the future. Impossible, he's so young, how can he be a mid-level mystic cultivator? Li Yuanlong roared like a madman. However, the truth was right in front of him. He was originally a high-level mystic cultivator. With a closer look, he could sense the aura on Ling Xiao. He was indeed a mid-level mystic cultivator, and his realm was very stable. It didn't look like he had broken through recently. Lan Dingshan, who was standing to the side, also revealed a look of shock. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he looked at Ling Xiao. At this time, the Ling family's 24 Tiger Guards arrived behind Ling Xiao and Ling Yuan, forming a standoff with the Li and Lan families. The mercenaries and adventurers hurriedly hid far away, afraid that they would be implicated in the battle. Li Yuanlong, Lan Dingshan, if you dare touch my nephew, then I won't rest until you're dead. Ling Yuan shouted at Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan. His aura surged, and his whole body shone with golden light. He looked extraordinary, and there was no doubt that he was a general. Ling Zhao's current performance as a tenbin was shocking, and he was also the Grand Elder's successor disciple. Everyone in the Ling family treated Ling Xiao as an important person to protect. Before coming to search for the mystic realm, Ling Tsang, the head of the Ling family, had specially ordered Ling Yuan to protect Ling Xiao if he saw him, even if he had to make an enemy out of anyone. It was enough to show how protective Ling Tsang was of his grandson this time. Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan's expressions kept changing. It looked like they were having a hard time making a decision. Once they started a fight with Ling Yuan, it would mean starting a fight with the Ling family. At this moment, although the two families had the advantage in numbers, the Ling family's 24 Tiger Guards were all experts that were picked out of 100, and their battle prowess was not necessarily weaker than theirs. Good, good, Ling Yuan. Let's see how long your Ling family can protect this stinking brat. Brother Lan, let's go. Li Yuanlong shouted coldly, calling for Lan Dingshan to leave. Li Yuanlong could be considered very patient. He was indeed worthy of being the next generation's head of the Li family. If it had been anyone else, they would probably have fought head-on. He didn't dare to start a fight at this moment, mainly because the time was not right. If he really wanted to start a war with the Ling family, he definitely couldn't start a fight unless he had absolute confidence. Otherwise, the Li family would only be destroyed. Before leaving, Li Yuanlong glared at Ling Xiao, then turned around and left with the Li and Lan families. At this time, Ling Xiao said faintly, "The matter isn't over yet, and you want to leave? Forget it, Xiao. Today's matter ends here." Ling Yuan looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, but in his heart he was thinking, does this kid really want to force Li Yuanlong into a corner before he's satisfied? Now that Li Yuanlong was willing to lower his head, it was already a loss of face for the Li family. If he provoked the other party's bottom line and really started a fight, it was likely that both sides would pay a heavy price. This was not what Ling Yuan wanted to see. Stinking brat, don't think that just because you have a bit of peace you can jump out and make a fuss. Do you really think that with Ling Yuan and the 24 tiger guards protecting you, I can't kill you? Li Yuanlong said with a gloomy face, clenching his fists tightly. In his heart, however, he was thinking, don't fall into my hands one day, or else I'll make you live a life worse than death. Whether you kill me or not is one thing, but you hurt my Xiaojin. Don't even think about leaving this place without leaving an arm behind. Ling Zhao's entire body's aura locked onto Li Yuanlong. He paused for a moment before saying, "Whoever killed the Scion-Fire Wolf just now will be buried with me." As soon as Ling Zhao said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Listening to Ling Zhao's words, it seemed like he was saying that these two wolf spirit beasts were his beasts, and in Meteorite City, they had never heard of anyone having such a high-level beast pet. Everyone thought that Ling Zhao was talking big. Li Yuanlong laughed out loud and said, "That's right, I forgot that this wolf spirit beast is our Li family's prey. Li Ming, kill this wolf spirit beast and take it away. There are still a lot of good things on its body, we can't waste them." At this time, the Li family's high-level mystic cultivator who was surrounding the Golden Wolf King walked straight towards Ling Xiao, not the slightest bit afraid of the 24 tiger guards beside Ling Xiao. When the Li family's high-level mystic cultivator came to Ling Zhao's side, he threw a disdainful smile at Ling Xiao and said, "Excuse me, this is my prey. I want to kill it. If the beast blood stains young Master Ling, then it won't be good." Ling Xiao slightly narrowed his eyes, his killing intent surging. Ling Yuan stopped him from the side. "Xiao, don't be rash." The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator sneered a few times and raised a golden light in his hand, blasting towards the Golden Wolf King that was still lying on the ground. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao finally began to move, and his first move was an extremely powerful one. Sword Scar. The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator was already on guard, but he didn't expect Ling Zhao's move to be so fierce, and it was even a fire attribute that countered him. Countless flames shrouded him, and his heavy saber repeatedly swung out several golden rays to block. But there were too many of them, and his golden rays were drowned. The two moves collided, and the Li family's high-level mystic cultivator was forced to take a few steps back, and his body was injured in many places. "Bastard!" The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator roared, and wanted to use a strong move to kill Ling Xiao. However, there was no sign of Ling Xiao in front of him. At this time, Li Yuanlong, who was not far away, exclaimed, "Li Ming, he's behind you." The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator was shocked and quickly turned around. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Another scorching firelight slashed towards him. The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator cried out. He didn't even have time to resist, and was directly split into two by the flame. The corpse that was split into two fell heavily to the ground, and the corpse was still emitting a burnt smell, making people feel extremely disgusted. "You actually dared to kill Li Ming, Ling Yuan. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, Today, the Li family and Lan family will not rest until one of us is dead. I mean what I say. Li Yuanlong finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and shouted coldly at Ling Yuan. At this moment, Ling Yuan didn't know what to say. He really didn't think that Ling Xiao would really kill the opponent's people. In his heart, he was both surprised and worried. He was happy that Ling Xiao's strength was really very terrifying, but he was worried that he would really shed all pretense of cordiality with the Li family and Lan family. Later, I'll have someone send over 3 second-tier high-tier weapons, and this matter will be over, Ling Yuan said indifferently. Impossible! 2 voices sounded at the same time. One was from Li Yuanlong, and the other was from Ling Xiao. Just 3 high-tier weapons and you want the Li family's deacon's life, Ling Yuan, you're too naive. Li Yuanlong shouted angrily, and then he said, I'll give you 30 second-tier high-tier weapons, and I'll kill 10 of your deacons, okay? Do. Ling Yuan was about to get angry when he heard this. Uncle, you don't have to worry about this matter. They killed my spirit beast, so it's only right and proper for me to kill them, Ling Xiao said lightly, as if there was nothing wrong with killing a high-tier mystic cultivator. Brat, aren't you ashamed to say that? So many people saw us kill these 2 wolf beasts, and now that they're about to die, you run out and say that it's your spirit beast. Don't tell me that just because you said a few words that all the spirit beasts in the mountain range are yours, and we can't kill them? What a joke. Do you think we're all 3-year-old children? Li Yuanlong asked coldly, and he also pulled a group of mercenaries and adventurers as witnesses. His goal was to make the Li family and Lan family stand on the side of reason. After a pause, he said again, unless you can prove that this spirit beast is yours, you'll have to pay with your life. Why do I need to prove that it's my spirit beast? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao's words not only made Li Yuanlong feel disdain, but even Ling Yuan felt embarrassed for Ling Xiao. He said to Ling Xiao in a low voice, My good nephew, can you stop making trouble? There are so many people watching. Ling Xiao looked around and saw that the mercenaries and adventurers all had playful smiles on their faces. Then he didn't say anything. Instead, he sent a message to the Golden Wolf King. Can Xiao Jin stand up? The Golden Wolf King replied, Master, Xiao Jin is much better now. He should be able to stand up. All right, stand up and come to me, Ling Xiao said again. At this time, Ling Xiao shouted to Li Yuanlong, Open your dog eyes wide and see if this is my spirit beast. Xiao Jin, come here. Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the Golden Wolf King slowly got up from the ground and swayed its body in front of Ling Xiao. It stuck out its tongue and licked Ling Xiao's hand, and its body kept rubbing against Ling Xiao, looking extremely intimate. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this high-grade 2-wind wolf really his spirit beast? How is this possible? Could it be that the Ling family really raised it since it was young? But I've never heard of it before. Young Master Ling Xiao has a mid-level cultivation, and with the help of this wolf spirit beast, I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation in the city would dare to compete with him. How terrifying. Chapter 100. If that blue fire wolf isn't dead, doesn't that mean he has 2 wolf beasts? The mercenaries and adventurers spoke one after another, and the surroundings were filled with confused voices. They didn't believe that the wolf beast belonged to Ling Xiao, but the truth was right in front of them. Li Yuanlong's face was ashen, and he snorted, Let's go. Wait, did I say you could leave? Ling Xiao shouted again. Did I say you could leave? If these words were said by a spirit master to Li Yuanlong and the others, no one would think anything was wrong. But coming from a middle-stage mystic cultivator, everyone felt that it was very strange. Although there were 24 tiger guards of the Ling clan present, the Li and Lan clan's strength was also very frightening. If they fought, it was unknown who would win. Why was this young master of the Ling clan so arrogant? Could it be that just because he was the successor disciple of the Ling clan's grand elder, he could ignore the clan's interests and start a war with the 2 clans? Stinking brat, if you have the ability, then make us stay. Let's see who can leave this place alive. Li Yuanlong turned around and scolded. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He poured the wind attribute into his feet, and with the phantom cloud track movement technique, he swept towards the Lan clan mystic cultivator with the blue fire wolf. Kill that brat. Li Yuanlong sensed that Ling Xiao was really going to make a move and immediately ordered. Ling Yuan also ordered from the side, Tiger Guards, protect Ling Xiao. After Ling Yuan finished speaking, the dagger axe on his back flew out and stabbed towards Li Yuanlong. Lan Dingshan also entered battle mode, leaving behind Tiger one of the 24 Tiger Guards to attack. For a moment, the mystic cultivators of the Ling clan, Li clan, and Lan clan all fought together. The mercenaries, adventurers, and the Luo clan all hid far away to watch the show. The nearby red-clothed girl pulled the old lady's hand and begged for help. "Grandma, quickly go help Ling Xiao. What's the rush? If he dares to challenge them, he naturally has some ability. If he doesn't have the ability and still dares to touch them, it only means he's a fool without brains." The old lady replied indifferently, her old eyes staring at Ling Xiao. In an instant, Ling Xiao arrived in front of the Lan family's mid-level mystic cultivator who was carrying the blue flame wolf's corpse. The silver ghost blood saber slashed down heavily from top to bottom. An ice crystal saber radiance emitted a bone-piercing chill. Cold glance, the first move of the Nye clan saber technique. The Lan family's mid-tier mystic cultivator didn't even think as he threw the green flame wolf away and raised the long sword in his hand to receive the attack. That Lan mystic cultivator didn't even think. The Lan family's mystic chi cultivator reacted to Ling Xiao's attack, but he was sent flying more than 10 meters away by Ling Xiao's attack. His whole body was attacked by the cold air. He shivered and quickly used his Xian energy to defend himself. Lan and Demon, Tibat Bai. Another by Ling's other, and a by the other clan's Bai. That said. Bai. Ling. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. On the other side, the people of the Ling family were fighting with the people of the Li family and the Lan family. A series of explosions rang throughout the entire valley, and colorful lights bloomed like dazzling fireworks. Ling Xiao carried the blue fire wolf and returned to the front of the golden wolf king. "Uncle, let the Tiger Guards stop." Ling Yuan forced Li Yuanlong back with one move and shouted, "Tiger Guards, come back." Ling Yuan and the 24 Tiger Guards retreated to Ling Xiao's side. You want to retreat after killing our people? Impossible. Kid, you must die today." Li Yuanlong snorted and charged at Ling Xiao. The flames of war had been ignited. It was impossible to stop here. Wastrel, bite his arm off. Ling Xiao pointed at Li Yuanlong and shouted into the air. Swoosh! A ray of fire shot towards Li Yuanlong from the sky. Everyone felt their vision blur, and then heard Li Yuanlong scream. Ah! There was a small scarlet spirit beast on his shoulder. It had bitten his shoulder, and his shoulder was forcibly torn off. After the scarlet spirit beast bit off Li Yuanlong's arm, it flew back to Ling Xiao's side and directly landed on Ling Xiao's shoulder, staring at everyone like a tiger watching its prey. Everyone was scared silly by this sudden scene. What kind of spirit beast was this little thing? How could it be so terrifying? It had bitten off a high-level mystic cultivator's arm in an instant. If it had been his throat, he would have died on the spot. The people of the Li family immediately went up to support Li Yuanlong, who had lost his arm, and someone fed him a few more pills to stabilize his injuries. Lan Dingshan also looked at Li Yuanlong worriedly. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He was afraid that the little beast would bite him. He did not know if he was still alive. This is the consequence of hurting my spirit beast. If any of you are still dissatisfied with me, Ling Xiao, I will accompany you to the end. Ling Xiao held his sword and shouted coldly at the Li and Lan clans. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a god of death, emitting an awe-inspiring aura that no one dared to look directly at. Ling Yuan looked at the scarlet beast on Ling Xiao's shoulder and distanced himself from his nephew. He was shocked. How could Xiao have such a powerful spirit beast? Could he be a legendary beast tamer? He'll quickly kill that bastard for me. Li Yuanlong held the wound on his broken arm and kept shouting. His arm was crippled, and this made him lose all reason. He only knew that he needed revenge. But no one from the Li and Lan clans dared to go forward. They were all very afraid of the little beast. Its speed was not something they could keep up with. At this time, one of the Li family's deacons knocked Li Yuanlong out from behind. "Let's go, we'll go back first." That deacon had a high status in the Li family, so he directly gave the order to the Li family. He then coldly said to Ling Yuan, "When we return, I will definitely report this to my family head. Your Ling family can wait to start a war with us." With that, he left with the Li family. Lan Dingshan hesitated for a moment, then glared at Ling Xiao before waving his hand and leaving with his own people. "This won't be peaceful anymore," Ling Yuan muttered to himself as he watched the Li and Lan clans leave. When Ling Xiao saw that the Li and Lan clans had left, he rubbed the young Qilin's head and praised it. "Prodigal, good job." The young Qilin rubbed its head against Ling Xiao's ear as a response. "Uncle, thank you so much for this time." Ling Xiao stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Ling Yuan. If Ling Yuan hadn't brought his people to stand on his side today, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with so many experts from the Li and Lan families by himself. "Stinking brat, you've become so arrogant after recovering some of your strength. Let's see how you explain this to your grandfather when we return," Ling Yuan scolded. "I'll have my grandfather help me explain this so that I won't be scolded by him." Ling Xiao shrugged helplessly as he mentioned the Grand Elder. "Forget it, we'll talk about it when we get back to the family." Ling Yuan was so angered by Ling Xiao's words that he had nothing to say. "Uncle, you guys go back first and let grandfather and the others prepare. I'll return in 2 days," Ling Xiao said. "No, your grandfather has given a death order. If you see you must return immediately," Ling Yuan said resolutely. "Uncle, don't worry. No one can take my life. I'll wait for Xiao Jin's injuries to heal before I can return," Ling Xiao said. Ling Yuan thought about it and refused. "That won't do. If something happens to you and the Grand Elder blames me, I won't be able to bear the consequences." Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but he saw 2 people walking towards him. Ling Yuan also turned around and cupped his hands towards the old man in the conical cape. "May I ask which Luo family elder you are?" Ling Yuan couldn't see through this old man's cultivation, but he could tell that he was at least a spirit teacher. So he guessed that he was one of the Luo family elders. Before the old woman could reply, the red-clothed girl ran to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Ling Xiao, are you all right?" "You are?" Ling Xiao looked up and down at the red-clothed girl in front of him in confusion. Then he came to a realization and said, "You can't be a chubby girl, right?" "You're the chubby girl," the red-clothed girl said as she stomped her feet. "Ha, why are you wearing a veil? I almost couldn't recognize you," Ling Xiao said with a slight smile. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the red-clothed girl took off her veil, revealing a pure and charming face. If it wasn't the Luo family's Luo Qingshuang, who else could it be? Luo Qingshuang asked softly again, "Were you injured just now?" "Of course not. Only I can injure others." "No one can injure me," Ling Xiao said casually. "How arrogant. Alright, what is this little spirit beast? Why is it so scary?" Luo Qingshuang pointed at the young Qilin on Ling Xiao's shoulder with a timid look in her eyes. Ling Xiao glanced at the young Qilin and said, "I don't know what it is either. As soon as it saw me, it stuck to me. No matter how I chased it away, it wouldn't leave. It probably thinks that I'm a good person." Ling Xiao was very arrogant and didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. As soon as he said this, everyone's faces turned green. This guy's skin was really thick. At that moment, the granny looked up and down at Ling Xiao and said, "Not bad, little guy. He's quite suitable to be my grandson-in-law." "Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Qingshuang shyly glared at the granny. Her face had a rosy glow to it, making her look extremely beautiful. Ling Xiao greets this granny. "I've made a fool of myself." Ling Xiao was quite respectful to the granny and immediately bowed. "Ha, no need to be so polite. I really didn't think that the Ling family would have such an outstanding youth like you in this generation. Having you as my grandson-in-law is already not bad," the granny said bluntly. "Grandma, I'm going to ignore you." Luo Qingxuang stomped her foot and glanced at Ling Xiao before turning around and running back. Girls really are thin-skinned, the granny said before following after her. That's right, uncle, why did so many people come here? Ling Xiao only just realized that the people from the three great families had all come. There were also many mercenaries and adventurers gathered here. Could something big have happened? Ling Yuan replied, someone said that there's a secret realm nearby, so everyone wanted to come and try their luck. Oh, Ling Xiao replied softly and then said, there's no secret realm here. It's just a rumor created by someone else. Ling Xiao thought to himself, of course there's a secret realm. It's just that I've discovered it, so you guys won't have a share. I think so too. Other than the chasm, the entire area has been searched, but there's no trace of a secret realm. It seems that we've all been tricked. However, our main mission is still to protect you and bring you back. Ling Yuan nodded. Uncle, you should go back first. You have to believe me. I'll definitely be able to return safely in 2 days, Ling Xiao requested again. Chapter 101. Ling Xiao tried his best to persuade Ling Yuan, but Ling Yuan refused to go back. However, he ordered Hu Yi to bring the 12 tiger guards back to report to the clan leader and make preparations. Seeing Ling Yuan's determination, Ling Xiao allowed his uncle and the 12 tiger guards to wait for 2 days. The Luo clan also sent everyone back. Only the old lady and Luo Qingxuang joined the Ling clan's camp. Ling Yuan also found out that this old lady was the Luo clan's clan leader's wife, Mo Hongmei. She was a spirit master, but he couldn't tell what level she was at. He couldn't help but think that if the Ling clan and the Luo clan were to get married, the Li clan and Lan clan would have to tuck their tails between their legs. Originally, the Ling clan was the leader of the 3 great clans in Meteor City. However, the Ling clan wasn't united. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid of the Li clan and Lan clan's alliance. At night, Ling Xiao ordered the young Qilin to catch 2 spirit beasts. Without thinking, the young Qilin flew to the mountain range opposite the chasm and caught 2 rank 3 golden-eyed spirit pigs. Ling Xiao originally thought that the young Qilin only needed to catch rank 2 spirit beasts. He didn't think that the little guy would only catch rank 3 spirit beasts. He was speechless, but when he thought about the little guy's strength, he understood. After Ling Xiao took out the beast core of the golden-eyed spirit pig, he called everyone over to divide the golden-eyed spirit pigs. Ling Yuan and Mo Hongmei both recognized that the 2 in front of them were rank 3 spirit beasts, and their hearts were filled with shock. One must know that rank 3 spirit beasts were equivalent to human spirit masters, and yet they were lying dead in front of them. Ling Yuan gulped. Xiao heir, where did you catch this golden-eyed spirit pig? Mo Hongmei also looked at Ling Xiao, waiting for his answer. Ling Xiao spread his hands. It was caught by the prodigal boy. He should have caught it from the mountain range opposite. After the young Qilin caught the golden-eyed spirit pig, it turned back into a small beast. The 2 didn't know the young Qilin's original identity. The 2 of them looked at the young Qilin timidly. They had originally thought that this little fellow was only a 3rd-tier spirit beast, but looking at it, it was most likely not a 3rd-tier spirit beast. The 2 of them didn't ask any more questions. They just looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. They knew that Ling Xiao wasn't telling the truth. However, they wondered why Ling Xiao named such a powerful spirit beast with a prodigal name. Ling Yuan ordered the tiger guards to cut up the golden-eyed spirit pig and roast it. Ling Xiao gave one of the beast cores to the young Qilin to eat, but the young Qilin refused to eat it. It must have not digested the beast core of the raging flame tiger that it ate today. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and came to the front of the Golden Wolf King. Xiao Jin, do you want to eat this? The Golden Wolf King ate 2 rank 2 spirit beasts from Ling Xiao, and the wounds on its body had healed quite a bit. However, it had lost too much blood, and its body was still very weak. When it saw the beast core in Ling Xiao's hand, it immediately said with a bright light, Master, quickly give it to me. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and directly threw it into the Golden Wolf King's mouth. The Golden Wolf King immediately swallowed the beast core, and not long after, a powerful aura blossomed from its body. Its golden fur that was like needles stood on end, and its body was surrounded by a golden light. The wolf raised its head high and howled towards the sky. Whoa. The golden wolf king stood up, and the wounds and flesh on its body actually healed at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, watched in astonishment and muttered to himself, "Could it be that spirit beasts have to consume beast cores to advance?" Ling Xiao was right. Other than cultivating, spirit beasts could also rely on absorbing beast cores of the same attribute to advance. Relatively speaking, spirit beasts would take a long time to cultivate on their own, but spirit beasts had a rather long lifespan, and swallowing beast cores could quickly increase their advancement speed. If the Golden Wolf King was a normal high-rank 2 spirit beast that had yet to condense a beast core, swallowing a beast core would probably cause its body to explode and it would die. However, it was a mutated 3-eyed wind wolf, a high-rank spirit beast that had already condensed a beast core. Now it could swallow beast cores. Moreover, the gold-eyed spirit pig was a metal-type spirit beast, so the beast core and its attribute were just right. Therefore, if it absorbed the beast core, it would be able to advance into a rank 3 spirit beast. The Golden Wolf King's aura continued to rise, and its body also gradually grew. From its original 3 meters long body, it grew to about 4 meters. Its entire body seemed extremely majestic, and balls of golden light flashed dazzlingly. In the middle of its body, the third eye appeared again, and its bloodthirsty fangs became even more sinister and terrifying. An ordinary person standing in front of it would probably be scared out of their wits. At this moment, after the Golden Wolf King swallowed the beast core, it had evolved from a high-rank 2 spirit beast to a low-rank 3 spirit beast. Moreover, it had even reached the peak of the low rank. It seemed like this was because the Golden Wolf King already had a beast core, which was why it had advanced so quickly. Not far away, Ling Yuan, Mo Hongmei, and the 12 tiger guards couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts as they watched the Golden Wolf King evolve. If the Li and Lan families were to face this golden wolf today, they would probably only be able to run away with the wind. The young Qilin on Ling Zhao's shoulder growled at the Golden Wolf King in annoyance. The Golden Wolf King raised its fierce eyes and glanced at it. Immediately, like a deflated balloon, it quickly withdrew its aura and closed its third eye. The Golden Wolf King lowered its arrogant head, and there was not a single bit of its aura left. It came in front of the young Qilin and growled continuously, as if it was communicating something. It looked extremely respectful. The young Qilin on Ling Zhao's shoulder had an impatient expression, and it directly closed its eyes and ignored the Golden Wolf King. Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Jin, what did you say to this wastrel?" The Golden Wolf King replied, "Master, this is our Beast Emperor's prince. I'm here to pay an audience with him." "Are you a wastrel or a prince? Then who's the Beast Emperor?" Ling Xiao shrunk back and couldn't help but ask in fear. If the young Qilin was a prince, then its family was definitely the Qilin royal family. If the Qilin divine beast came and misunderstood and killed him, then he would be out of luck. The Beast Emperor is the emperor of our mountain range, the emperor of all spirit beasts. I heard that he lives in the deepest part of the mountain range. Xiao Jin has only heard of him, but he doesn't have the qualifications to be the emperor, the Golden Wolf King said. "So that's how it is," Ling Xiao muttered. "The Beast Emperor of the desolate mountain range should be the young Qilin's old man." Immediately after, Ling Zhao's heart became conflicted. He had originally wanted to bring the young Qilin back to Meteorite City and make it his flying mount in the future, but when he thought of its identity he felt afraid, which made him extremely vexed. "Wastrel, I'm going back to my place of life. Do you want to follow me?" Ling Xiao said softly to the young Qilin. The young Qilin looked at Ling Xiao with its intelligent eyes and nodded in a very human-like manner. "All right, you'll follow me from now on. If your family comes looking for you, you have to give them a good explanation. Don't let them eat your brother, okay?" Ling Xiao cautiously instructed. The young Qilin was like an obedient child, and it nodded again. Then, its intelligent eyes became vigilant as it looked forward. The Golden Wolf King also walked to Ling Zhao's side, and it looked at the person who had arrived with a savage gaze. The person who walked over was Luo Qingshuang. Ling Xiao rubbed the young Qilin's head and said, "Relax, it's one of us. Ling Xiao, can I go over? Luo Qingxuang looked at the ferocious and tall golden wolf king, her body trembling slightly as she stood 5 meters away and called out. Ling Xiao did not respond to her. Instead, he walked towards her and said, "Chubby girl, why are you treating me like an outsider?" When Luo Qingxuang saw Ling Xiao walking over, she felt less afraid. She pointed at the golden wolf king timidly and asked, Is this really your spiritual beast? Ling Xiao patted the golden wolf king's forehead and said, "Of course, it's the wind wolf king that I subdued some time ago. You can call it Xiao Jin. Oh right, there's also this wastrel." Luo Qingxuang looked at the 2 spiritual beasts beside Ling Xiao and said with admiration, "Ling Xiao, you're really amazing. Not only did you recover your strength, but you also subdued such powerful spiritual beasts. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger." Since young, Luo Qingxuang had always wanted to catch up to Ling Xiao's footsteps. But now, she realized that no matter how hard she tried, she could not catch up. Well, this young master's cultivation in Tenbin is slightly better than yours, but you don't have to feel inferior. You're now a high-level cultivator, and in Meteor City, you're already a genius girl in Tenbin, Ling Xiao said as he rubbed his nose. A few months ago, when Ling Xiao defeated Luo Qingxuang, she was only a mid-rank profounder. Now that she had broken through to become a high-rank profounder, her natural endowment was absolutely not inferior to her cousin brother Ling Li or the grandson of the second elder, Ling Kuang. "Don't comfort me. Alright, can I go and touch them?" Luo Qingxuang was still a girl, and she was very curious about spiritual beasts. "Of course, no problem." Ling Xiao nodded. Luo Qingxuang gathered her courage and walked to Ling Xiao's side. Looking at the 2 spiritual beasts beside him, she felt a burst of excitement in her heart. Which girl didn't like pets? However, Luo Qingxuang wanted to touch the cutest young Qilin, but just as she stretched out her hand, she retracted it. Today, she had seen this little guy bite off Li Yuanlong's hand. Although it was still small, it was an extremely terrifying spiritual beast. Thus, she changed her hand to the golden wolf king, but when she saw its exposed fangs, she didn't dare to touch it. At this time, Ling Xiao saw that she was afraid, so he grabbed her delicate hand and pressed it on the golden wolf king's head. "I'm here, don't be afraid." Xiao Jin is very obedient. Luo Qingxuang softly responded. Her delicate face felt extremely hot, because Ling Xiao's thick palm was holding her hand without letting go. A sweet warmth made her heart beat non-stop. "Shuang, you're so beautiful." Ling Xiao looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help but praise. Although Yun Mingqi was the first woman that had moved his heart, Ling Xiao had never felt that he had too many women. Moreover, Luo Qingxuang had already expressed her love for him, so he wouldn't reject a beauty of this level. Luo Qingxuang's face became even redder after hearing Ling Xiao's words. She raised her intelligent eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. "Now that you've become so powerful, then in the future, the gap between us will only grow larger and larger. Will you still like me?" Chapter 102. Ling Xiao gently wrapped his arm around Luo Qingxuang's slender waist and said, "Of course I like it, but you need to constantly improve yourself. I can't stay in Meteorite City for too long. In the future, I'll have to leave the city and go to places where there are even more powerhouses. Only then can I become even more powerful, so if you want to be my maid, you still need to work hard." This time, Luo Qingxuang did not run away. Instead, she felt Ling Xiao's desire to become stronger and felt intoxicated. She immediately leaned against his chest. "Don't worry, I won't drag you down. I hope you won't leave me behind in the future." Ling Xiao looked up at the sparse stars and felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. Would he really be able to leave Meteorite City with Luo Qingxuang and Bai Yushi in the future? The next day, the sky had just brightened, and Ling Yuan had already brought the 12 tiger guards back to Meteor City. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxuang's grandmother had also left by herself. They were very relieved about Ling Xiao, because with a rank 3 golden wind wolf protecting him, The number of people who would dare to touch Ling Xiao in Meteor City could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, he still had a powerful and mysterious little beast by his side. After the others left, it was time for Ling Xiao to have some fun. He hugged Luo Qingxuang and sat on the golden wind wolf, leisurely wandering around the valley. Beautiful women like jade, delicate flowers blooming, the mountain scenery was picturesque. Wasn't this feeling exactly what Ling Xiao wanted? For a moment, Ling Xiao forgot about the pain Yunmingqi left in him. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's playboy heart had not changed at all. Along the way, Ling Xiao took advantage of Luo Qingxuang's calmness. The fragrance of a virgin, the smooth and delicate skin made his beastly blood boil. Previously, after losing his virginity with Bai Yushi, Ling Xiao had a special desire for love. However, he also knew that it was not the right time to have any relations with Luo Qingxuang. If the Luo clan really forced him to marry her, it would be troublesome. It wasn't that he didn't want to marry them, but he had already left the position of wife to Yunmingqi. Hence, Luo Qingxuang and Bai Yushi could only be his concubines or maids. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's appetite was very big. In Meteor City, who didn't want to marry the famous flower of the Luo family? However, Ling Xiao had given her the status of a concubine's maid. If others were to find out, they would probably take a kitchen knife and chop this guy to death. For several days in a row, Ling Xiao and Luo Qingxuang walked and stopped from time to time. Neither of them was in a hurry to continue on their journey. Along the way, the two of them enjoyed the view of the flowers and the moon. Occasionally, they would pluck spirit herbs that were at least tier 1 and above. These spirit herbs were all worth gold coins, so it would be a waste not to take them. Moreover, some of them were quite useful. Thus, on the 6th day, Ling Xiao once again came to the territory of the 2 black bears that he had encountered with Lone Eagle. However, what he didn't expect was that the 2 black bears were nowhere to be seen. Near the entrance of the cave, trees had fallen, and there were many deep pits. There were also a lot of bloodstains. It was obvious that there had been a fierce battle. Suddenly, Ling Xiao had a bad premonition. He loudly called out, "Boss Black Bear! Boss Black Bear!" The echoes reverberated endlessly in the valley. In his mind, scenes of the battle with the black bears flashed back to the moment when he helped the mother bear give birth to the cute cub. A raging fire ignited in his heart. "Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" Luo Qingxuang looked at the current Ling Xiao and felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. After these days of being with Ling Xiao, her relationship with Ling Xiao had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, even the way she addressed him had changed. There was only a layer of paper between them that hadn't been broken. "Goddamned bastard, whoever killed He Xiong, I'll slaughter his entire family." Ling Xiao's eyes were red with rage, and he roared into the sky. His murderous voice echoed in the valley, startling the birds and causing them to fly everywhere. "Xiao Jin, smell the scent here and remember it. Tell me if you find anything," Ling Xiao said to the Golden Wolf King telepathically. "Yes, master. This scent should have been left behind yesterday." "It went in that direction," the Golden Wolf King answered after sniffing the bloodstains on the ground. The Golden Wolf King was referring to the direction back to Meteorite City. Ling Xiao jumped on the wolf's back and shouted, "Chase it with all your might." Hearing Ling Xiao's command, the Golden Wolf King carried Ling Xiao and Luo Qingxuang and swept out at lightning speed. On the outskirts of the mountain, a group of 40 to 50 mercenaries were rushing back to the relay station. Among these people, more than half of them were injured, some light and some serious, making them look extremely miserable. Among these people, there was a lean man who had already reached the high-level mystic realm. He held a metal cage in his hand, and inside the cage was a black bear cub that was less than half a meter tall. The bear cub kept struggling in the cage, glaring at the lean man and roaring nonstop. "This little thing is quite fierce. When it grows up, it will definitely become a fierce beast. I like it." The lean man looked at the black bear cub in the cage, liking it more and more. He had paid a huge price to catch it. Unfortunately, he didn't find any black Ganoderma in the black bear cave, or it would have been even better. This person was called Ma Meng, around 40 years old. He had just broken through from the mid-level to the high-level mystic realm, and his mercenary group had around 120 people. Ma Meng, who had just broken through, had brought his mercenary group to the mountain range to look for prey and test out his cultivation. He didn't expect to find the black bear not long after entering the mountain range. According to his years of experience, black Ganoderma usually grew in black bear caves, so he decided to kill the black bear. He was a high-level mystic cultivator, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the black bear. Plus, he had 2 low-level mystic cultivators as well as a group of brothers. Just when he thought that victory was in his grasp, he didn't expect there to be another black bear in the cave. The 2 black bears fought with them, and more than half of the 100 or so subordinates were lost. 1 low-level mystic cultivator died under the black bear's paw, and the other was seriously injured. He himself was also lightly injured. Only with such a price did he manage to kill the 2 black bears, obtaining 2 pairs of paws, 2 bear gallbladders, and a black bear cub. Relatively speaking, the losses were heavy. If it wasn't for the black bear cub, Ma Meng would probably be in a very bad mood, because he didn't find any black Ganoderma in the bear cave. "Captain, should we go to the relay station to rest for a night before leaving?" The high-level mystic cultivator beside Ma Meng asked. "Oh, let's rest for a night first. Tonight, everyone should have a good time, my treat." Ma Meng replied. "Good." The demoralized mercenaries immediately cried out in surprise. For mercenaries like them, who often went through fire and water, the happiest thing was to be able to return in one piece every time, and then find a woman or 2 to have a few hundred rounds with to vent the fear they encountered in the mountain range. At the same time, they could enjoy a more luxurious life while they were still alive. Before nightfall, Ma Meng and his group arrived at the relay station. Before entering the relay station, Ma Meng covered the iron cage with a black cloth to prevent others from finding out that he had caught a spirit beast cub, which would cause a lot of trouble. "Did you hear? A few days ago, the son of the Li family's patriarch, Lord Li Yuanlong, was bitten on the arm by a spirit beast of a young master from the Ling family. Also, people from the Li family and the Lan family were killed by that young master, and the 2 families didn't even dare to say a word. Tiske, I saw it with my own eyes. That's the Ling family's cultivation genius, Ling Xiao. Not long ago, he was accepted as a successor disciple by the Ling family's grand elder. At the age of 17, he was already a mid-level mystic cultivator. At that time, he only used 2 moves to kill a deacon from the Li family, and that deacon was also a high-level one. It can't be. The Ling family's young master is only a mid-level cultivator. How could he kill a deacon from the Li family in 2 moves? What's so impossible about that? Maybe he practices a Saiyan-level technique, so it's not impossible for him to kill a deacon from the Li family. There's something even more interesting. The high-level spirit beast that the Li family killed was actually the Ling family's young master's mount. At that time, the Ling family's young master said that it was his spirit beast, but no one believed him. After that, the Ling family's young master called out to the golden wind wolf, and the wolf came to him like a docile puppy and licked his hand. Is that true? That's getting more and more ridiculous. Forget it if you don't believe it. Many people saw it. Yeah, we all saw it. The Ling family's young master has a small spirit beast. Don't be fooled by its small size. Its strength is at least at the 3rd level. In the blink of an eye, it bit off the Li family's lord's hand. It's too scary. In the relay station, many mercenaries and adventurers were still discussing the events that happened a few days ago with great interest. After Ma Meng and his group entered the relay station, they all found a place to sit down. Ma Meng drank while listening to other people's discussion. His face was full of disdain. He didn't believe that a mid-level mystic cultivator could kill a high-level mystic cultivator. Because he had just stepped into the high-level mystic cultivator from the mid-level mystic cultivator, he could feel the huge gap between the 2 levels. Even if the opponent had a high-level mystic technique, it was impossible to kill a high-level mystic cultivator so quickly. Could it be that the opponent couldn't escape even if he couldn't win? Ma Meng didn't care and continued to brag with his brothers. He didn't know that his calamity was gradually approaching. On the road from the mountain to the relay station, a powerful spirit beast ran like the wind. It was like a golden bolt of lightning cutting through the silent night sky, scaring the mercenaries and adventurers on the road and causing them to flee. They thought that a powerful spirit beast had escaped from the mountain range and was attacking them. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on top of the spirit beast, had an extremely ugly expression. Luo Qingxuang, who was sitting behind him, only hugged him tightly and didn't say a word. She could feel that Ling Xiao was in a very bad mood. Only the scarlet little beast sat on the head of the golden wolf king with its eyes closed. No matter how fast the speed was, it didn't affect it at all. "Master, I can smell it. It's not far from here." The golden wolf king ran with all its might as it transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao responded softly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the relay station not far away. A formless murderous aura rose. Blood must be shed tonight. Luo Qingxuang, who was behind him, was almost suffocated by Ling Xiao's murderous aura. However, she still gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. In the next second, the Golden Wolf King stopped outside the relay station. Those mercenaries and adventurers who had just arrived at the relay station saw such a majestic golden wind wolf and were so frightened that they screamed and ran away. Chapter 103. Many of the mercenaries and adventurers who had been drinking and chatting at the entrance of the relay station were given a fright. Some of the mercenaries who had been sitting on the railings even fell down from their fright, looking extremely comical. "Wolf, what a huge golden wind wolf!" The mercenaries and adventurers cried out in shock as they hurriedly ran into the relay station. A few of Ma Meng's subordinates also saw the golden wind wolf and hurriedly ran over to Ma Meng, stammering, "Captain, there's a huge wind wolf outside. What's there to be afraid of? There's so many people here, what's there to be afraid of? It looks like you've all been scared shitless." Ma Meng glared at his subordinates and snorted before continuing to drink. He didn't think that the golden wind wolf could be very strong. At most, it would only be mid-stage second grade. What was there to be afraid of? He could kill it all by himself. At this time, a few more mercenaries ran over and shouted, "It's young Master Ling Xiao from the Ling family. It's the golden wind wolf he's riding. Everyone, don't be afraid." Many of the mercenaries and adventurers calmed down when they heard this, and some even stood up and ran over to take a look. Ma Meng also wanted to see if the young master's golden wind wolf really had the strength of a high-stage second grade, and so he went out with his subordinates, not forgetting to carry the iron cage with the cub. Outside the station, Ling Xiao sat on the back of the Golden Wolf King like a knight, majestic and handsome. Behind him, Luo Qingxuang was like a lotus flower rising from the water, so beautiful that it dazzled the eyes of all who looked at her. "Master, the aura is here." The Golden Wolf King sent a mental message to Ling Xiao. "Oh, I got it," Ling Xiao replied indifferently. There were at least 200 to 300 mercenaries in the relay station, and finding the killer of the black bear wouldn't be easy. The mercenaries and adventurers in and around the relay station all pointed at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King as they discussed. Everyone was filled with curiosity and envy. Those who did not believe that Ling Xiao's mount was a Type 2 wind wolf were now convinced. Looking at the crimson beast on top of the gold wind wolf's head, everyone believed that the Li family's lord had lost an arm. Ma Meng walked out of the house and looked at the impressive combination. His eyes lit up, and he praised in his heart, "What a majestic and mighty golden wind wolf." At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe walked out of the relay station, and the mercenaries and adventurers quickly made way for him. The middle-aged man leisurely walked in front of Ling Xiao, glanced at the Golden Wolf King, and his face twitched slightly. He then cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "I am the owner of the relay station, Fengde. Greetings, young Master Ling." When the mercenaries and adventurers saw the newcomer, they started to shout again. "He's the mysterious boss of the relay station? It is said that he has the cultivation of a spirit master. I think he's not bad. Do you think he's faking it? I didn't think that even the boss would come. I really don't know what young Master Ling wants to do." Ling Xiao jumped down from the Gold Wolf King and cupped his hands towards the newcomer, So it is Boss Feng, please forgive me if I have disturbed you. Previously, Ling Xiao had heard from Lone Eagle that this relay station was opened by a spirit master, so normal warriors did not dare to have any ideas about the relay station. Now that he saw the middle-aged man in front of him, he indeed had the cultivation of a spirit master. At the very least, his aura was definitely not something that a mystic disciple should have. Feng De smiled. It is my honor that young Master Ling Xiao can come here. I wonder if young Master Ling Xiao wants to stay or eat. It was true that Feng De was a spirit master, and normal high-level mystic disciples did not have the qualifications to make him come out. However, with Ling Xiao's status, it was enough for him to humble himself and come out to welcome him. Putting aside the fact that Ling Xiao was the successor disciple of the Ling clan's Grand Elder, just the rank 3 Wolf King in front of him was enough for Feng De to pay attention to him. If they really fought, he might not be the Gold Wolf King's opponent. It must be known that spirit beasts were much stronger than humans of the same level. Boss Feng, I am here to find someone, Ling Xiao responded and swept his gaze across the mercenaries and adventurers. At the same time, he told the Gold Wolf King to pay attention to the aura's location. Oh, I wonder who young Master Ling Xiao is looking for? Let me see if I can help you inquire about it, Feng De replied. No need, I have found the person I am looking for, Ling Xiao replied indifferently, then his gaze locked onto Ma Meng who was behind the crowd. Ling Xiao pointed in Ma Meng's direction and shouted coldly, "Come out!" The people around Ma Meng quickly moved away, leaving Ma Meng standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Ma Meng pointed at himself and asked, "Young master, are you looking for me?" "That's right, it's you," Ling Xiao replied with narrowed eyes. Ma Meng grumbled in his heart, "I don't think I've offended the Ling clan." However, he still braced himself and walked in front of Ling Xiao. "I am Ma Meng. Greetings, young Master Ling Xiao. May I ask why young Master Ling Xiao is looking for me?" Ling Xiao didn't reply, instead looking at the black cloth covering the cage in Ma Meng's hands. "Xiao He, is that you?" "What?" The cage in Ma Meng's hands immediately began to shake, and the bear cub began to struggle and roar. Ma Meng's expression tensed up, and he immediately said, "Young Master Ling Xiao, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." "Did I say you can leave? Put down the cage." Ling Xiao coldly barked, his entire body's aura enveloping Ma Meng. Ma Meng's expression changed and he immediately replied, "Young Master Ling Xiao, could it be that you want to rob me?" At this time, Ma Meng's mercenaries quickly gathered behind Ma Meng, bolstering his aura. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the people in front of him. Needless to say, these were the mercenaries who had killed the 2 black bears. "Good, everyone is here." Ling Xiao smiled coldly, then turned to Feng De and the surrounding mercenaries and adventurers. "Those who don't have anything to do with this, get out of the way." With that, Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and the blue crystal sword was unsheathed, a fiery light flashing towards Ma Meng. Ma Meng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately for him, Ling Xiao's speed was as fast as a ghost, and in an instant he arrived at Ma Meng's side, and his sword landed on the arm that was holding the cage. Ma Meng let out a blood-curdling scream, and one of his hands spat out fresh blood as it fell to the ground. "Captain!" Ma Meng's subordinates cried out in alarm, and hurriedly went up to support him, giving him a healing pill. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him, and instead picked up the cage and pulled back the black cloth. Sure enough, he saw the cub. This cub was the one that Ling Xiao had personally delivered that day, and no one could understand the love and care he had for the cub. Ling Xiao split open the cage, and the cub immediately jumped into Ling Xiao's arms, continuously crying out in a sorrowful voice. Ling Xiao felt an indescribable pain in his heart, and he rubbed the cub's head, saying, "Little Black, don't worry. I'll avenge your parents." The cub seemed to understand Ling Xiao's words, and it repeatedly licked Ling Xiao's face. All of the mercenaries and adventurers present were thinking, could it be that Ma Meng stole young Master Ling Xiao's spirit beast? After Feng De was bandaged by his subordinates, his face was dripping with sweat, and he unwillingly said to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, this is the spirit beast that we brothers obtained from the mountain range. Why did you steal it from us?" Ling Xiao didn't answer Feng De's question, and instead handed the cub to Luo Qingxuang. He then turned around and said quietly, "Dead people don't need to know the answer." After saying this, Ling Xiao unsheathed his sword, and his entire body swept towards the mercenaries beside Ma Meng. Ma Meng's companions all attacked. Unfortunately, other than Ma Meng, they only had a low-level Mystic Realm vice-captain, and the others were only at the Mystic Realm. How could they be a match for Ling Xiao? Thinking back to the time when Ling Xiao was only a mid-level Mystic Realm cultivator, he could already slaughter high-level Mystic Realm cultivators. Now that he was a mid-level Mystic Realm cultivator, who else could suppress him other than a spirit master? He was like a god of death from the Nine Hells realm, and everywhere he went, people would scream and fall. The surrounding mercenaries and adventurers all hid far away to avoid being mistakenly killed. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ma Meng and his subordinates all died in disorder in front of the relay station. The surroundings were completely silent. A gust of wind blew, and the smell of blood filled the air. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword and said to Feng De, "If I have offended you in any way, please write me a letter." After saying this, he jumped back onto the back of the Golden Wolf King, and instantly disappeared into the night. Feng De looked at the corpses on the ground, and then looked at the distant golden light and murmured, "I'm afraid that Meteor City is going to change soon." At this time, all the mercenaries and adventurers were in an uproar, and they all began to discuss. How terrifying, is that really the strength of a mid-level Mystic Realm cultivator? He cut off Ma Meng's hand in one move, and I heard that Ma Meng is already a high-level Mystic Realm cultivator. Isn't that so? That murderous aura is really suffocating. He's practically a god of death. As expected of the Ling clan's Grand Elder's successor disciple. With such strength and methods, I'm afraid that when he grows up, he'll definitely become a top expert in Meteor City. Far away in Meteor City, Ling Yuan had already returned to the clan and was currently meeting with his father, Ling Tsong. After leaving the mountain range, Ling Yuan and the Tiger Guards rushed back overnight. "Yuan, yesterday the Tiger Guards reported that Xiao returned with you. Why don't I see Xiao?" Ling Tsong asked his eldest son with his hands behind his back. "Father, Xiao is on the way back." Yuan was afraid that something would happen to the clan, so he came back early to prepare, Ling Yuan replied. "How could you let Xiao return alone? Don't you know that the Li and Lan clan want nothing more than to kill Xiao?" Ling Tsong angrily scolded. Now that his grandson had completely humiliated both the Li and Lan clan, the other side must be thinking of ways to get rid of his grandson. He had sent Ling Yuan to protect him, but now that Ling Yuan had returned first and there was no one to protect him, wouldn't that put his grandson in danger? "Father, listen to me first," Ling Yuan comforted. "No, hurry up and bring the Tiger Guards to bring Xiao back unharmed." Ling Tsong interrupted Ling Yuan's words and ordered. He was afraid that if he delayed even a moment, Ling Xiao would lose his life. It was enough to show how much he cared for Ling Xiao. "Father, Xiao doesn't need my protection. He has 2 spirit beasts that are above the 3rd level. In Meteor City, besides the Grand Elder, no one can touch him," Ling Yuan explained loudly. Chapter 104. Ling Tsong couldn't react in time. Ling Yuan patiently told Ling Tsong everything that had happened that day. He even told him about the Golden Wind Wolf's evolution and the mysterious little beast that could even kill a rank 3 spirit beast. Hearing this, Ling Tsong had a look of disbelief on his face. Then he laughed, "God bless my Ling family. God bless my Xiao heir." "Father, do you think Xiao heir is a legendary beast tamer?" Ling Yuan guessed. "How would I know? Let's ask him when he comes back." That brat ran out of the family without saying a word. Even the Great Elder was furious, Ling Tsong said with a satisfied smile. He paused for a moment, then said, "Yuan heir, you must be tired from the long journey. Go and rest." "Father, I'm fine." "All right, what have the 2 old foxes been up to lately?" Ling Yuan asked. "They rarely go out and are extremely cautious. I'm sure they're waiting for an opportunity, Ling Tsang replied indifferently, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Father, why don't you expose them for using the family's treasury to buy poisonous plants? Then we can punish them and kick them out of the family, Ling Yuan asked. Now is not the time to beat the grass and alert the snake. We must make good use of this opportunity. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch the snake and will be bitten instead. Ling Tsang shook his head as if he already had a plan in mind. On a road that led from the desolate mountains to Meteorite City, a golden wind wolf was riding a young man and woman. The young man was carrying a small black bear cub that was less than half a meter tall. It was fluffy and looked very cute. This group was Ling Xiao and the others who had just left the relay station. Normal horses would take at least 2 days to get back to the city from the relay station. Riding the golden wind wolf, it took them less than a night to get back to the city. The city gate was already in sight. Luo Qingxuang hugged Ling Xiao from behind and said reluctantly, Brother Xiao, we won't be able to see each other anymore, will we? After taking revenge for the black bear and taking back the cub, Ling Xiao felt much better. He replied, If you miss me, you can come and find me anytime. Luo Qingxuang said gently, I'm a girl, it's embarrassing for me to keep running to your house. In her heart, she thought that the man should take the initiative and visit her at her home. Then why don't you be my personal maid? That way, you can see me every day, Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. I hate you so much. Luo Qingxuang scolded, then bit Ling Xiao's shoulder hard. Are you a dog? Your bite hurts so much, Ling Xiao said, pretending to be in pain. He had already cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique to the 3rd layer, so being bitten was nothing to him. Luo Qingxuang touched Ling Xiao's shoulder guiltily and asked softly, Does it hurt? Silly, even if you bite me 10 more times, I'm not afraid. I'm made of iron. Ling Xiao could hear the reluctance in Luo Qingxuang's voice, so he tried to comfort her. Brother Xiao, I've made up my mind. I'm moving to your house. Luo Qingxuang clenched her fists and made up her mind. After spending so much time with Ling Xiao, she realized that she had fallen hopelessly in love with Ling Xiao. She didn't want to leave him for even a minute. Ling Xiao almost fainted at Luo Qingxuang's words. One had to know that a girl could not casually move into a man's house unless she was a maid or a servant girl. For a daughter of a great family like Luo Qingxuang, if she was not officially married, it would attract criticism and ridicule from others. Moreover, the Luo family would not be able to maintain their reputation. Shuang, don't be impulsive. We still have a lot of time. I'll come to your house to play with you when I'm free, Ling Xiao said seriously. Although he really wanted to take Luo Qingxuang as a maid, he couldn't do it with his current strength. Unless he had the ability to suppress the Luo family's strength, no one would say anything about it. After all, this was a world of the strong. Only the strong were respected, and only the strong could suppress the secular world. You said it, so you can't go back on your word, Luo Qingxuang said with a bright smile. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reply, the Golden Wolf King said, Master, there's an enemy. It's the one who escaped from the Illusion Valley. There's another person with him, and his aura is even stronger than his. Ling Xiao quickly gathered his thoughts and expanded his awareness to its maximum. Indeed, there was an ambush 100 meters away. According to the Golden Wolf King, one of the people was the leader of the Green Wolf group, and the other person was even stronger than him. He was probably a spirit master, but he didn't know who that person was. If it was just Ling Xiao alone, he would have turned tail and run. Now that he had the Golden Wolf King and the young Qilin, he could do whatever he wanted in Meteor City, so he didn't have to worry about being ambushed. Ling Xiao rode the Golden Wolf King until he was 50 meters away from the two of them. He shouted, Green Wolf, aren't you tired after hiding for so long? At this moment, Green Wolf King jumped out from the tall grass and said, I didn't expect to be discovered by you. You really are the Ling family's Ling Xiao. It's time to settle the grudge in the Illusion Valley. You don't seem to have the qualifications. Please ask that sneaky fellow to come out, Ling Xiao said with a relaxed smile. A few black figures jumped out from the grass. Ling Xiao was stunned when he saw this. He had only sensed 2 people, So how could there be so many? Ling Xiao carefully looked at the people in front of him. They were all wearing black robes. Except for the short man in the middle, who was wearing a cloak, the other four didn't have the slightest sign of life. Their faces were ashen and frightening, and their eyes were bloodthirsty. The short-cloaked man laughed sinisterly. Hee hee, what a good level 3 wolf king. Tall and handsome, just right for my mount. The short person's voice was very old and hoarse, and it was obvious that he was an old monster that was close to 100 years old. Furthermore, he didn't seem the slightest bit afraid of the Golden Wolf King, and even seemed to be very excited. It seemed that his strength was quite terrifying. Old fogey, Ling Xiao cursed disdainfully. Brat, you're courting death. The short person snorted and waved his withered hand, sending a cloud of black mist towards Ling Xiao. The black fog was terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached Ling Xiao. At this time, the young Qilin on the Golden Wolf King's head opened its mouth and actually sucked the black mist into its stomach. Then it spat out a dark red flame at the short person. This is the little beast that injured that Li brat? The short person's body swayed slightly as he dodged the young Qilin's flame. It's good that you know. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Ling Xiao snorted. Ha! It's been many years since someone has spoken to me like this. You're the first brat. Don't think that you're the only one with a spirit beast and others don't. The short person laughed sinisterly, and with a flash of his arm, a 10-meter-long horned black snake appeared in front of him. This third-rank horned black snake would require 2 people to wrap their arms around it. It was covered in black snakeskin with silver-white patterns. Its body was tall and straight, and it had a triangular head. Its mouth was as big as a basin, and it spat out a long forked tongue. It looked extremely sinister and frightening. Luo Qingxuang, who was behind Ling Xiao, was frightened by this snake. The green wolf beside the short person also retreated a few steps, afraid of being accidentally injured by the snake. This time, Ling Xiao's expression became serious. He hadn't thought that the green wolf would be able to invite such a powerful person to deal with him. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Right now, the sky was still dark, and they were the only ones on the main road. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. This black snake is your breakfast. Enjoy it, the short person said softly as he stroked the snake's body. The horned black snake looked at the Golden Wolf King, and a bloodthirsty light flashed through its eyes. It spat out its long forked tongue, as if provoking the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King was also on guard, and it bared its fangs as it howled at the horned black snake. Xiao Jin, are you a match for it? Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King. Master, I'll have to fight it to know, the Golden Wolf King replied. All right, be careful, Ling Xiao replied, and then handed the cub to Luo Qingxuang. He then carried both of them down, preparing for the Golden Wolf King to fight with the horned black snake. Let's begin. Kill it for me, the short person ordered as he licked his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, the horned black snake scuttled towards the Golden Wolf King. Its speed was shockingly fast. At the same time, the 4 lifeless people beside him also charged towards Ling Xiao. The Green Wolf King didn't stay idle either, and raised his heavy blade as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Little fellow, come over here. I have food here. The short person took out a few pills from his sleeves and charmingly spoke to the young Qilin on the Golden Wolf King's head. The pills in his hands were specially refined for spirit beasts, and the medicinal smell they emitted was what spirit beasts liked to eat. He wanted to use this little trick to subdue this little beast. Unexpectedly, when the young Qilin and the Golden Wolf King bit towards the horned black snake, the young Qilin flew towards the horned black snake first. It flew directly to the horned black snake's neck and bit down. Hiss, hiss. The horned black serpent was bitten and immediately thrashed about incessantly, causing the dust on the road to fly up. Bastard! The short person didn't think that this little beast wouldn't be charmed by him and even hurt his beloved snake. He immediately waved a black iron chain and smashed it towards the little beast. The young Qilin's reaction was extremely fast. Just as the iron chain was about to smash into it, it flew up. That iron chain ruthlessly smashed onto the body of the horned black snake, causing it to feel endless pain. At this time, the Golden Wolf King took the opportunity to pounce and bite at the already injured horned black snake. The short person faced the young Qilin. Every move emitted a frightening black mist, and also contained a large amount of poison. Fortunately, the young Qilin was of the pure fire attribute and wasn't harmed by the poison. It only kept dodging, causing the short person to grit his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. On the other side, Ling Xiao was besieged by a few lifeless high-level mystic cultivators and the Green Wolf King, and fell into a bitter battle. Damn it, who are these people? Why aren't they angry? Ling Xiao brandished his blade and sword, and continuously parried their attacks. Chapter 105. However, what he found strange was that these four people did not seem to have any elemental attacks. They only knew how to fight with their lives on the line, and they did not seem to care about their own lives. Scar left by sword. Ling Zhao's blue crystal sword shot out dozens of flaming rays towards the four people. Countless sword rays pierced into their bodies. Ling Xiao saw that the four people did not dodge and thought that they would all die. Who knew, the next moment he would see a shocking scene. Other than the dark green liquid flowing out of their bodies, these four people were still able to attack him. They did not seem to be injured at all, and their movements did not slow down at all. Poison men. These two words flashed through Ling Zhao's mind. As he was distracted, Green Wolf took the opportunity to slash a terrifying green light at Ling Zhao's back. Luckily, Ling Xiao reacted in time, and the silver ghost blood blade turned around to block. Ding dang! Ling Xiao was pushed back several meters, his body churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was still a distance away from Green Wolf, and was not his match in a direct confrontation. However, this also reminded Ling Xiao to get rid of Green Wolf first. Immediately, he used his wind attribute, and with the help of Phantom Cloud, he appeared in front of Green Wolf. Die! Ling Xiao struck out with his sword and blade. Shadowless blade, scar left by sword. The translucent saber shadow and the crimson sword gleam swept towards Green Wolf. Dual elemental attack. Green Wolf was shocked, and quickly gathered all his dark force to block. Ding dang dang. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed. Green Wolf barely managed to block this terrifying attack, and was cut all over his body. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, an ice crystal blade shadow slashed towards his face. No! Green Wolf roared, and quickly retreated. But the saber shadow's momentum was like a rainbow, and its speed was astonishing. He could not escape at all. In an instant, his entire body was split into two, and fresh blood bloomed like a flower. It was a beautiful sight. Green Wolf was killed by Ling Xiao, and the four poison men behind him raised their swords and slashed at his back. Ling Xiao immediately ran a few steps forward to dodge the attack, then turned around and continued to counterattack. The swords and sabers struck the bodies of the four, but the four of them remained unmoved. Four swords pierced towards Ling Xiao's chest. F***, he's an unkillable monster. Ling Xiao scolded as he leapt away. If not for the fact that he possessed the wind attribute, as well as his rich experience and the advantage of his footwork, he would have been injured by these poison men. If it was a low-level or even mid-level mystic cultivator, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the horned black snake python had been bitten by the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King had also been sent flying a few times. If it wasn't for the fact that it had reached the third order, it would have been dead by now. The Golden Wolf King spat out a few grand golden lights towards the horned black snake. The horned black snake was heavily injured, but it still spat out a few balls of black mist. The black mist turned into black snakes and pounced towards the golden light. The Golden Wolf King took the opportunity to pounce over. This time, it saw the opportunity and bit the snake's neck that had already been bitten by the young Qilin. Hiss! The horned black snake python hissed in pain again, and its body kept rolling around. The Golden Wolf King's sharp claws did not stop either, and continued to slash at the horned black snake python's thick body. Wounds appeared on the snake's body, and dark blood flowed out continuously. The horned black snake python saw that it was about to die under the Golden Wolf King, but it suddenly coiled up its 10-meter-long snake body and strangled the Golden Wolf King's huge body. The two spirit beasts rolled into a ball and started to tear each other apart. On the other side, the short spirit master expert was being played around by the young Qilin. He kept throwing out strong attacks at the young Qilin, but the young Qilin was like an amused child, dodging here and there in the air, and occasionally spat out a flame at the short man. The short man noticed that his beloved snake was in danger, and he didn't dare to delay any longer. He gathered all the spirit power in his body and unleashed a terrifying move. There was a strong aura around him, and this aura was many times stronger than that of a high-level mystic cultivator. Clouds of black mist spread out, and the weeds on the side of the road withered the moment they came into contact with it. It could be seen that this black mist contained a large amount of poison. The young Qilin in the air used its intelligent eyes to size up everything, and its body emitted a small ball of flame that wrapped itself around it. It also let the short man gather the aura, and it seemed to want to see what kind of terrifying move the other party had. Not far away, Ling Xiao, who was fighting, also felt this terrifying pressure. His expression became serious, and he shouted to the young Qilin in the air, "Prodigal kid, be careful." Who knew that with this shout, the young Qilin looked over and even cried out a few times at him. At this moment, the short man finished gathering, and his aura reached its peak. All the black mist gathered on his hands, and it was like two balls of black flame that floated around, and it looked extremely magical. "Go and die, black mist scorch." The short man revealed a sinister smile, and with a loud shout, he blasted the black mist in his right hand out. This black mist was as fast and swift as a cannonball. Don't be fooled by its small size, but its destructive power was very shocking. The young Qilin happened to be distracted, and luckily, its reaction was fast, and the black mist brushed past its fur. Not far away, Ling Xiao watched with trepidation, and only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the young Qilin dodged. But in the next moment, the black mist in the other hand of the short man also blasted out. That speed was actually more than 2 times faster than before, and this was a true killing move. The young Qilin had no way to dodge at all. Rumble. Prodigal kid. Ling Xiao stared at the young Qilin that was blasted, and shocking black fireworks bloomed in midair. While Ling Xiao was in a daze, the 4 swords behind him struck his body. The 4 swords were extremely sharp, and 4 deep sword marks appeared on Ling Xiao's back. Not far away, Luo Qingxuang cried out in shock. Without thinking, she put the cub aside and waved her soft sword towards the 4 people. In Meteorite City, in the back mountain of the Ling clan, an old man woke up from his meditation. His eyes flashed and he murmured, "Who's fighting outside the city?" He was confused, and then he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Not good, someone must be trying to kill that kid." Immediately, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the direction of the battle at full speed. His speed was even faster than the wind attribute Golden Wolf King. At this time, the spirit masters of the various clans all felt the earth-shattering sound of the explosion. Also in the direction of the Ling clan, a tall and skinny old man had a faint smile on his face, and he said, "Arrogant kid, it's time for you to disappear." In the Ling clan leader's resting room, Ling Tsong's eyelids kept twitching, and he had a bad premonition. Something's happened to Xiao. Ling Tsong's face was extremely dark, and he opened the window with both hands, and flew out of the city through the window. In the Li clan leader's resting room, Li Qianzhong smiled and muttered, "That damned bastard, he's finally gone." He then closed his eyes to rest. Luo Qingxuang was only a high-level Xian Qi practitioner, and when she slashed at a poison man, she only left a sword mark and did not cause any damage to the poison man. She was then sent flying by the poison man with a single move. "Shuang, you and Xiao Hei hide to the side." Ling Xiao flipped over to block the sword attacks of 3 poison men. The Vajra 5 transformation technique in his body quickly began to circulate, and the bloody wound on his back began to coagulate and quickly became a scar. However, Ling Xiao had lost a lot of blood, and his face was still very pale. He did not use any more killing moves, and instead used the sharp metal blade to sweep at the poison man's head. Boom! One of the poison men had his head chopped off by Ling Xiao's blade, and a deep green liquid shot out. The poison man's body finally collapsed to the ground, dead. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, as he finally knew the weakness of these poison men. He immediately swung his blade and sword towards the heads of the other 3 poison men. Who would have thought that in the next moment, his body would seem to be bound by something, and a powerful aura would suppress him to the point that he could not move. It turned out that the short spirit master had released his aura, and at the same time, he had used the black fog to bind Ling Xiao's body. Brat, you actually destroyed one of my death warriors. I'll use you to replace him. Ling Xiao felt as if an invisible force was strangling his throat, and his breathing became extremely difficult as the black fog began to invade his body. It felt as if he was trapped in a deep abyss by a sinister wind. The only difference was that this black fog was not as dense as the sinister wind, but the poison that it contained made Ling Xiao feel extremely uncomfortable. Green tumors protruded from his skin, and it looked extremely disgusting. Ling Xiao threw the sword and saber to the ground, rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. Let's see how long you can endure this. The short spirit master laughed, and then he turned his gaze to the golden wolf king that was entangled with his beloved snake. Damned wind wolf! Seeing that his beloved snake was about to die, the short spirit master hurriedly abandoned Ling Xiao and went over to help. He believed that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. At this moment, something strange happened to Ling Xiao's body. Within Ling Xiao's consciousness, the connate sinister wind pearl was emitting a faint gray light, and a powerful suction force surged towards the black fog around Ling Xiao's body. In just a short moment, the black fog that contained the poison was completely sucked away by the connate sinister wind pearl. What's going on? Ling Bai only felt that the pain in his body had disappeared, and his skin had returned to its original state. Ling Xiao did not have the time to think about it, because Luo Qingxuang was being pursued by 3 poison men. He caught up to the 3 poison men from behind, and the blue crystal sword slashed out 3 times, slicing the back of the 3 poison men's necks. The 3 poison men fell to the ground, their bodies no longer able to attack. Shuang are you all right? Ling Xiao hurriedly ran over to Luo Qingxuang and asked. I'm fine. Luo Qingxuang had been fleeing all this while, and had only exchanged a few blows with the poison men. She had suffered internal injuries, but her body did not suffer any external injuries. Ling Xiao helped Luo Qingxuang to the side, and then let her consume the elixir herself, while he watched the situation over at the Golden Wolf King's side worriedly. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King was fighting with the short spirit master, and the single-horned black snake was already lying on the ground, no longer able to fight. Just as Ling Xiao was about to go up and finish off the black snake, a scarlet-red spirit beast quickly flew out from the sky. Chapter 106. Wasn't it the enlarged young Qilin? The prodigal is fine. Ling Xiao relaxed when he saw the majestic young Qilin. He was really scared just now. It wasn't easy for him to kidnap a young Qilin, so he obviously didn't want it to die just like that. Roar! The young Qilin let out a loud roar. Its eyes were filled with ferocity as it spat out a powerful flame towards the short soul master. The speed and power of the flame was 10 times stronger than the smaller version. The short spirit master's eyes twitched and he immediately gave up on attacking the Gold Wolf King. He raised his head and saw the flame that was like a huge dragon. He was shocked. Where did such a strong spirit beast come from? He didn't have time to think. He gathered all the spirit energy in his body and sent out 2 palms. 2 balls of black fog met the dark red flame. The black fog was instantly swallowed by the flame and continued to fly towards the short spirit master. Thick black armor. Seeing the flame approaching, the short spirit master didn't have time to retreat. He immediately shouted and the black fog covered his body, forming a heavy black armor. This was the special defense of a spirit master. It was enough to block strong attacks from people of the same level. Boom! The short spirit master was hit by the flame and flew backwards. The black fog and cloak on his body were destroyed, revealing his small and disgusting appearance. The short spirit master didn't think much and immediately scattered his clothes so that the flame couldn't reach his body. He then turned around and quickly ran to the side. He didn't die even after this. This old man is really scary. Ling Xiao saw the young Qilins attack land on the short spirit master. He thought that the short spirit master would die, but he didn't expect him to escape. He deeply felt that the short spirit master was very scary. A spirit master was indeed not someone he could deal with. The battle had just ended when an extremely fast figure flew over. Ling Xiao quickly prepared himself. The Gold Wolf King retreated to his side and stared at the person. The young Qilin shrunk back to its original size and landed on the wolf's head. "Oh master, why are you here?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise when he saw who it was. You're finally willing to come back?" It was the Supreme Elder of the Ling family. He merely glanced at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly, as if he was very concerned about Ling Xiao sneaking out of the family. "Ah, old master, don't be angry. Look at how much I've gained this time. Come, this is the prodigal, this is little gold, this is little black. Come and greet old master." Ling Xiao carried the little black bear and pointed at the young Qilin and the Golden Wolf King. Did you get all these from the mountain range?" The great Supreme Elder looked at the 3 spiritual beasts in front of Ling Xiao and was shocked. This brat raised spirit beasts as pets, and raised so many of them. Moreover, these spirit beasts seemed to be very close to Ling Xiao. It didn't seem like he had forcibly brought them back. Moreover, the Golden Wind Wolf in front of him had already reached the 3rd tier. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to forcefully bring it back, he did not have the ability to do so. How did I get them? Of course, they followed me willingly. They probably think that I'm kind, cute, and easy to get along with. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said arrogantly, Your ability to brag has grown." The great Supreme Elder knocked on Ling Xiao's head and lightly scolded him. His eyes were filled with love. He didn't expect his disciple to not only bring back 3 powerful spiritual beasts in such a short period of time, but his strength had also jumped from mid-level to mid-level. This Tenbin really made him speechless. "Oh right, who tried to kill you just now?" The great Supreme Elder suddenly remembered the reason he had rushed over and asked Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, another figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed. "Xiao, are you all right?" The person hadn't even arrived, but the voice was already heard. When Ling Xiao saw who it was, he immediately replied, "Grandpa Xiao is fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tsong had already arrived in front of him. He looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe, as if he was afraid that something had happened to his grandson. "That's good." Ling Tsong let out a sigh of relief. He then looked at the great Supreme Elder and respectfully greeted him. Ling Tsong greets the great Supreme Elder. "All right, Shuang, quickly come and greet the great Supreme Elder and my grandpa." Ling Xiao called out to Luo Qingxuang, who had just woken up from her meditation. Luo Qingxuang came in front of the 2 elders and said with a bit of shyness, "Luo Qingxuang greets the great Supreme Elder and clan leader Ling." The 2 elders looked at the beautiful Luo Qingxuang and narrowed their eyes in satisfaction. They secretly praised, not only did this brat bring back so many spiritual beasts, he even found his future wife. I'm really speechless. Child, from now on, you can call me Grandpa Ling like Xiao does. I left in a hurry this time and didn't bring any gifts. I'll make it up to you next time, Ling Tsong said kindly to Luo Qingxuang. At this time, the great Supreme Elder took out a thin sword from somewhere. The sword's scabbard glowed red and was engraved with lines of spiritual patterns. It looked like the colorful feathers of a phoenix adorned the scabbard, making it look very noble and extraordinary. Rainbow sword. Ling Xiao recognized the sword in the great Supreme Elder's hand at a glance, and his eyes were filled with envy. This was a high-grade 2nd-grade sword. When the great supreme elder wanted to take him in as a disciple, he had tried to coax and pester him to get his hands on this high-grade second-grade sword. However, the great supreme elder refused to give it to him no matter what. Thus, Ling Xiao could only settle for the next best thing, the azure crystal sword and the silver ghost blood blade. However, he knew that both of his weapons were not as valuable as the rainbow sword. Without a profound level weapon, a high-grade second-grade weapon would be the best. Take it, this is a greeting gift from this old man, the great supreme elder said lightly as he handed the sword to Luo Qingxuang. Luo Qingxuang hesitated for a moment, but under the encouragement of Ling Xiao's gaze, she stepped forward to thank the great supreme elder and accepted the rainbow sword. Her heart was filled with an indescribable joy. "All right, let's talk when we get back," Ling Tsong said from the side. "Wait a moment, I'll go collect the spoils of war." Ling Xiao nodded and began to inspect the spoils of war. The most valuable thing was the horn of the black-horned snake and its beast core. There was also the snake gallbladder, the snake tendon, and the snake skin. Of course, Qing Lang's mid-tier 2 dragon beheading heavy blade was not an ordinary item either. At this time, the great supreme elder and Ling Tsong also noticed the decapitated corpses of the poison men. Worry flashed across their faces. After collecting the spoils of war, Ling Xiao first sent Luo Qingxuang back to the Luo family's territory before heading back to the Luo family with the 2 elders. After 2 months, he once again returned to Meteorite City, to the Ling family. His strength was no longer the same as before, and this part of the world had changed greatly because of him. In a remote area outside the city where few people lived, there was an abandoned manor. The manor's buildings were old and dilapidated, but the area it took up was not small. It was not hard to guess that this place once had a glorious history. This place once had a very elegant name, Lu Ting Xian. It turned out that this place had been specially decorated by the owner's family. There were small bridges and flowing water, willows swaying in the wind, and pavilions and jade buildings, so it was called Lu Ting Xian. Unfortunately, this Lu Ting Xian had been struck by a plague 50 years ago. More than 100 people in Lu Ting Xian died from the plague. From then on, no one dared to take even half a step into Lu Ting Xian. However, at this time, the short spirit master who had been injured by the young Qilin appeared in front of Lu Ting Xian. He came to the front of the most inconspicuous old building, looked left and right, and seeing that there was no one around, he directly went in. Then, he came to the bed and twisted the bed frame. The stone bed actually slowly opened up. Not long after, an underground secret room that could only fit one person appeared in front of him. The short man did not even think and directly jumped in. Then the underground secret room actually closed up again. It was completely impossible to tell that this was the entrance to an underground secret room. The underground secret room was very spacious. It was dark and gloomy, with only a few spots of light. It seemed extremely quiet and deep. However, there were no less than 100 black shadows standing here. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely discover that half of these black shadows were actually poison men. Every single one of them was lifeless, and their faces were dark green and ferocious. The other half were all dead people. Their skin was very pale and frightening. It seemed that they had not been refined into poison men yet. In another corner of the wall, there was a large cauldron that was half the height of a person. Next to it was a large pile of poisonous grass. It was clearly used to refine poison pills. There was a strong aura of death and the unpleasant smell of poisonous grass. It made people feel deep and terrifying. After the short spirit master returned to the secret room, he swallowed a few pills and then sat on the stone bed to meditate. About an hour later, Mo Wen slowly woke up. That damned little bastard, how could he possibly have such a powerful spirit beast helping him? The short spirit master gnashed his teeth and muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. At this time, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the entrance to the secret room. The short spirit master's face flashed with impatience. After hesitating for a moment, he still came out of the secret room. On top of the building, a tall, thin person wearing a gray robe and a black cloth over his face was walking back and forth with his hands behind his back. The entrance to the secret room opened, and a short spirit master jumped out from below. "Old man, thank you for your help this time." The masked person immediately cupped his hands in thanks when he saw the short spirit master. "Don't thank me too early. That kid isn't dead yet." The short spirit master swung his sleeves and snorted coldly. "What? You made such a big commotion and you didn't kill that kid?" The masked person was shocked. He was very clear about the short spirit master's strength. It was impossible that he couldn't even kill a middle-stage mystic cultivator. Even with the help of a spirit beast, he couldn't have failed. "It's your fault for providing inaccurate information. I originally thought that he only had a small scarlet beast that would make things a bit more troublesome for me, but that high level 2 wind wolf you were talking about is now a level 3 wind wolf king. Even my beloved snake died under its claws. Furthermore, there's another scary spirit beast that almost took my old life." The short spirit master said without any good mood. He didn't know that the one that attacked him from behind was the little scarlet beast. He mistakenly thought that there was another powerful spirit beast helping Ling Xiao. Impossible, the Li family's information can't be wrong. That was clearly a high stage 2 wind wolf. Otherwise, how could it have been surrounded and killed by Li Yuanlong and the others? The masked person retorted in disbelief. "Ling Laowu, I saw it with my own eyes. How can I be wrong? This time, not only did I lose my beloved snake, I also lost 4 death warriors. What a huge loss. If you don't think of a way to compensate me, I won't do it." The short spirit master roared at the masked person. "You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.